And good evening once again. Day 1386 of the Trump administration, night 3 of what has become election week in our country. 5 battleground states remain too close to call. Joe Biden has, by our count, 253 electoral votes. Donald Trump at 214. Much of the attention tonight on the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, where Trump's lead has steadily eroded as we've watched. A win by Joe Biden in his home state of Pennsylvania would make him the president-elect. That gets him instantly to 270. In Georgia, Trump's once substantial lead has also dramatically narrowed. Both are must-win states on the Trump side. Today at the White House, Trump again falsely declared victory, adding a laundry list of grievances, lies, complaints, allegations of cheating, crooked votes, crooked polling. We also heard from Joe Biden today after spending part of his day meeting with medical experts on the pandemic. The former vice president called for calm and patience as ballots are counted. Our country also set a grim new record today. 120,000 new cases of the coronavirus just since we last spoke last night. It erases the new record we set just yesterday. Especially for those who've been watching our coverage all night, knowing that the numbers are changing while we watch. We want to get the very latest on the count. So for that, back over to the board and Steve Kornacki. Steve, we watched the last tranche of numbers come in from Philadelphia.
Yeah, Brian, it was a pretty big moment there just in terms of how close things suddenly became in Pennsylvania. This is the statewide margin for Donald Trump right now. It is down to 26,319 votes. It is 0.4 of 1 point. And you mentioned it. Yes, it was Philadelphia. We got a batch of votes from Philadelphia, a little bit, about 13,000 votes. Biden, as has been the case consistently, got 90% of them. This is a heavily Democratic city. These are the absentee votes, the mail votes, where Biden's been doing particularly well. So Biden picked up 90% of that new batch, and it brought the lead there for Trump statewide down to 26,000. It leaves us in a situation right now that is this. With that a total taken out of the equation, there's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 57,000 votes remaining in the city of Philadelphia. Okay, so if we were just talking about Philadelphia, Biden is on course. Just 90% of the vote, 57,000 ballots, is on course to catch and surpass Trump. Then the question is, what is happening outside of Philadelphia? We are still waiting on some votes, mail, absentee ballots, from Delaware County, from Bucks County. We're waiting on some from Lehigh County. We are waiting on 35,000 of them from Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is. There is a smattering of other counties around the state that aren't as big in population, but where you got 2,000 absentee ballots here, 1,500 there. And the pattern, no matter what we're talking about in terms of a county, in terms of its political leanings, the pattern has been Biden is winning the absentee vote in every county we've seen with at least 60% of the vote. So he's picking up votes everywhere. Again, there's a pool of 57,000 or so left in Philadelphia. There's a pool of about 35,000 left in and around Pittsburgh. And there's a pool of tens of thousands left in counties like Lehigh all around the state. And there is nothing we've seen tonight that does not make us suspect Biden in every one of those pools is going to be getting the clear majority of the votes. And so we said this earlier. The pace Biden is on is not just to catch Trump, but is to significantly move ahead of Trump in the vote count. We are waiting to see if there are any curveballs thrown during these vote returns that suddenly Trump is able to win the mail vote in a county. He has not done it in a single county yet. The pattern seems very clear and very unmistakable. So the situation we're in is we're at the mercy of these counties. We're at the mercy of their boards of elections. We're told by our own Chris Jansing that they are going to be working through the night. When they decide to provide an update, they provide the update. They report it out. It comes into our system. We may get another update from Philadelphia. What we know in Philadelphia, too, by the way, is they say they can do 13,000 ballots an hour. Mm-hmm. And they just released about 15 minutes ago, 13,000 ballots. So I wouldn't look for another update from Philadelphia, probably at least for another 45 minutes. But I don't know what timetable they're on beyond that. But again, if you got another update like we just had from Philadelphia, where they released 13,000 votes and where Biden's winning 90% of them, then this almost immediately, just that would basically have Trump's statewide lead. It would be cut in half right there. And again, if we get updates, similar updates from any of these other counties, it comes down 2,000 votes here, 3,000 votes there. So you are just seeing this very, very steady erosion of Trump's lead statewide. We need to know, again, there's no schedule here for these counties. They will update when they update. If they were being honest with Chris Jansen when they told her they're going to go through the night, then I think you can just expect a steady, if a little bit uneven, continuation of this trend. There is no reason to think that's not what we're going to continue to see.
And a couple more seconds here, Steve. People just tuning in, wondering why the concentration on Pennsylvania. We have razor-thin margins in Georgia and Arizona and Nevada. Pennsylvania, because it's a must for Donald Trump. It's obviously the home state of Joe Biden. And for Joe Biden, it is a potential rocket. It's ball game to 270 if he gets it.
Yeah, there it is. Let's just look at the road to 270 map. Biden right now has 253 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 214. You see the states that are unsettled. If Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, Joe Biden wins the presidency, 273 electoral votes. The rest of these become the exhibition games all of a sudden. Yeah,
but still could drag on for weeks of our lives as they go. Steve Kornacki, with thanks for your another day and another night of your service at the board. Well, speaking of Pennsylvania, my colleague, NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis, is with us outside the convention center in Philadelphia tonight. And Rahema, let's spare a word for the hard work that is going on. We're talking about 13,000 ballots an hour, which is easy for us to say. These folks are tired. It's a sprawling complex. They're on their feet on concrete. What a job.
Yeah, and they are not giving up on doing this job that they've been tasked to do, Brian. And the numbers that Steve was talking about really are extraordinary in terms of how quickly this is going, because it was just less than 2 hours ago that we were saying that they had 72,000 mail-in ballots left to be counted in this building here in Philadelphia. Now it's down to 59. And in fact, the Secretary of State, who is overseeing the election, she said earlier this evening that she thought the counting was going to go so well that they might know who would be the winner here. She backed up from that a little bit, but her point she was trying to make is that they are moving steadily ahead. There hasn't been any hiccups in the county except for a little bit this morning, because the Trump supporters have been mounting a very aggressive campaign to intervene in the counting. And they filed a lawsuit here in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania asking the court to stop the balloting for a while because they wanted to have more poll watchers in and closer in to see what was going on. The court ruled in favor of the Trump campaign, saying that poll watchers could be in and could be as close as 6 feet. Socially distanced, of course, because of coronavirus. This happened last night. It seems to be a steady thing here. Again, punctuating how important it is, the work that's going on behind me. But the point that what happened in terms of what the lower court did, they ruled in favor of the Trump campaign, saying, yes, poll watchers, Republicans, Democrats, Independent, can be as close as 6 feet to those people who are counting that. That paused the count for a little bit, and then it resumed. They're saying they're not going to stop from this point on.
All right, Rahema Ellis in a sometimes loud Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, outside where the counting is happening. And with us now is NBC News correspondent Blaine Alexander, who for several days now has been covering the ongoing count in an equally critical battleground in Atlanta, Georgia. Hey, Blaine.
Hey, Hey, Brian. So I'll start with the latest numbers that we have. We just got some updated numbers from the Secretary of State. Across the state of Georgia, we're now looking at about 14,000 votes that are still outstanding, 14,097 to be specific. But what we're watching closely is the breakdown. Of course, when those votes will come in, but certainly where. That's the biggest thing. And the two counties with the biggest share of those votes are Clayton County and Gwinnett County. That's major because they're both metro Atlanta counties. Clayton County is a heavily Democratic area just to the south of Atlanta, but part of metro Atlanta. And Gwinnett County is also an Atlanta suburb, and most notably one that flipped blue in 2016, went for Hillary Clinton after being red for some years. So both of those, between the two, there are about 8,000, 9,000 votes that are still outstanding in those two counties alone. So those are what we're watching. An official in Gwinnett County actually just confirmed to our Priscilla Thompson that they're done for the night, that they're not going to be putting up their numbers tonight. So when you talk about timing, it's still very much a moving target. Keep in mind, there are about 7 counties or so, 7 or 8 counties that still have not reported. So when you ask about timing, it all comes down to those individual counties, when they put their information out, when they post those numbers. The other thing that we're going to be watching very closely, though, of course, those numbers that we're talking about, but the Secretary of State's office has made it clear that in addition to that group, there are about 8,900 or so military and overseas ballots that could be making their way back to Georgia and be counted if they arrive by end of day tomorrow. So let me explain those. He says he's not saying that there will be 8,900, but that's how many are out there to possibly be returned. So when you're talking about a margin that's as thin as 1,700 votes, which is the difference right now between President Trump and Joe Biden, literally every single one of those votes are going to be crucial. But it also has bearing on the timing, Brian. It means that if they come in at the end of the day tomorrow, they could possibly put this count into the weekend.
And as a pretty heavily military state, that's a big chunk of potential ballots. Blaine Alexander, where the count is going on, our thanks. We now want to welcome in 2 of our returning veterans on a most unusual Thursday night on their beats. Ashley Parker, Pulitzer Prize-winning White House reporter for The Washington Post, and Alexi McCammon, political reporter with Axios. Good evening and welcome to you both. And Ashley, I'd like to begin with you and your beat, and a piece your byline appeared on tonight. We have to begin with the president, though we're not showing or playing what he said. We couldn't air it live because we frankly couldn't have it, between the lies and the blatant attacks on our own system of elections in our country. Tell us what's been going on behind the scenes.
Sure. So the president has cycled through a number of moods in these basically 48 hours since the polls closed. And for what it's worth, just starting with today, what MSNBC couldn't air, frankly, is what a number of the president's own advisors didn't want him to say either. And that's what they've spent the past day trying to prevent. So the president woke up this morning. He was angry and defiant. He wanted to say something. Initially, he tweeted, "Stop the vote." And advisors kind of had to huddle with him and explain, well, sir, if you stop the vote right now, in fact, you would lose. So they workshopped a different phrase, "stop the fraud," which, again, there is no evidence, I need to say, of any widespread voting fraud at all, but it worked better for the president's messaging purposes. And then the president spent the day, again, wanting to go out and make the remarks that he ultimately did at the end of the day, and advisors cautioned him not to. They told him to keep a low profile, and they tried to placate him by saying, look, this is our legal strategy. Here's how we're fighting in the states. We have people and allies out defending you on television. Here's where we're fundraising money from donors for this big legal fight. But at the end of the day, the president, he wanted to go out. He wanted to make those statements. He increasingly at first came to terms with the idea that he might lose, but he could not accept the reality, which is that if he loses, it will be because he loses fair and square, because of what Steve Kornacki just outlined. And so he began saying if he loses, it's because the election will have been stolen from him. And as you said, that is basically what he said tonight in that press conference that you didn't air.
And Alexi McCammon, a fraught relationship between the Trump White House, even Trump family members, and Fox News. Fox News has the electoral vote count higher than us. They're at 264. They called Arizona, and that angered all the people around the president. Though I note they're still getting heavy air support, Team Trump is, during most of primetime coverage on Fox News. My question to you is, if this goes 270 for Joe Biden, if as early as tonight or tomorrow night, and we've talked about this before, can you name any potential profiles in courage, adult voices who can and will approach and talk to the president?
I mean, Brian, what we know about President Trump, especially at this point in his term, is that he listens to himself. And to Ashley's point in her reporting, even when his advisors huddle with him to try to explain these things, we still see the way in which he approaches the podium to say exactly how he is feeling and exactly what is on his mind, even if his advisors are saying this is not based in fact and this actually wouldn't help you win what you were advocating for. So, you know, it doesn't really matter. But what is interesting is we're seeing some Republicans slowly but surely come out and say things. Chris Christie, former governor of New Jersey, a high-profile Trump loyalist of sorts, was on ABC earlier tonight basically saying, and I'm paraphrasing, to the president, put up or shut up. Show us the evidence of what you're talking about or move on. And so we're slowly starting to see this. But, you know, these former Republican officials don't really matter so much to the president. And really, at the end of the day, it's what the president feels and what he feels he needs to do to win re-election, and at the very least, to sow confusion and to cast doubt on a legitimate victory if that is what happens for Joe Biden.
And Ashley, there's already speculation. Would the president go along with the kind of pomp and circumstance if it is Joe Biden who prevails in this election? Would he go along with things like a transition, things like attending the victor's inauguration?
Well, I can tell you the Biden team, even before Election Day, was worried about just that, the idea that he would, I mean, first of all, that he would not participate in a peaceful transfer of power and would continue to undermine democratic institutions, but also that he would not participate in a transition plan. So that was something they were planning for. The rest is somewhat speculation from Trump aides guessing what he would do, because his headspace is really not in those questions of does he or does he not attend the inauguration, when he's kind of doubling down and trying to fight. But there is a sense that on the whole, he probably would not be particularly gracious. Not just that up until Inauguration Day, but even after. I was talking to someone in Trump world today who said, look, it's Donald Trump. He's not going to go away. You know, I said, well, do you think he would run in 2024? Do you think he would tease that run? And this person said, look, again, it's Donald Trump. Of course he's going to tease the idea that he's going to run in 2024. Now, this person said, do I think that at the age of 78 he would actually run? I don't know, not necessarily, but he plans to be an irritant in the side of Joe Biden if he doesn't win. And you saw in these comments from the president's children today, sort of begging and imploring 2024 Republican hopefuls to get out and defend the president. But embedded in those calls was this idea, which is true, that the president and the Trump family are going to be big players in Republican politics and thus national politics, even if he is out of office.
Alexi, indeed, what Ashley just said, Don Jr. was on Twitter almost taking attendance and noting the timestamps of Republicans that he asked, come out, you know, where are you? We need the Army to speak up.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. I don't think anyone expects President Trump to go away from public life anytime soon if he doesn't win re-election. And even before he ran for public office, he was kind of this armchair political analyst of sorts, always tweeting critical things of former President Barack Obama and weighing in on different things, whether it was politics of the Republican Party or what Barack Obama and Democrats were doing. And we know that President Trump likes to have the attention all on him and likes to share his message with people. So it's very likely that he could be doing a number of things in a number of different roles than he's been able to do now. I mean, I think about the fact that it could be likely that he'd be guest hosting something like Fox and Friends, or calling into Fox and Friends for an hour or 2 hours, because he would be able to do that, and because he loves not just weighing in on what's going on, but to Ashley's point, kind of trying to play this kingmaker. We saw him do that in the 2018 midterms with Republicans, really going out to get involved in these intra-party fights and put his thumb on the scale for certain Republican Republicans over others, and he was pretty successful in that. And that gives him power and shows him that what he says goes with the Republican base, and that is not going to disappear. I mean, the thing we need to look at is the popular vote so far. 70 million people have voted for Donald Trump, and that suggests that those people like Trumpism. They like the Trump brand, and even without Trump as president, they will still continue to like that.
Very grateful to these two women for starting us off tonight, knowing something about the hours we're all working. Ashley Parker, Alexi McCammon, much obliged. Coming up for us as we approach our first break, the road to 270 appears to be paved with lawsuits, at least for now. But will any of them matter in the end as the actual votes cast by Americans get counted in places like Philadelphia and Maricopa County, Arizona, as our special coverage of the 2020 presidential election continues on this consequential Thursday night? The numbers tonight in the state of Nevada, a lot of counting going on, a lot of vote, only 14,438 votes separating the two. Joe Biden with a marginal lead in Nevada could end up being an important state before we're done here. For more on the situation there, we're joined once again by NBC News correspondent Joe Linkett in Las Vegas. Joe, first off, another lawsuit, I understand, has been filed. What are these all alleging? We know what they're trying to stop.
Yes, in fact, they're asking for an injunction to stop the count here in Clark County because they believe there have been fraudulent votes cast, Brian, and specifically talking about one particular voter, Jill Stokey, who says that she went to cast her ballot in person and was not allowed to do so because her mail-in ballot had already been sent in. We put these allegations to the Clark County registrar today. I asked them what their response was. Have they received any evidence on this front as of this afternoon? And they said no, they hadn't. Joe Gloria told me that they have not received evidence or seen any evidence of improper counting or improper voting in terms of what's happening here in Clark County. Now, this also comes as the Nevada Republican Party's lawyers have submitted a letter to Attorney General Bill Barr and the DOJ saying that over 3,000 people have cast their votes improperly from out of state. Now, of course, to commit this alleged voter fraud, the voters, of course, as Pete Williams would point out, would have to have the intent of committing voter fraud. But that's the situation here in Clark County as they prepare to drop another 51,000 votes tomorrow that could end up deciding where this state and its key 6 electoral votes goes. And so this morning we were waiting for more votes. They only dropped about 14,000, and now the Nevada Secretary of State is saying that, look, 90% of the outstanding votes here in Nevada are in Clark County, right here in Las Vegas. And I don't think I could put it any better than our friend John Ralston, a friend of MSNBC, a longtime dean of reporters out here in Las Vegas. He says, you know, in the city that's 24/7, this is a place and this is a state where the voting has stopped for the night, while in other places it continues to go on. So we will be waiting tomorrow morning at noon Eastern, 9 o'clock local here, to get that batch of votes and see where it leans. Now, historically, these mail-in votes have leaned Democratic, leaned towards the Democrats, but we also know here in Las Vegas there has been a huge hit to the economy. The unemployment rate here is higher than the national average. We got jobless claims out yet again today, the state hurting yet again. So that has hurt the Democratic governor here, and it may have an impact on Biden. We will have to wait and see till tomorrow morning, Brian.
It has been cruel to the economy in Las Vegas. You're absolutely right, Joe. Thank you very much. Again, the difference there of 11,438 voters, still too close to call. Back with us tonight is Jeremy Bash, former chief of staff at CIA, Pentagon, former chief counsel to House Intel. but notably as a young Harvard-educated lawyer. He started his legal career as one of the lawyers on the Florida recount way back in the year 2000. Jeremy, I presume you've looked at what the marketplace is offering you concerning all these various legal challenges and lawsuits. Do any have more merit than any others?
Slim and none, and Slim just left town. And Brian, to that point, what you just heard from Jolene out in Nevada, of course, the Trump campaign is going in and saying stop the counts. But of course, Joe Biden is ahead. So if Donald Trump gets his way or his lawyers get their way, Biden's victory would be locked in. And I think it points up to a larger dilemma for the president here with these lawsuits, is that there's no overarching legal theory. There's no theory of the case about what fraud he's trying to stop. In Pennsylvania, the big legal victory he got was moving his poll watchers from 10 feet to 6 feet near the ballots. But he was totally rejected in the effort to stop the vote counts. And of course, you can't have a recount unless you first have a count. And the votes haven't been counted in Pennsylvania and Georgia. And of course, with Brian, with respect to the effort to get a recount in Wisconsin, there is no way that running those ballots through the machines is going to help Donald Trump get 20,000 votes. I think there was a recount in Wisconsin in 2016. Both Trump and Hillary Clinton got a couple of hundred votes out of that. That recount was paid for by Jill Stein, by the way, the independent candidate. And Donald Trump has down by 20,000 votes. There's no way he's going to make that up.
Jeremy, I want to play an exchange that took place on Sean Hannity tonight with the newly reelected Lindsey Graham. There's kind of generic talk of corruption around the vote, especially in big blue cities like Philadelphia. There's talk of invalidating somehow the result if PA, in fact, goes for Joe Biden, changing the electors. We'll play this. I'll ask you about it on the other side.
Should these Republican lawmakers in Pennsylvania and elsewhere, if there's corruption in the law, they don't abide by the law and they don't allow observers in as the law calls for, should they then invalidate this?
Well, I think everything should be on the table. So there's the process of observing an election that's being violated. Philadelphia elections are crooked as a snake.
So, Jeremy, you get the tone and tenor of the conversation. A lot of these counts are going on with webcams right above them. We can watch it from the comfort of our homes. What is this talk of potentially changing electors in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, let's unpack this, Brian. So, under the Constitution, it says that state legislatures can decide how the electors are chosen. And in every state across the country, for the past 100 years, every state, without any exception, has said that the people go to the ballot on Election Day or provide legal ballots by Election Day, and they vote for the electors. Now, what Lindsey Graham is saying is maybe the state legislature in a place like Pennsylvania could substitute their own state of electors. But the problem with that is that there's a statute on the books, 3 U.S.C. 1, that says that the method for appointing electors has to be designated by Election Day. You can't change the rules after Election Day. So, in short, Lindsey Graham's proposal would be radical, extreme, anti-democracy, and it would violate state law, because the Pennsylvania state law has already said you do it by popular vote. It would violate federal law, which says you can't make the change after Election Day, and it would violate the Constitution. Other than that, Brian, it's a great idea.
Would be interesting to see if even in that case, Republican voices rose up in protest. Jeremy Bash, thank you for being with us tonight in the middle of a legal fight and counting the votes Americans cast. More of our special coverage right after this quick break. We have for you a graphic of the uncalled races, the battleground states we have yet to call mostly, and look at the how the differences in vote are quite different. No two of these races, of course, are the same, the outlier being Alaska with a margin of over 50,000, Donald Trump in the lead. But, of course, so much time and attention on the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's where our senior national correspondent, Chris Jansing, has been covering all night from the state capitol in Harrisburg. So, Chris, I hope they understand no pressure. It's not like the eyes of the nation are upon them. Okay, maybe a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to pick up a little bit, if I can, Brian, on what you were just talking to Jeremy Bash about, and that is that Lindsey Graham, when he was on Sean Hannity, was kind of raising the specter of the possibility that the GOP legislature, that they control the House here, could appoint its own slate of electors and essentially hand it to Donald Trump. Now, we heard, what Jeremy had to say about the Constitution, et cetera. Having said that, the Democrats are taking it seriously, I'm told. Literally, while you were talking to Jeremy, I was on the phone with two electeds here. They tell me the Democratic lawyers from Washington are going to come here tomorrow at Harrisburg and meet with the state minority leader, the Democratic minority leader of the legislature. This really comports with everything that I have been hearing from folks here in Pennsylvania, Democrats up and down the line from the beginning of when I came here. And I asked them about the whole concept of the flood of lawyers that the Trump campaign had put out here. And I kept getting this sort of pushback saying, we have enough lawyers to deal with whatever they throw at us. And believe me, we understand that it's possible and we are preparing for it. So this is out of an abundance of caution. The way it was sort of framed to me was that if for some reason the other states that are close for Joe Biden do not come through and it becomes Pennsylvania or nothing in particular, they want to make sure that they are ahead of the game. Again, this is a lot of things that would have to fall into line for them to be thinking that this was actually going to happen. But, Brian, lawyers are coming tomorrow, meet with the minority leader here to talk about exactly the discussion that you were having with Jeremy Bash.
Yeah, I know at least Pennsylvania Democrats have been wary of this and girding for this very possibility. Chris Jansing, thank you for hanging out with us tonight after the day we have all had. Let's bring in our political professionals. James Carville is back with us tonight, veteran Democratic strategist, rose to national fame with the Clinton campaign, these days co-host of the 2020 Politics War Room podcast, and Mike Murphy, veteran Republican strategist, strategic advisor to Republican voters against Trump, which we can officially call a work in progress. Hey, James, I'm going to start with you. Where do you see things right now tonight, and how worried are you about the foreseeable near future of our republic and the presidency itself?
Well, I am worried about the republic. Of course I am. I am zero worried that Joe Biden is not going to win this election. I mean, I know the votes where they're out in Pennsylvania, and he's going to win by pretty decisive margin when it's all over. He will go ahead in Georgia tomorrow. It will be close, but he will be the leader when they finish canvassing the ballots. It may be a recount, but he's definitely going to go ahead there. And everybody feels wonderful about Nevada. You have Alaska up there. People need to take a look at Alaska because there's about 45% of the vote is mail-in, and a lot of that comes from rural Alaska, which is a heavily Democratic area. And we're very smart not to call Alaska yet based on incomplete returns in both the presidential race and the Senate race.
Hey, Mike, our decision not to air the president's remarks today, as I said in the moment, was not a stunt. It was not theatrics. It was because of what the president of the United States was saying in the briefing room. It was also noted, Kayleigh McEnany put out a binder. He had printed remarks. That means there were enablers, at minimum, writers, people who knew some of what he was going to say. Where do you put that moment in the modern history of the presidency?
Oh, about as low as you can go. I mean, all presidents have had a couple of yes men around, but he's got these yes dregs who will just serve as worst impulses. And shame on them. And I'm planning, a lot of us in the reform wing of the Republican Party would like to have like the Home Improvement Commission on Tin Men, some show trials for these staff who've made it worse. It was a disgusting moment. But, we know Donald Trump is a prisoner of his own grievances. Everything's about him. He can see that right now, the Philadelphia is going to give him some anti-brotherly love here in the next 12 hours. And it's really, really dim. So he's coming to grips with that, and he's lashing out at our democracy, at the process, because I don't think he has a mind that can understand that people would say no to him. So, it's kind of pathetic more than anything else, but it's a huge insult to our democracy. We need to count the votes and get the big broom and move on.
Mike, if indeed Joe Biden prevails at 270, as you say, as early as the next 12 hours perhaps, are you looking for any Republican voices? Are you looking for anyone to pop their head up and be what passes for a profile in courage and perhaps give public comments directed at this president and those around him?
Yeah, I believe so. I think the best courage pill for some of these characters is the fact that Trump is going to lose. In fact, ironically, it might even, depending on what happens up in Alaska, it might even get to 306 electoral votes for Joe Biden should Nevada's done, if Arizona sticks and both Georgia and Pennsylvania hold up. And then, ironically, the president's very favorite bragging point will be tied by Joe Biden, who will absolutely slaughter him in the popular vote. So once he's in the rearview mirror, and you saw hints of it already, I think even Trump supporters were offended by his remarks tonight. I think the party's going to want to move on fairly quickly. It won't be gratuitous. There'll be fear of his supporters. But I think a lot of the Republicans' leadership is exhausted with Donald Trump as the rest of us.
James, let's talk about your party. And again, if Biden prevails, you'll be rewarded with a new president. But I imagine you also learned a bunch of lessons on election night. I don't think any Democrat did not expect to have a sizable majority in the U.S. Senate by the next morning. And I think a lot of Democrats were really surprised to be down to so many members in the majority in the House. What did you learn?
Well, what I learned was the 2018 strategy was a really brilliant strategy. And I think we got taken out of that a little bit. I think we got, consumed by Trump. I think the police stuff did not help at all. The kind of talk in the primaries about socialism, and all of Joe Biden will be very clear. Now, Senate candidates did not embrace that. If you look at Miami-Dade, if you look at the Rio Grande Valley, if you look at some other places, I think this party did very well blocking and tackling in 2018. In Florida, the minimum wage passed by 60%. So, in 2022, and I know that President-elect Biden is going to focus that, and I think that the House Democrats learn that we need to go back to our 2018 strategy and execute it relentlessly. So that's what I think that we learned here. And the Republicans recruited a lot of women candidates, and we'll come back in 2022. Look, we're not out of this at all yet. We're going to have a runoff, and we're going to have 2 Georgia Senate seats up, and we might even get an Alaska seat. So before we bury the thing, let's be sure it's dead. And as long as it's got a chance and it's alive and kicking, I'm kicking with it. And I'm going to be spending a lot of time talking to people in Georgia trying to help them.
And as we've been saying, it looks like the Republicans have a one-woman QAnon caucus in the House, so they got that going for them. James Carville, Mike Murphy will do this again. Hang in there, both of you gentlemen. Thank you for staying up late with us tonight. Our special coverage of this unending 2020 presidential election continues right after this. We're back, and check out a tight race in Arizona, separated by 46-667. A nominal lead by Joe Biden, but it's a moving target with 90% of the vote in, 11 electoral votes at stake. Our correspondent Vaughn Hilliard standing by in Scottsdale, Arizona tonight. Vaughn, two things. On the upside, I think people learn a lot about our geography during this coverage, just looking and flailing for reasons why this is all a good thing. The other thing is people learn a lot about how elections work and, sadly, election law and various how votes are different. So you're awaiting another tranche, another bucket of votes out there. We've learned there's early vote, there's late early vote, there's early late vote. Which would these be?
Yeah, to your first point, Brian, it's been fun to introduce people to different parts of Arizona here over these last several days. And when we're talking about buckets, you know, the reality is that Maricopa County still makes up about 60% of the electorate here in the state. And that's why we've continued to so heavily here in Arizona focus on these numbers. You just asked, what about these next buckets of votes? There are still about 300,000 ballots across the state of Arizona outstanding. 200,000 of those are right here in Maricopa County. And now the results that are set to be released tomorrow morning, we are expecting about 75,000 more results to be announced tomorrow morning here in Maricopa County. Those numbers should be our best indicator yet of whether President Trump can maintain the pace that he has kept here in order to catch or eclipse Joe Biden here in the state of Arizona. I say that because tomorrow's batch will include those mail-in ballots that folks, instead of mailing in, came to polling locations and turned those over by hand. And we believe that that data will be different than those voters who even showed up in person. We keep throwing around that number, 59%, that Donald Trump would have to win among the share of uncounted ballots. So far, he has met that pace. But tomorrow morning, if we see here in Maricopa County that number rather significantly dip, whether it be 55%, 53%, or even lower, that could be an indicator of what is set to come with those other 150,000 ballots that are uncounted here at Maricopa County. One other note I want to say, Brian, here was the governor of Arizona, Republican Governor Doug Ducey, here late this evening, put out in a tweet essentially backing the ballot process counting that is taking place here in the state, in part saying, we're following established Arizona election law to the letter. I also asked Arizona GOP Chairwoman Kelly Ward if she had any evidence of any wrongdoing here in the state. She did not provide me a single example here as this ballot process counting continues here. Brian?
Native Arizonan Vaughn Hilliard from Scottsdale, Arizona for us tonight. Vaughn, thank you very much. And for the latest on where all these races stand, where the vote count stands, we turn to Ali Velshi at the big board because under a provision of the Geneva Convention, Steve Kornacki has a mandatory rest and food period before heading back. Luckily, if you were watching late into the night last night, you know how deft Ali Velshi is at the big board. Ali, I see you're starting with Georgia, which is such a thin margin.
Very thin margin. Statewide, 99% of the votes are in, and the lead for Donald Trump is 1,805 votes. This lead has been shrinking all night. Now, what we heard was that we weren't getting anything more from Georgia until tomorrow, and literally moments ago, we got brand new news from the commissioners here in Clayton County. These are the suburbs, the 9 counties around Atlanta. Clayton is just south of Fulton County, just south of Atlanta. They will be releasing votes tonight. Now, you can see in Clayton, it's a little lower than the state average. It's 95% in, so we're expecting maybe up to 4,000 votes coming in here. The lead, by the way, here is 75,000 votes for Biden in Clayton County, but we're going to expect another 4,000 votes across the city. These Atlanta area counties are breaking very heavily in favor of Joe Biden, so you could see this 1,805 wiped out within an hour. Now, let's go to Pennsylvania. That's what we're looking at right now. This is, of course, the issue. We have a number of outstanding mail votes that are coming in, and they are coming in at a rate of about 75% in favor of Joe Biden. He doesn't need them to come in at 75%. If they break about 2/3 to Biden, given the number of outstanding votes that are there, it will be at the rate we're going probably a number of hours before this statewide advantage that Donald Trump has, 23,000, breaks down down to 10,000 or lower than that. That's the direction things are going in. The numbers that are coming in from Allegheny, which is Pittsburgh, from Philadelphia County, and these counties around here are the ones we have to look in. We have brand new numbers from Delaware County, just south of Philadelphia. 91% are in. Biden has a lead of 81,000 votes. It's breaking 62.6 to 36.5. 24 hours ago, we were looking at County, which is north of Philadelphia. That actually had Trump in the lead. We knew that was wrong because this is a county that breaks for Biden anyway. 95% in, Biden's in the lead there. So I think, Brian, the story here for the next few hours is going to be mostly Pennsylvania and a little bit of Georgia.
Thank you for that late live look at the numbers, the tight races we're covering in the battleground states. Our friend Ali Velshi at the big board tonight, and that's going to do it for this edition of the 11th hour. Our continuing coverage of the 2020 presidential election continues now with my colleague Chris Hayes at the top of the hour on the other side of this break.
Good evening from New York. I am Chris Hayes, and we are now entering our fourth day of Election Day as we inch closer and closer, and I mean much closer, to being able to decide the presidential election. We also, and I have to say this right off the top, we just saw one of the worst days, or the worst day in the coronavirus outbreak that has spread throughout this country. According to NBC News count, over 120,000 people tested positive for COVID-19 on Thursday. That is nearly 16,000 more cases than the previous record that we saw on Wednesday. Hospitalizations, which provide the clearest view of what is going on, continue to spike alarmingly. We have over 53,000 people who are currently hospitalized. We are currently careening towards the all-time high of 60,000. President Trump said nothing about this today, nothing. Instead, the president, who is clearly understanding the electoral map is decisively turning against him, decided to use the bully pulpit for a full frontal attack on American elections. There was a distinct air of a man who could see it all slipping away, and with good reason. Right now, former Vice President Joe Biden is way ahead in the popular vote. He is ahead in the Electoral College, and two key states are looking like they are poised to possibly flip in his favor. So here's the news at this hour on that front. We are expecting a ballot report from Clayton County in Georgia that could propel Joe Biden to a narrow lead in that longtime GOP stronghold in the state of Georgia. You can see how thin that margin is right now. I think just about 1,200 votes, if I'm not mistaken. Meanwhile, President Trump's lead in Pennsylvania is currently falling away at a rate of about 10,000 votes per hour. And if that pace continues, Joe Biden would take the lead in the very near future, possibly, again, if the pace continues the next few hours. If Biden wins Pennsylvania, that is the whole ballgame. That is 273 electoral votes right there. So let's start at the big board with the legend, Steve Kornacki, who was going to leave and go get some sleep and then said, no, I love Chris Hayes too much, and I love election returns too much. Welcome back, Steve. What's it looking like in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, Chris, well, this is why I came back, because I said, I think there's going to be some votes overnight. And in the last few minutes, more votes. 3 counties reporting out more of the absentee vote. Number one, we got more vote from Lehigh County. We also got more from Delaware County, from Bucks County. We've been talking about these 3 counties, Allentown, Philadelphia suburbs. They still have more votes to come. They've been reporting them all night. The effect of those votes, you just showed it. Trump now leading statewide by 22,000. Before these updates, it was 26,000. And the situation here, again, our Chris Jansing reporting that they are going to be working overnight in a lot of these counties in Pennsylvania to get this vote finished, to get this vote reported out. We saw just about, I don't know, I think it was about 45 minutes, maybe an hour or so ago, Philadelphia, they can do at their maximum capacity 13,000 ballots in an hour. They haven't always been doing that, but that's their capacity, and they reported out about 13,000 votes. The net effect of those 13,000 votes was that Biden cut 10,000 plus votes out of Trump's lead. So we're in a situation here where if we continue to get 2,000 votes here, 1,000 vote there, 3,000 votes there, that's what we've been getting from these various counties in the state. This can tick down 22, 19, 17, 15, and so on. And then if we get another big batch in the next few hours from Philadelphia, it's possible here, if they are all continuing to report, or most of them are continuing to report the vote out, as you mentioned, it's possible, it's conceivable that sometime in these overnight hours, Joe Biden would pass Donald Trump in this vote in Pennsylvania. And again, this is a one-way street we've been on here. Every single report in Pennsylvania of these absentee votes, from the bluest county to the reddest county, has featured Joe Biden gaining votes in the statewide count. It's just beyond clear by this point that the people who chose to vote by mail, the people who chose to vote absentee in Pennsylvania, are overwhelmingly Democrats and overwhelmingly Biden voters. And the number of combined absentee mail ballots that are yet to be counted out and reported out in Pennsylvania is more than enough for Joe Biden to catch Trump and to move considerably ahead of him. So again, we just continue to look at these come in, I think, with at this point an expectation that this margin is going to continue to tick down for President Trump. So that's why I came back. Overnight, we have drama. We're in the state that if Biden wins it, he becomes the president-elect. And we have the possibility that he will overtake the president, and the possibility that if he overtakes Trump, he's not looking back.
Okay, so that let's just drill down for a second. First of all, the context here, do we know, and this is always hard, and it's been a hard thing, and you guys have done an amazing job with the estimate bars. How many of these mail-in votes are outstanding total in Pennsylvania? What's our universe looking like right now? Let me give you as exact a number as I can. If you give me literally 8 seconds here. I have to click this. Because obviously that's, when I've been talking to Democratic campaign observers and non-Democratic campaign observers, these are people across the political spectrum looking at the numbers of Pennsylvania coming in. Obviously our decision desk makes calls. We're counting every vote here, and we're not getting out ahead of anything. But the confidence that emanates from the Biden camp derives from the math in Pennsylvania more than it derives from basically anything else going on in the map right now. And so how many outstanding votes are we looking at?
So we're looking at about 175,000 outstanding votes in Pennsylvania. We are looking at now, the number in Philadelphia is about 59,000. Oh, wow. The number in the Pittsburgh area is about 35,000. Those are the two biggies that we have, but we have a bunch of other counties around the state that also have significant numbers. So you look at a Democratic down 22,000 with a lot of mail votes in Pittsburgh and a lot of mail votes in Philadelphia. Just on a normal election night pre-COVID, you would be saying that Democratic candidate's feeling very good right now. But the twist here tonight is that the red counties where we get reports from are not Trump counties when it comes to the mail-in vote. The mail-in vote, Biden is winning the mail-in vote across the state of Pennsylvania at a rate of 76%. So we are getting mail-in ballot reports from deep red counties, and I'm looking at them, and Biden has 63% of the vote. Because in that county, as Republican as it is, all the Republicans went out and voted on Election Day. And a lot of the Democrats said, no, I'm going to vote by mail. And so we're just counting that piece of it here. It's only the mail ballots that were left to count.
And in case of, say, Philadelphia, just to focus on Philadelphia a second, right? You've got a sort of Philadelphia is a very Democratic city with very Democratic margins, and you're counting the mail-in vote in Philadelphia, right? So you've got these two factors that are driving, just to be clear, like we're seeing in some of these ballot reports out from Philadelphia, 85% for Biden, 90% for Biden. I mean, these are really big chunks of votes that are coming in with very big margins.
He is averaging on the mail votes in Philadelphia 91% of the vote. And again, 59,000 of those mail ballots remain in Philadelphia. And every few hours, we've been getting big batches from Philadelphia. So when I say if Philadelphia is, as they have been saying, counting overnight, they did one, I'd say, about an hour ago. I've got a bit lost track of the time here, but I don't think it's crazy to think that in the next few hours, we could get another one of those big reports from them. And at this point, if we got one more report, just like we got from Philadelphia about an hour ago, that Trump lead is immediately cut in half statewide. And then, like I said, every few minutes, it seems, we're getting, okay, Bucks County just released some more of their absentee count. Delaware County just released some more of their absentee count. At Lehigh County, and on and on and on. And now the numbers aren't as huge there, but Biden is winning 65, 70, 80%. of the absentee ballots in those counties. So he's still gaining votes. And that's why we get these incremental reports. Right. He picks up 800 votes here. He picks up 1,200 votes here. He picks up 1,400. And that adds up, too. Yeah. So you've got those two things that are kind of working in tandem here when it comes to this vote count, where that 22,000 over the next couple hours, while we wait for another Philadelphia report, can continue to dwindle. Right. You know, small bit here, small bit there. We have not seen a single moment in the counting of these mail ballots where Donald Trump's lead has ticked up, because there's not a single county in Pennsylvania where he's winning the absentee vote. Every report we get brings this number lower. And if this number gets down to, I would say, south of 12,000, then we may be one report from Philadelphia away from Joe Biden taking the lead. And as I say, there is no reason to think that if Joe Biden gets the lead in Pennsylvania, there's no reason to think he's looking back.
That was so helpful. I always feel duty-bound. We're talking about this, and you, of course, know this and said this. We're talking about this in this bizarre, temporal way where the things are coming in. All these votes were the votes of the election. In fact, these were the first ones that were cast, right? This batch of votes are the votes that people were mailing, probably some of the most enthusiastic Biden voters, frankly, partly why we're seeing these sort of numbers. They're getting counted last because of election law in Pennsylvania, but these are not votes that came in late in any way. They were probably sitting there. Some of them might have been sitting there for weeks.
First cast, last counted. Right. Some of these counties that are reporting out didn't even open a single mail. They might have gotten it 3 weeks early. They didn't open them in some of these counties till 8, 9 a.m. the day after the election. So that's, again, it's like two things are happening here. All the mail is being reported pretty much after Election Day, but also the whole issue of, do I vote by mail or not from the voter standpoint,
totally polarized.
Became political.
That's it, right.
As Republicans got the message, no, we vote Election Day, and Democrats got the message, we use the mail. And so we saw this in polling in September and October. We asked voters in Pennsylvania, do you plan to vote by mail? The ones who said yes were like 79 to 17 supporting Biden. And that's what these results look like.
Yeah, it's a great point. All right, Steve, I'm going to let you get a drink of water and put some more numbers in your brain. And then we're going to come back to talk to you about Georgia. But first, I want to go to MSNBC correspondent Rahim Ellis, who is live in Philadelphia and has been doing great reporting for us there. You were outside where they are doing that voting counting, and it's sounding like they're brewing coffee and they're going to keep going. Is that right?
They have been brewing coffee since Tuesday, Chris. They have never let up here, with the exception of a pause that was on Thursday morning as a result of some of the aggressive efforts mounted by the Trump campaign to intervene in the counting. They wanted to slow this down. The Trump campaign did get if you will, a win from a lower court that said there has to be more poll watchers closer watching those folks counting the ballots. As a result, city election officials here said, we want to take a look at what that court order is, and they paused the voting here. They paused the counting here for a little bit on Thursday morning. Then it resumed. And it has not stopped. They have been going around the clock here. And in fact, you should hear this from a Philadelphia Election Commission says, the poll workers here are working like crazy to bring in this count. One of the things that Steve said, and so many things that he said, there are about 59,000 remaining mail ballots to count out of Philadelphia. And they're counting them anywhere from 10,000 to 13,000 per hour. He's better at the math than I am, but the point that he's making is if you're counting 13,000 ballots an hour and you've got 59,000 of them to count, that means something is going to be happening here before too long. In fact, the Secretary of State said in the evening on Thursday, I'm getting my days mixed up.
All right.
On Thursday, a few hours ago, she said that it was likely that they would be able to talk about a winner coming out of Pennsylvania before too long. She even said she thought it was going to be before the night was over. She pushed back just a little bit because she doesn't want to be making a declaration of who's winning before all the votes are counted, but it is something that she said. The other thing to remember in all of this is about these mail-in ballots. Because the Trump campaign has been so insistent of, again, trying to interfere with this counting, these mail-in ballots, they had an extension on this from the voting day up until Friday, which we're going into now. And they call it segregating any ballots that were officially postmarked as of the end of voting on Tuesday, up until the last counting of the ballots came in from the post office Friday. They're going to put them aside just in the event that there might be a challenge to any of these ballots. So, as we're coming close, we might find the winner, but we also might find that some of this will be challenged. And I don't think anybody will be too surprised if that does happen from the Trump campaign.
I just want to be clear here, though, and I think this is right. Everything being counted now, when you talk about those 59,000, that's all the stuff that came before Election Day. That is something, that is a tranche of balance that there is no legal question, no legal challenge, no nothing. And that there is another pool that they have segregated of these votes that have come after Election Day, which, according to Pennsylvania state law as interpreted by the Pennsylvania Supreme Court and not overruled by the United States Supreme Court, are valid votes to be counted but have been segregated out of an abundance of caution should there be renewed challenges. But that category of ballots is not entering the equation as of now, correct?
No, I'm not going to say that. I would like to get another opinion on that, because that's part of all of these ballots. These are now everything that's coming in. These are part of the ballots that are being counted, but they're being put aside. Only they're counting them, but they're counting them in a certain section, so that they don't want later to say, "Oh my gosh, where are all those ballots?" They want to know exactly where they are, and they do know. But when they say the remaining mail ballots that they have, that's that 59,000 that they're talking about, of all the ballots that have been turned in to the Election Commission.
Thank you. That was very clarifying. Rahima, you've been doing such amazing work for us. Thank you so much for sticking around. All right, let's go back to the big board with Steve Kornacki. We're going to talk about Georgia. And before we do that, let's just, you don't have to pull up the electoral map scenario, but just to refresh everyone's math here, you know, it was always the case the most straightforward path for a Democrat challenging Donald Trump was to reflip the 3 states in the greater upper Midwest, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, that he had flipped by 77,000 votes. If you flip those 3 back, you get over 270. Georgia and Arizona are not necessary to that specific path, with Wisconsin and Michigan called and Pennsylvania. But nonetheless, Georgia is very close right now. What's happening there?
Yeah, extremely close. 1,805 votes. That is Donald Trump's advantage over Joe Biden. You see, when you put that into percentages there, you go to the 10th decimal place, and they're even on that. You got to go to the 100th decimal place, which we don't display here. That's where Trump would actually look ahead when you do it by percentage. So 1,805. I'll tell you, the biggest thing we're kind of waiting on right here is Clayton County, which is just overwhelmingly Democratic. This is in the Atlanta metro area. You can see Joe Biden's winning 85% of the vote here right now. They are still sitting on several thousand absentee ballots yet to be reported out. There's been talk that that will happen sometime tonight. I'm not sure if that actually will. You hear these, claims that it's coming many times on election nights, and it doesn't materialize sometimes. But we're keeping an eye out for that, because certainly the expectation is that if and when Clayton County reports out its remaining ballots, Joe Biden is going to lead them by such a wide margin that he will then take the lead in the statewide count. There is a similar dynamic, but not nearly as extreme, in Georgia as I was just describing in Pennsylvania, where Biden has an advantage on the mail ballots that are coming in, where in a Republican county, there's one Republican county here, Forsyth County, that is still reporting out some of its mail ballots. We were just looking at it. The last batch Trump was leading, he was leading it very narrowly. See, even there, Biden's doing better than a Democrat normally would in a Republican county because it's mail-in ballots. But again, the biggest piece of real estate here is Clayton County. There's a scattering in some other counties, too, that are also out. But the big picture of where this looks like it's heading in Georgia is, let's say Biden does vault ahead of Trump, by a couple thousand votes here. Maybe it lands somewhere around there. 2 things. Number one, if that margin between the 2 candidates is half a point or less, the losing candidate, or either candidate for that matter, but the losing candidate in that situation likely can request a recount. So that could be on the table here. This is a bit like Wisconsin, if you remember. Trump, we've called Biden the apparent winner, but Trump talking recount. So they're waiting on that in Wisconsin. They could be waiting on a recount in Georgia. Also, there is this issue. There is a deadline of tomorrow in Georgia for overseas military ballots. Now, they have already counted thousands of overseas and military ballots. They were returned. They were put in the absentee ballot pool. That's the thing being reported out now. They are part of this count. What the deadline is for tomorrow, though, is overseas military. They could be received after Election Day. So theoretically, we're at kind of a theoretical level here. There are 8,800 unreturned military overseas ballots. Do they open the mail in Georgia tomorrow and there's 8,800 returned overseas military ballots? Theoretically, there could be. In practical terms, though, there's likely to be very few. It likely just means folks decided not to vote even though they had the ballot. But nonetheless, that is something I think if you're looking for a call in Georgia, that is something that the possibility that there are outstanding ballots can play into that as well. So there are a couple of pieces to this right now. It looks likely to land, whichever side of this it lands on, within that 0.5%. And as you say, for Democrats right now, I think they are potentially at least eyeing Georgia more as icing on the cake because they think the cake is Pennsylvania.
Right.
They think imminently Joe Biden is going to take the lead there. Then they'd love to have Georgia on top of that. That's probably where their minds are right now. For Trump, he needs this. He needs everything pretty much.
Yeah, great point. And we should note, I mean, where Georgia ends up is going to be almost certainly mathematically at this point really quite close. I mean, almost, we don't know, but almost certainly within that very close range. Might be a recount. In terms of the characterization of where Pennsylvania might end up, we don't know. It's not currently on a trajectory towards this real narrow. I mean, you're looking at, when you said before 1 decimal place, tied 1 decimal place. Right now, Pennsylvania looks like, with the outstanding votes and the way they're going, it is not headed towards the same direction. Again, we can't say, but Georgia is going to be close either way within a few thousand votes, probably.
Right. No, that's right. I mean, at the current rate in Pennsylvania, I'm just seeing if there's any updated votes there. Again, Biden winning 76%, basically 3/4 at this rate. Yeah. Of all these absentee votes that come in, he's winning them. So that puts him on, if you look back to 2016, the margin for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania was, I think, about 47,000 votes, 47,000 votes. That was Donald Trump's statewide margin. Could Joe Biden pass Trump and get somewhere into that neighborhood? That's not out of the question.
Okay. All right, Steve Kornacki, you stick around. I'm going to come back to you for more on Georgia. Let's go to Priscilla Thompson in Atlanta. Priscilla, what's the counting plan there in Atlanta?
Yeah, Chris, well, a number of folks have already gone home. We spoke with the folks out in Gwinnett County, another one of those counties. Steve Kornacki mentioned Clayton County. Gwinnett County is another one of those counties that has a few thousand votes still outstanding. And those folks have gone home for the day. They finished this process of adjudicating ballots. So earlier this week, when they were scanning ballots, they were having an issue with getting some of those read by the scanner, and they had to pull those out and have a committee come in and actually review those and determine the voters' intent. And we now know that that process is done. They had initially said that it could have taken up until Sunday to get that ballot count in, but they were able to finish it today in around 13 hours. They are not going to be reporting those numbers tonight, but we are expecting them to release.
I think we may have lost the audio for Priscilla Thompson there in Atlanta. I thought it was my IFB, but it was the audio more broadly. We're going to come back to that. As you heard from Priscilla, so we've got a lot of counting that happened in Atlanta. Report tomorrow morning. We're not getting reports through the night from Atlanta. We're not anticipating through the night in the same way we are anticipating for Pennsylvania. There may actually be some more votes from Clayton County, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm not sure about that. We will come back to her. Joining me now, David Plouffe, former campaign manager, White House senior advisor to President Barack Obama. He's the host of Campaign HQ podcast. David, I was speaking to you exactly in this position 24 hours ago with a much wider lead in Pennsylvania, but the vectors were set on their way and moving in this direction. And 24 hours later, they have proceeded apace. How are you feeling?
Well, it could be a matter of hours. It could be in the morning. But, Joe Biden's going to take the lead in Pennsylvania. You and Steve were talking about Trump's margin in 2016. If these trends hold, Biden's going to win Pennsylvania by a lot more vote than Trump won it by. It's not even going to be that close, maybe 70, 80,000, 100,000 votes. So he'll be in the lead, and I assume the networks will declare him the president-elect. Let's talk about Georgia, by the way. It's going to be fascinating is when Biden takes the lead there, and I think he almost certainly will take the lead. It's going to be fascinating to see what Trump world does, because all of a sudden that may be another state like Arizona and Nevada where all of a sudden they're okay with continuing the count, with the belief that maybe these absentee ballots that come in from overseas could allow them to retake the lead. So I think where we are is the remaining states, I would consider Joe Biden to be the favorite in all of them. I would imagine tomorrow morning when the Clark County numbers come out, they will be of sufficient, size in terms of adding to Biden's lead that state might get called. Arizona is obviously, I think, going to continue to narrow. I feel better about Biden's prospects there. Maybe he wins the state by 20 or 30,000 votes. We'll see. But across the board, whether it's Georgia, Pennsylvania, Arizona, or Nevada, all those right now, I think, are leaning much more in Biden's direction. And Pennsylvania, clearly, we're just waiting for this to become formal because these trends, and it's very important. Obviously, he's doing very well in Philadelphia, but Erie County, Northampton County, Bucks County, Delaware County, Montgomery County, all these other counties, he's adding a lot of vote for. And as Steve said, the other thing I'd like to say in terms of the other reason that these numbers are so pronounced in Pennsylvania is you don't have in-person early vote, which I think Republicans did avail themselves of in other states where you had that. So basically, pretty much all the people voting by mail were Democrats, and the Republicans all voted on Election Day. So that's why you're having such extreme counts, even in red counties in Pennsylvania.
One of the things that becomes so clear when you break down the vote counting this way, are, first of all, just how much margins matter. I think it's very hard for all of us to think at the margins. The difference if you're in a room with people and 52 are wearing one shirt and 48 are wearing another shirt, you wouldn't know at the time. And if 4 of those people switched, you probably wouldn't know. But that's an enormous difference. When we're looking at Pennsylvania, when you're talking about a 47,000, I think you said, vote margin in 2016 for Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton, and we're now talking about maybe a margin like that or bigger when all is said and done. We're talking about a little more than a percentage point of all the voters in the state in, 6.5 million votes cast, probably upward around 7 million. It's a tiny margin, and yet the margins matter so much. They will determine who's the president of the United States.
Well, that's right, Chris. Well, remember back during the Democratic primary, we talked a lot about delegates, you and I, and how you only really acquire delegates if you're winning states and congressional districts by some margin. And that's the same thing here. You've got, and listen, Trump was able to do this both in 16 and 20. He built huge margins in smaller counties, but they all add up, right? What you're seeing here in Pennsylvania is, yes, Philadelphia obviously is going to drive a lot of the Biden margin, but he's able to flip Erie County, which Clinton lost in 16 to Trump. It was a 20-point swing from 12 to 16. He's doing very well up the eastern part of the state into northeastern Pennsylvania. The suburban margins are going to be bigger. So he's netting real votes, okay? If you're winning big suburban counties by 15 to 20 points, you're going to rack up a lot of raw vote.
All right, David Plouffe, enlightening as always. Thank you for staying up with us. Thank you at home for not getting anywhere, getting work done today and not going anywhere and sitting there all day watching us, because we appreciate it, and we're going to keep going. We're going to continue to keep our eyes on what is happening in Pennsylvania. We're going to get back to Steve Kornacki as soon as there is any more movement, and we are glued to that movement. And then we're going to let the latest on what we can expect in updates and when from Arizona and Nevada, those 2 other outstanding states, that and much more to come after this. All right, out west, we have 2 states that are still undecided. We have Arizona, where Joe Biden's current lead stands at roughly 47,000 votes, and we're expected to get more vote tallies Friday morning. Vaughn Hilliard is in Scottsdale, Arizona, monitoring ballot tallying in that state. Vaughn, you've been great on the details of the various political inclinations and slices of the various voter groups that mailed in or walked in their vote at various times, which is essentially what the analysis comes down to at this point. What's the latest, at least, on what's out there and when we're going to get reports?
Yeah, good evening, Chris. Okay, one of those buckets, I think the most exciting bucket that we have had exist yet in this election here in Arizona is the bucket that is going to be released tomorrow morning here in Maricopa County. It's going to be about 75,000 voters. And what makes this bucket different is that these votes are going to be including mail ballots that were not mailed, but those that were hand-delivered to the polling locations here in Maricopa County. There's about 175,000 of them in all. We're only going to get a fraction of them, but those ballots are going to be able to be an indicator to what we should expect from that next 150,000. And why is this important? Because so far, Donald Trump has maintained a pace of these uncounted ballots dating back to last night of about winning 59% of the share of those votes. If he is able to maintain that pace, he will catch up or eclipse to Joe Biden. So the big question tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. local, 11 a.m. Eastern, is what does that batch of about 75,000 ballots look like? Is it 59% or is it going to be 55%? Democrats, the Biden campaign, hope that that number is going to be different for a number of reasons. And one of those numbers, for an example, being that Democrats were so wholly urging folks in this last week to not mail in their ballots because of concerns about the Postal Service, instead to go in person. So they're hoping that they saw a higher share of Democratic voters as well as independent voters go that route, and that 59% will actually be a lower number and able to stave off Donald Trump from catching up to Joe Biden here in the state of Arizona.
Very, very well explained. That's what we were looking for in that first 75,000 votes, which will give us, I think, a decent indication of the way things are going to go. Vaughn Hilliard, thank you for that. We're going to turn now to Nevada, where the race is closer, less than 12,000 votes separating the candidates, but there is a lot of vote out, particularly from the biggest county, the biggest pool of votes in Clark County there. Megan Messerly is a politics reporter with the Nevada Independent. She's been following the election on the ground. Megan, when can we expect more vote totals from Nevada? What can you tell us about where they might come from?
Yeah, so we're looking right now at about 190,000 outstanding ballots across Nevada. 90% of those are from Clark County, and a lot of those are mail ballots. That's what we're expecting to get tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Clark County election officials have told us today that they are counting 51,000 ballots. Those are going to be mail ballots, and if it's anything like what we saw today, we saw a very small number of mail ballots come back from Clark, only about 14,000, but those votes broke 2-1 for Joe Biden. So we're expecting to see some big movement in those numbers that come in tomorrow morning. Yeah, so I just want to, just for folks that are tracking this with the various categories overlaid them, as we were talking about Pennsylvania, you've got, areas that are more or less Democratic, more or less Republican, and then voting method. And in both cases in Pennsylvania, you're seeing that voting method has polarized, Democrats doing better in mail-in voting. But then when you combine that with areas that themselves are Democratic, you're getting pretty large margins, like in Philadelphia. What I'm hearing from you is that when you think about Clark County, which is a fairly Democratic county in terms of its performance overall, and mail-in votes in Clark County, that the sample we have thus far show them as quite Democratic votes, the ones that we have, and a big pool of those votes are coming tomorrow. That's correct. Yeah, you have to think about Nevada's sort of three distinct areas. You have urban Clark County, where Las Vegas is, heavy, Democratic voter registration advantage there. That, like you were mentioning, Chris, coupled with the preference among Democrats for mail-in voting, means that we've seen that big landslide there. Washoe County up north, where Reno is, a little bit more split, though the votes that came in today leaned a little bit more for Biden. And then rural Nevada, obviously very conservative. Those votes were splitting 2-1 for Trump today. All right, Megan Messerly, thank you. That was great. Of course, the big story tonight, the numbers coming out of Pennsylvania, which has shown the president's lead shrinking and shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. We have Kornacki standing by ready to jump in as soon as we get any updates. We're looking for them. Stick around.
The president, his advisors, and his campaign altogether are clearly flailing as it becomes clear their paths to victory are vanishing. Today, the former acting director of national intelligence, Rick Grinnell, after baselessly alleging all kinds of voter fraud in Las Vegas press conference, literally ran away from MSNBC reporter Jacob Soboroff.
Can you talk about the evidence? You are claiming thousands of illegitimate votes here in Nevada. What's the evidence?
You should go in and ask the question of the Clark County,
No.
which you haven't done
You guys
yet,
just made the claim. No, in fact, you also said there's no election observers. There's Democratic and Republican election observers inside. Mr. Grinnell, former DNI Grinnell, acting DNI. Where's the evidence of the fraud? You haven't presented any evidence of fraud.
Yeah, that's Rick Grinnell. The Trump campaign has no evidence, just hollow arguments and lies. This afternoon, it was, I think, a pivotal moment in the Trump presidency, what I think is probably the end of the Trump presidency, probably. The president himself finally emerged today in the White House East Room to deliver more of the same nonsense. And here is how that looked on MSNBC.
If you count the legal votes, I easily win. If you count the illegal votes, they can try to steal the election from us. If you count the votes that came in late, we're looking at them very strongly, but a lot of votes came in late. I've already decisively won many critical states, including massive victories in Florida, Iowa, Indiana, Ohio.
Okay, here we are again in the unusual position of not only interrupting the President of the United States, but correcting the President of the United States.
Olivia Nuzzi is, so what is the mood like in the White House right now? Joining me, Olivia Nuzzi, Washington correspondent for New York Magazine. Olivia, do they understand the math in the White House?
No, I wouldn't say that exactly. On election night and last night, the president's mood was described to me as being pretty grim. He had already resigned himself to the fact that he was going to lose. And then I spoke to someone who spoke to him on the phone this morning and said that he had kind of woken up all, quote, fire and brimstone, to use their words, and was ready to fight and thought that there was a path forward. But in doing that, we saw he tweeted, "Stop the count." This person who spoke to the president told me that they had to explain to him that stopping the count would actually force him to lose the election because he is down right now, and stopping the count right here would mean that he automatically loses. And they had a back and forth about what he actually meant and whether or not people were taking him literally when he said that he wanted to stop the count. He didn't think that people thought that he was being literal, and this person had to explain that they did, in fact, think that he wanted to stop the count. So things are going pretty much as they always have been going in this White House, which is the president is saying things that are not true, that he doesn't understand. He's facing consequences for that, and he is looking for people to blame. And he's really been doing this for weeks and weeks. But he's just out there doing it, I guess, a little bit more openly right now. But it's kind of remarkable how much things really are the same as they have been for weeks and weeks, as it gradually really dawned on the president that he would probably lose to Joe Biden.
Yeah, the stop the count thing was interesting. I mean, if we stopped all counting right now, the president would lose because he is losing Nevada and he's losing Arizona. And those combined with Wisconsin, Michigan, and that Omaha, Nebraska congressional seat elector would make Joe Biden the president. So he can't, they have to keep counting. He wants them to count the states that he could come back in and stop counting the ones he's ahead and throw out ballots he doesn't like. I mean, one thing that a lot of people have been texting me and talking to me about, like, well, can they do it in the Supreme Court? And, it seems to me that you can't litigate your way out of a 50,000 vote margin. You can't litigate your way out of an 80,000 vote margin. You might be able to litigate your way out of a 1,200 vote margin in a state, but do they understand that? I mean, that's the reality. At a certain point, I started hearing people today talk about, well, the state legislator Republican, should do a different slate of electors, which to me indicates they understand they're hosed.
Right. I mean, talking to this advisor who spoke to the president this morning, they were talking about how a couple of weeks ago the campaign started to talk about getting legal teams in place just in case they needed to file any lawsuits. We saw the New York Times reported yesterday, Annie Carney and Maggie Haberman, that Jared Kushner said they were looking for their James Baker, and what they ended up with was like Pam Bondi, Corey Lewandowski, and Rudy Giuliani, not exactly sending their best. So you would think that they would have had a legal team in place to handle this stuff. But not only are they perhaps unaware that there is not a path forward legally, they also don't really seem to have anyone waiting in the wings to help them file or carry through any of these lawsuits.
Final question here is what comes next? I mean, I guess you don't know the answer to that. None of us do. One thing that's been clear to me in the way that Republican establishment figures and the institutional GOP has acted is I think they know or suspect he's going to lose. And I think it's interesting that he ran behind Senate candidates in states. He ran behind House candidates in House districts. There is a good case to be made that Donald Trump was an anchor on the ticket, that he was, if you look at Michigan, the Senate candidate, John James, did better than Donald Trump, and that was replicated a lot of places. And I got to imagine other Republicans look at that and think, maybe we don't actually need this guy as much as we might have thought we did.
Right. Well, I think you see that tension kind of playing out where you have Lindsey Graham. At first, I thought inexplicably coming out and saying he's going to donate $500,000 to the president's defense fund today. The Trump campaign obviously has been fundraising nonstop for the last 48 hours on this. And then you have other Republicans who have been silent. I guess it's this question of how much is the president's base going to remain energized and obsessed with him the way that they are now going forward? And is keeping those people reliable Republican voters, does that require being nice to Donald Trump and doing Donald Trump's bidding going forward, even if he's out of power? Or can we kind of just pretend that the Trump thing never happened and move on and act like basically it's 2014 again and move on from there and have, Nikki Haley or Kristi Noem or someone like that take the lead of the party? And I think that the answer to that question is probably not going to be it's not going to really be clear to us for probably a number of months.
All right, Olivia Nuzzi, thank you so much for that. Joining me now is Maria Urbina. She's the National Political Director, Chief of Staff at Indivisible, Progressive Grassroots Movement, also a former Senior Advisor to Senator Harry Reid, knows the state of Nevada well, and Dave Wasserman, House Editor of the Cook Political Report. Dave, I want to talk about one of the most fascinating things we see emerging is this difference between the president's performance and other Republicans' performance. I mean, the Republican Party that was not Donald Trump had a pretty good night. House candidates had a very good night. Senate candidates had a pretty decent night, given the field. And Donald Trump is going to lose the national popular vote by probably 5 million votes. How do you understand those different results?
Well, first of all, he's going to lose the popular vote by more than 5 million. We're looking at potentially a popular vote margin when all is said and done between 4 and 5 points, which is a lot better for Biden than it looked initially on election night. Look, I disagree with your earlier observation that Trump might have been an anchor for down ballot Republicans. In fact, if there was a blind spot that we analysts had looking at the down ballot races, it might have been that Donald Trump is the best of both worlds for congressional Republicans, because not only does he drive out low propensity voters who are Republicans, but he also gives independent voters an opportunity when he's on the ticket to vent their anger at Trump at the top of the ballot and then cross over and vote for a Republican they might not mind lower level. And that, I think, saved a lot of suburban districts that otherwise might have been in jeopardy on the trajectory we saw from 2018.
This is such a great point. Just to zoom in on that, and thank you for making that clarification. So you're a sort of lifelong Republican suburban voter who just can't handle Donald Trump. You hate him. And you go out in 2018, Trump's not on the ticket, you vote for the Democrat to send a signal. You come back in 2020, you could just vote against Donald Trump and then say, I'm a little worried about the Democrats. I want to sort of balance that and vote and split my ticket. That's what you're saying. There's some pool of voters that did that this time around, and it's pretty significant for those House races.
Yeah, when we calculate the crossover districts, the districts that voted, one way for president and another way down ballot, I suspect we're going to see an awful lot of suburban districts that voted narrowly for Biden and also voted for a Republican member of Congress. But look, there's no question that part of Democrats' big problem in the House, the reason why their majority is likely to get cut in half probably, is that catastrophic loss of support among Hispanic voters. Yeah. Democrats have to take a look in the mirror in places like South Texas and in Miami, because they absolutely got crushed when it came to the margin swing. And let's face it, the Democratic Party today is really pretty out of touch with these voters.
Yeah, Maria, what do you think about that as someone who has worked in this space and worked in Nevada politics, obviously, when you look at what has happened in this election, particularly with Latino voters?
Yeah, I think specifically to that point, it might be an oversimplification. I do agree that we need to get in there, look at the precinct level, and really see what happened in those places you just mentioned. But I do think when you look at places like Nevada, like Arizona, like Georgia, like PA, you're going to see a community that looks unique and that is going to be really important to the margin. I was on the ground in Nevada for Senator Reed's 2010 reelect. It was a referendum on the anti-immigrant sentiment. When you look at what happened in Arizona, over the last 10 years, movements there have been building what you're seeing happening what you're seeing happening now, right? You're seeing movements like Lucha and Mi Gente who built power because Joe Arpaio was targeting them, and they're doing the #1 job, which is trying to get Donald Trump fired. So I just want to point out that, only focusing on South Florida or South Texas oversimplifies a part of the electorate that has a lot of nuance, that based on where they are regionally in the country. For example, in Arizona and Nevada, Latinos have much more of an immigrant identity. They have much more of a working class identity. And so you're going to see them deliver for Joe Biden in those states. So I just want to make sure we're unpacking that a little more, because it could create some really unfair takes around the coalition. Well, let me ask what your 10,000-foot view of the coalition is. I mean, this election result, I think people's perception of the election result, especially among Democrats, is heavily influenced by the way it's rolled out. And I think that if all the votes have been counted, every vote in the country had been counted on election night, it would have just been a very different emotional experience for what is, I think we can safely say, the majority of Americans that voted against Donald Trump. What is your sort of view of what we're seeing come into focus about what it means for the Democratic Party, for the broader coalition that makes it up? So I think you're right that folks were experiencing last night with a lot of nerves, right? I'm in movement, so I'm always thinking about how are we organizing? How are we making sure we're staying focused and calm and confident in what we're building towards? But I do agree with you that folks have been indulgent in some of those nerves, and we got to look at what we know right now. We got to look at what we're going to learn as these numbers come in, as counting finishes. If you look at the New American Election Eve poll, you look at what the estimated turnout was in Nevada, 250,000 Latino turnout estimated, 700,000 in Arizona, 300,000 in Pennsylvania, right? Those things all get lost when we kind of are only moving in one-dimensional part of how we talk about Latinos in this country.
Dave, one thing I think that has also gotten lost is it's hard to beat incumbent presidents. Just as a historical fact, there's tons of political science literature on this. It doesn't happen a ton. And, the fact that he is going to lose this, like you said, the popular vote margin here, again, that's irrelevant to the Electoral College and it's irrelevant for the constitutional sense. But just in terms of who came out and voted for who and what the national mandate is, I mean, he is probably going to lose, when all is said and done, I think, the popular vote by a larger margin than Mitt Romney did in 2012, which, people view that, I think, election as fairly decisive. So it says something, I think, about his broader political popularity throughout the country.
Yeah, look, you can stack this up, and it's going to be pretty bad for Trump by the end of it. But it's also pretty scary for Democrats in the sense that the margins in the decisive states were really not that large compared to what the eventual popular vote is likely to be. So this gap between the Electoral College and the popular vote, it might be an even greater gap than the one in 2016, even if Biden managed to win Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin by a much larger raw vote margin combined than Trump did in 2016.
It's such a great point when you think about, if there's if he ends up winning nationally by 5 million or 6 million votes, somewhere in that neighborhood, that we're still talking about 150,000 voters changing their minds over 3 states, 200,000 voters out of the, the millions upon tens of millions that were cast. Maria Urbina and Dave Wasserman, thank you both so much. We're coming up on 1 a.m. on the East Coast. Right now, as I speak to you, there are people in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, loyal, dedicated, hardworking civil servants counting ballots. And all eyes are on them and their state, where Joe Biden's closing that gap very fast. We'll go back to Steve Kornacki for an update at the top of the hour when our coverage continues right after this. All right, it is 1 a.m. on the East Coast. We seem to be getting close to media outlets possibly declaring a winner in the 2020 presidential election. We are not there yet, and I have zero control over it, as it should be. Those calls are made here in NBC by the great people at our decision desk. They're made at other outlets by sort of separate entities. And honestly, let me just break the fourth wall here. If you're watching this right now, you want to find out who's going to be the next president of the United States, and you want the media to make those calls. Again, counting the votes is what matters here, and the result being the result. And I think the prudence and caution that's being shown, I think, across the board right now is all to the good of American democracy. We knew this would take a few days. 2 states right now are our focus at the moment. The first would be Georgia. That's a state the Democratic presidential candidate has not won in nearly 30 years. And the race there is almost laughably tight. Joe Biden is now within just 2,000 votes, and he has been gaining steadily on Trump. Again, 2,000 out of 5 million cast. Biden appears potentially poised to take the lead as those final votes come in. So we're looking at that. Now, meanwhile, the sort of all eyes of the nation right now are on those folks, those fine folks who looked like they just ran over from an airport where they were directing planes, but they are not doing that. They are counting the votes of the American people who are selecting their leader. And the vote count continues in Pennsylvania. They are planning to, God bless them, count through the night. The remaining votes, which are vote by mail, appear to overwhelmingly favor Joe Biden based on what we have been seeing for 2 days now. So if things go the way they seem to be going as those ballots are reported out, Biden could take the lead in that crucial state very soon. And if Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania, he will be the president-elect. Based on what we have so far, particularly in Michigan and Wisconsin. Right now, our characterization of that race with 22,576 vote margin is too close to call. But you don't want to hear me talk about numbers. You want to hear Steve Kornacki talk about numbers. And I'm joined now at the big board by the one and only Steve Kornacki, who has the latest what's up and what's going on.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, Pennsylvania, there it is, 22,576. That's where it was the last time we checked in. You show the shots there. Philadelphia, they're continuing to count those votes. So we're awaiting. As you say, we're at the mercy of them when they decide to report out another batch. We will see what that does to that statewide count. I have been monitoring through the internet here. There's a live stream of the Delaware County absentee ballot count. But they shut the lights off a few minutes ago, so that's not a good sign.
Steve, I like to think that as America has been watching you for the last few days with your image burned in their retinas, that your version of Steve Kornacki is some guy counting votes in Delaware County and Pennsylvania that you have been watching. That's who you have had your eyes glued on. But so Delaware, does that mean that Delaware County is not going to report out tonight, or we don't know?
That would be my guess. They have
count in the dark.
8, 9 camera angles on there. I think one might be the cafeteria and not much light in the building. So I don't think we're going to get anything more out of Delaware County, which is right outside of Philadelphia. Philadelphia, as you can see, the question there is when is the next update and how much is going to be included in it? We saw 13,000 votes in the last one. We're also waiting. There are more votes in Bucks County. There are more votes in Lehigh County. There are a ton more votes, by the way, 35,000 in Allegheny County. If you're wondering why we haven't been talking about Allegheny County, it's because they're going to count those and report those out tomorrow. Well, I say tomorrow. It's Friday. They're going to later today. Friday is when they're going to do that. There had been an issue involving some of the ballots there, so for a legal reason, they couldn't count them today, so they can resume the counting tomorrow out there. But that's another big batch that nothing is happening on tonight. But still, there may be other votes coming in from other non-Philadelphia counties. If they do, we'll see what that does to the margin. And if we don't get that, we are still waiting, as we say, on updates from Philadelphia throughout the night. We are also waiting. Georgia, we've mentioned 1,709. The big one here where I think there's been a lot of suspense is Clayton County, overwhelmingly Democratic, sitting on a bunch of ballots. There was a release a few minutes ago here of literally dozens of ballots. They've done this a couple times tonight where they spit out 35 50 votes, something like that. We just got one of those. That's the movement. Look, when the margin is this close and we're down to this few places, we're looking for everything we can find. That's what you got recently out of Georgia, 1,709 votes, Trump's lead statewide. But obviously, we were wondering if there's sometime soon going to be a significant update there from Clayton County would have an effect there. And again, we're in the early hours of Friday morning, so I might as well tell you we're starting to count down. By starting to count down, I mean we're about 8.5 hours away from Maricopa County out in Arizona, giving us another big update there that could be clarifying. But for the immediate future, it's the city of brotherly love we're all waiting for.
Yeah, let's, on the off chance that anyone had the utter audacity not to be watching us an hour ago and is tuning in now, just to run this math real quick for folks, again, you know, the number of votes, mail-in votes outstanding in Philadelphia, and how those margins have been breaking and what that means for the difference, because I think it's pretty clarifying when you kind of get that in your head about where we are positioned.
Yeah, so let's, there are basically 59,000 absentee ballots, mail-in ballots, that are left to be counted in Philadelphia. Now, if we look inside Philadelphia here, overall, Joe Biden's getting 80% of the vote in Philadelphia. Heavily Democratic city, Biden's doing incredibly well there. But the absentee portion of this, the mail-in portion, Biden is getting, I'll put it up here, 91%. I think I have to press this. That would have been more dramatic if I did that. 91% is what Biden has been getting of the mail-in vote. So, and that's been steady. So 91% of, if you have 59,000, if that holds, you know, he's netting more than enough, you know, to overtake Donald Trump statewide.
Yeah,
so
that's, so just to get that number, that's about 53,690. And then you got to, you know, less out the remaining, you know, whatever, 5,000 votes, but you're looking about a net of 48,000 votes. So if the outstanding Philadelphia, we're just talking about Philadelphia, outstanding Philadelphia mail-in votes continue to break in the way that they have broken fairly consistency. This has not moved up and down a ton. You're looking at a maybe 48,000 swing towards Joe Biden, which would, you know, overtake and then put him 26,000 votes up. In Pennsylvania, again, just Philly, just in Pennsylvania, and we think we might get a few more bursts of those votes out from that city in the next hour or two, three, right?
Right, and that's why we're, you know, all eyes are kind of on it overnight, because we think we will get, you know, more updates here. It's been I've been trying to divine kind of a pattern here from their results, because sometimes they do them, you know, an hour and a half, 2 hours apart. Sometimes they do them much longer apart. Sometimes they release 13,000 votes, sometimes 4,000. So I have no idea what goes into that formula. Yeah. But, you know, we just had a big one now, probably about 2 hours ago. We're waiting to see if we get another big one. We're also waiting to see, you know, other places that have significant outstanding mail-in ballot right now. As I say, here, Lehigh County, Allentown, there's about 10,000. You know, there's 35,000 in Pittsburgh, Allegheny County. Just looking here, the other big ones here. Yeah, we've got a couple others, 3,000, 4,000. Actually, these are the biggest at this point, I would say. The 59,000 that you got in Philadelphia, the 10,000 that you got in Lehigh. Oh, and then you got 10,000 more as well in Bucks County. These are the 10,000 and above club. Here you go. You're looking at it.
All right. Steve Kornacki, thank you for that update. We're all just watching, waiting for some sort of Pavlovian ring of the bell that will tell us that there are new votes out there, and we will come back to you. One of the big questions as the presidential election seems to maybe be getting close to what looks like a finish is what we will hear from Joe Biden. For the latest on that, the Perspective Biden campaign, I'm joined by NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli, who is at Biden HQ in Wilmington, Delaware. What has today been like for the Biden camp?
Well, Chris, for the third night in a row, a parking lot that has been staged for a pandemic-appropriate victory celebration did not see one. Of course, there was a time during the day Thursday, though, where the Biden team seemed to think that that was possible. All day we were watching as there were sound checks. There were folks walking around on the stage making adjustments with potential remarks last night from the vice president in mind. The Biden team has been confident all along, increasingly so as the day went along, that the numbers coming in, especially out of Pennsylvania, was on a track to put him over the top. But that count, as we all know, anybody still watching knows, slower than anybody was hoping for at this point. So rather early in the night, actually, the Biden team made the decision to essentially say, not tonight. They do expect by this point tomorrow, perhaps, that he will be the president-elect of the United States and that he will have an opportunity to address the country. But instead, what did we see from Joe Biden on Thursday? Going about the business of preparing to govern. He and his running mate, Senator Kamala Harris, had two briefings, one on the pandemic, one on the economic crisis still unfolding. This, as of course, we had already seen their transition website posted. While his campaign is focused on the data, on the numbers, Biden trying to send the message to the country that he is ready to govern at this point, Chris.
We've had some reporting from Carol Leonnig of the Washington Post, is also a colleague of ours here, about Secret Service ramping up their protection of the former vice president. Obviously, this is a man who's had a Secret Service detail for years because he's the vice president of the United States. Then the nominee, they get Secret Service details. What's your sense of that? Do you know anything more about that?
No, I mean, there's nothing that we've seen. In fact, today, the security bubble around the area where we are in downtown Wilmington seemed a little bit lighter for much of the day, which struck me as a bit odd. But certainly, I think over the course of the next 24 hours, if these numbers continue to go in the right direction for the Biden team, that will change very dramatically. And Chris, I think as you would understand, this is a good sign, right, for a country that has been seeing norms shattered during the Trump presidency, that there are parts of this government that continue apace, that no amount of comments from the President of the United States in the briefing room tonight can do. As I've been talking to Biden campaign officials about the transition, this is another thing that they're saying as well, that among the rank and file, non-political staff within the agencies of the federal government, there is cooperation. Everything that, according to federal law, is required of them to be preparing for a transition is well underway. They're actually pleasantly surprised to see a lack of interference on that level. So perhaps we'll see that continue. And then the question is, what does the president do? Because it's all bifurcated at this point. There's everybody else, and then there's the president of the United States. And how he responds will be, of course, another big story once we move forward, if we can make a call in the next few hours or at least days.
All right. Thank you so much, Mike Memoli. Thanks for being here. For more on what's happening in the crucial state of Pennsylvania, I'm joined now by the former governor of that state, Democrat Ed Rendell, also who is the mayor of Philadelphia, a city that we're all watching right now. What is your sense of things right now?
Well, Joe Biden will carry the state by 60 to 80,000 votes, somewhere in that margin.
And you're pretty confident that as you look at the margins, you look at what's coming out from Philadelphia, you look at the outstanding areas.
Sure, just Philadelphia and Allegheny County alone will probably make up about 50,000 votes margin, and the other parts of the state 25 or 30.
You know, when you take a step back and you look at Pennsylvania politics, Pennsylvania has been a hotly contested swing state for as long as I have covered politics, the last 20 years or so. What do you see when you look at the results as they appear they will be in the end about this state and this campaign?
Well, you see the deep divisions that are somewhat similar to the divisions in the country, Chris. Yeah. We have rural Pennsylvania that voted overwhelmingly for Donald Trump. And a lot of those are white working class folks who used to be Democrats or still are Democrats, voted for Donald Trump because they're angry, they're bitter, and nothing that he seems to do distracts them from their anger. Their anger should be directed at him because he made a ton of promises in 2016 and he hasn't kept any of them to working class Pennsylvanians. But nonetheless, they stuck by him in almost record numbers. I thought we'd win this by 200,000. I predicted we'd dramatically increase our margin in the Philadelphia and Pittsburgh suburbs, and we did. It's the reason we've eventually won the state. But I also predicted that Joe Biden would do much better in all of the red counties, where Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton 70-30 in Cambria County. Joe Biden would lose at 65-35. Well, that didn't happen. It didn't happen almost anywhere except for Lackawanna County, which is Joe's home county. But the margins stayed the same or even went up a little.
Yeah.
So that's because Joe Biden is a blue-collar guy, and I thought he'd cut into the margin that Donald Trump had achieved, but he didn't. So I think the divisions are deep, and that's why I think Joe Biden is maybe the best possible human being to be president at this time for this country, because he knows how to bring people together, knows how to bring Republicans and Democrats together. He's a good person at a time when we need goodness big time in this country.
Yeah, that point you make, you know, if you talk to Democratic politicians in a lot of states, and not just Pennsylvania, your home state, but Ohio, who have been in politics for 20 years, they have seen this sort of gravitational force of the urban-rural divide, which always existed to a certain amount, just get wider and wider and wider and wider over time, where those margins, which I'm sure when you were running for governor, there's rural counties you maybe weren't carrying, but maybe you're losing 55-45, that are now 70-30, 75-25.
Well, the amazing thing was it used to be that there were 18 counties in southwest Pennsylvania. The Democrats carried 15 or 16 of them regularly. I think I carried 4 out of the 18. But we're now carrying 2 or 3, Allegheny, and 1 or 2. A county like Westmoreland used to be a big Democratic county. Now it's one of the best producing Republican counties in the state. It's not really that rural. It's a little bit rural, but it's more exurban than anything else. And it's mostly white, it's mostly middle class, mostly non-college educated. And we used to do well there, and we're getting clobbered there.
Yeah.
Clobbered there.
That's one of the underlying trends that we've seen throughout the last 4 years, but even before then, actually, even before Donald Trump. Former Governor Ed Rendell, thank you for being with me. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Still to come, no pressure to those vote counters in Pennsylvania. You guys do your thing with accuracy over speed. We are closely monitoring their progress. Doesn't seem to be a ton of them in there right now. I'm not judging. I'm just observing as Biden inches closer to a victory. Plus, the latest on the tight race in Georgia. That is next. Our dear colleague, NBC News Decision Desk Director John Lipinski is now saying it might not be possible to call Georgia's presidential race for weeks. That's because of how narrow that margin is and the fact there might be a recount. We do already know that Georgia results are getting tighter even as we speak, and I think we may even be tighter than what we're showing right there, depending on the reporting that's coming out of Clayton County. Donald Trump's lead is shrinking by the hour. And when you take a step back, again, we're all minutely following these votes minute by minute. It's very hard to get perspective. Georgia being here is an astounding result, not least because for a long time, Georgia was considered a deep red state, not a competitive state. That has been changing. You might remember in 2018, Democrat Stacey Abrams came within less than 1.5 percentage points of beating Republican Brian Kemp in the race for governor. Kemp was also the Georgia Secretary of State, overseeing that election at the time. He mounted a concerted voter suppression campaign. Greg Bluestein is a political reporter at the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and he joins me now. Greg, just the latest in terms of the sense you're getting from the election officials in that state of their projections for timelines and things like that.
Very scattered. We expect more ballots to be counted, absentee ballots in Gwinnett County to be counted later on this morning. And we expect Clayton County's ballots are continue to be counted right now. That is the most Democratic county in Georgia. It's not the biggest trove of Democratic votes in Georgia, but it's the most solidly blue county in Georgia. And so Democrats are pretty optimistic still that as those Clayton County votes get tallied, it could put them, if not over the top, right there.
It's an astounding thing to consider. I mean, it was actually a relatively close race in 2016. I think it was at a 5-point margin between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And then, 2 years later, a 1.5-point margin in that state gubernatorial. What's the reaction to of politicians, the political class of Georgia, to the fact that they now find themselves there on a knife's edge?
Yeah, I mean, look. Those of us who've been following politics in Georgia know that this wasn't some sort of electoral switch that flipped overnight. This has been probably more than like a decade in the making here in Georgia. And Republicans recognized, especially after that 2018 midterm with the very close race between Stacey Abrams and Brian Kemp, that they had to be on the defensive, that it was a wake-up call to them. David Perdue, who's looked like he might be in a runoff with Jon Ossoff, said at an airport hangar weeks after that 2018 midterm that Republicans have to fortify. They've got to double down. They've got to play defense in a state like Georgia. They can't be complacent. And he was right, because right now Georgia is about as big of a battleground as you can get, as you can see from those results right now.
You are going to be the center of the political world very shortly, it appears, because Georgia state law, you have a regularly scheduled Senate race that's between Perdue and Jon Ossoff, David Perdue and Jon Ossoff, the incumbent, and then you've got that open seat that was Kelly Loeffler was appointed to it. She had to defend it, and that open seat is going to go to a runoff. So you're going to have two runoff elections, it looks like, in Georgia in January, probably to decide who controls the United States Senate. It's going to be wild.
Mind-blowing, right? If you think about our two Senate races up until November, $200 million was spent on ads for those two races. I think that you can, come close to maybe doubling that in the next 9 weeks. This will go through the holidays. This will go through New Year's. It's going to be an enormous amount of political attention on Georgia. And it was going to be like this even if Senate control wasn't hanging in the balance. I think that would have been seen as a referendum on President-elect Biden or on President Trump's second term. But now that we think that Senate control is hanging in the balance, it's going to be just nuts.
Yeah, every voter, I mean, every political worker in the country, everyone invested, every donor and every voter in your state and from other states who's watching it, who wants to send a message post this election, the first big chance they're going to get is in your state of Georgia.
Yeah, you're right. And, it's funny because Jon Ossoff has kind of been here because in the 2017 special election, that became a referendum that took on so many different narratives, a litmus test on the suburbs, a referendum on President Trump, right? And so now we're kind of there over and over again, but this time with the statewide race.
What is your sense of the governor and the Secretary of State, both of whom are Republicans, and their administration, the messages they're sending about confidence in the votes, in the confidence of the system, as the president calls them quite frequently into question without any real evidence in other states, not in Georgia so far. But I can imagine if Biden were to take the lead, that he might direct his rhetorical fire at them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you look at what happened, I should say yesterday, I was about to say today, but yesterday in Georgia, you had the Secretary of State's office holding not one, but two different press conferences to try to be transparent about vote counting. But then you see President Trump attacking, what he called the Democratic administration of voting in Georgia, when in fact there is a Republican who oversees elections in Georgia. That's Brad Raffensperger. And so I think privately, Republicans here, I know privately Republicans here are chafing at that. Publicly, they don't want to distance themselves one iota from President Trump.
That sounds familiar. Greg Bluestein, thank you so much for sharing your reporting with us. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
So one of the individuals who will be on the ballot is Reverend Raphael Warnock. He's a Democratic candidate for Senate in Georgia. He appears will be moving into a runoff election against Republican Kelly Loeffler in January. Reverend, first of all, congratulations on moving ahead to that runoff. What is your read on the situation in your state, which is going to be the center of the political world?
Thank you so much. It's great to be here with you. Listen, Georgia is changing. It is the battleground state, and this is not something that happened overnight. This is the result of work that's been going on for about a decade. We saw it most recently in the governor's race in 2018. Stacey Abrams came within 1.4% of winning, and that's while running against a man who was both her opponent and the umpire. He was calling balls and strikes, and with his thumb firmly on the scale, he barely slipped past her. Since then, we've registered 800,000 new voters in this state, and you're seeing the fruit of that work tonight.
Are you surprised, I guess is my question. I mean, I know that for people that don't work in politics, I think it can be very easy to underestimate how hard it is to get the last 2 points. Right? Like to get to 48 or to get to 46, it gets harder each inch you climb up to go from that to 50 plus 1. were you expecting what we saw? Are you surprised by it?
Well, I think it's an important lesson, a civics lesson, if you will, for folks who are paying attention. You know, I've been working in voter registration and mobilization now for years. I was spokesperson and then chair of the board for the New Georgia Project that registered hundreds of thousands of new voters in this state. And I say to folks who wonder if your vote counts, look at what's happening tonight. Your vote absolutely counts. And that's why I think folks in this state have been engaged, quite frankly, in voter suppression. But we're seeing an amazing turnout by the Georgia electorate. And I think it's because people understand that these are not just names on the ballot. As I've been moving across the state in my race, people recognize that health care is on the ballot. I'm in a state where there are 500,000 people in the Medicaid gap. 1.8 million Georgians have pre-existing conditions. And Kelly Loeffler, who I'm running against, seems to think it's a good idea to get rid of the Affordable Care Act in the middle of a pandemic. And so all of these things are on the ballot: a livable wage, ability to retire with dignity, to attend college, and not have a mortgage before you have a mortgage. These are the issues that have been driving Georgia voters out, and we're witnessing a sweeping change.
All right, Reverend Raphael Warnock, who will be on the ballot, who has moved to the next round in that runoff, a remarkable set of events in Georgia. We have tracked it here at MSNBC for a while. Thank you so much for making time. As we've been talking here, we got new numbers. Have been coming in a couple of key states, not necessarily the ones that you were thinking of. Is that enough of a tease? We're actually, all right, we're not going to go to break. Maybe we do have some new numbers. Let's go to Steve Kornacki. What do we got there, Steve?
Yep, we just got, Chris, some numbers from Philadelphia.
Oh, there you go.
And you can see here, and it's interesting, well, first of all, Donald Trump's lead down to 18,229. Remember, this had been 22,576 before this, so it's come down 4,300 votes with this update. Again, from Philadelphia, that Biden is winning overwhelmingly. Also, I think, it shows Philadelphia, it's been about 2.5 hours. I would say about 2.5 hours since their last update from Philadelphia. So they get another one out, brings it down to 18,200. They are working overnight. Clearly, they are still reporting these out. And we'll keep looking at this. We'll see what's to come here. We're trying to get a sense if there are any other counties in Pennsylvania that are doing this overnight. It may just be Philadelphia, but there is a significant update. Brings it further down, 18,229. And again, with this update now, the number of ballots we think are left in Philadelphia still sits at about 53, a little under 54,000 ballots left still in Philadelphia.
All right, so I'm backing out the math here, but that sounds to me like we got a 5,000 vote. We got 5,000 votes total and a margin of 4,300 votes.
Yeah, I can get the exact number here. Adam, what were the Biden-Trump splits for this?
There we go.
5,073 for Biden and 726 for Trump. So, yeah,
usefully representative, right? So this is what we're talking about, right? So you've got, when we talked to you early in the night, we had 59,000 outstanding.
Yep.
We get those in, and you're seeing, just an enormous spread that nets 4,300 votes for Joe Biden, and there's still 8 or 9 tranches of about that size left.
Yeah, that size, or the one before this, the last update before this, they put 13,000 ballots out, and that was when they did that Trump lead came down by about almost 11,000 votes at once. So the pattern is totally consistent here. Every single update we get of these absentee ballots, of these mail-in ballots, Biden is making gains. And every single one we get from Philadelphia, the gains are even bigger because Biden is just winning the mail-in vote by such an extraordinary margin there.
Do we also have any new numbers elsewhere?
Yes, Georgia.
Good. Okay.
So, here's the thing on Georgia. This happens sometimes with this system. There are new votes that were just reported out by Clayton County.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, and Clayton County, we'll just remind folks, Clayton County, right outside Atlanta, hugely, hugely Democratic area. They're sitting on a couple thousand. and they seem to be releasing these in very, very small increments. And they just did again, and our system has not actually, it's not caught up in our system yet. It soon will. But Joe Biden won 249 votes in the latest update from Clayton County, and Donald Trump won 19. So it's a 230 vote difference. So really what that does is that brings this down to 1479. Right. That is the new statewide lead for Donald Trump. That'll be reflected in our system, I imagine, soon, because, again, we're getting this directly from Clayton County's election website where they report out their vote. That is what they're currently now reporting, and it means, again, 1479 would be Donald Trump's lead statewide, and more to come in Clayton, more to come in Gwinnett, more to come in a lot of these Democratic counties. So plenty of votes there, certainly on paper, for Biden to catch Trump.
Yeah, let's just again, for people to understand the math trajectories here, because in some ways there's a kind of, in both these cases, and I don't think this is true in Arizona because it's a much less clear set of votes and what they're doing. In Pennsylvania and Georgia right now, the sets of votes we're looking at, it's like physics. I mean, they're on a trajectory, as it were. Right. When you say, well, you know, Clayton County dumped out these votes, it's 249 to 19. Again, sure. That's giving you a sense of what these margins are in very Democratic places using a method of voting that had already been polarized towards Democrats. You're getting margins like that.
Right. No, exactly. And it's not quite as the difference between Georgia and Pennsylvania on this. There is a difference, whereas, you know, I just showed you Clayton. It's already an 85% Democratic. I mean, whatever method of voting you're using, it's going to be that lopsidedly Democratic. The other counties in Georgia, though, the red counties in Georgia, when you look at these numbers, some of them Trump's not doing that bad when you do the absentee ballots.
Not like Pennsylvania.
Right. But even that was the big thing earlier, I think. You know, here we were looking in Forsyth County earlier in Georgia. Look, Trump's winning overall by a 2-to-1 margin. And we knew they were sitting on about 5,000 of these absentee ballots. And we said, well, geez, is this going to be one of these places where Trump actually in the mail adds some vote? And actually, there was one recent update. They've done 2 or 3 updates tonight. In one of the updates, Trump had slightly more than Biden. In the other 2 updates, Biden had more than Trump. And so it's just, again, Biden doing better in mail in Georgia and again in Pennsylvania, just absolutely dominating with it.
All right, and let me go. I want to hang on for one more second, which is that I don't know if we have new Arizona votes.
We do.
We do, right? I think there's a county outside Maricopa that gave us some votes.
We got good old Coconino County.
Coconino.
Home of Flagstaff.
Flagstaff.
Great scene from the old movie Vacation was filmed
and Navajo
there.
Nation as well.
And yes, and here we go. What we got here, this is a strongly Democratic county, but again, what we've been seeing in Arizona is the very specific type of vote that's now being tallied by these counties around the state is clearly favoring Trump. So the votes that just came in from Flagstaff actually went for Biden, but they went for Biden 53 to 47%. We're talking here about 6,000 votes, a little under 6,000 votes, 53 to 47% in a county that overall Biden's winning 61-37. So this actually, even though this pads Biden's statewide lead a little bit in terms of the votes he just picked up here, it continues the trend of this late vote that's being counted up in counties around Arizona is actually going better for Trump than the overall vote had been. So the big picture question here statewide in Arizona is once all of the counties, Coconino, Maricopa, everybody, Pima, once they all count up their votes, when you put those all together, does Trump get at least 59% of those from this last group that they're all in the process of counting out? If he does, he may very well erase all of that Biden lead and win the state. The number's about 59%. So even though he's only getting 47 in this update here, that might actually indicate, that's 10 points better for him. That's an improvement from baseline for him. So it might actually mean he's still on pace for that.
And I know we're getting absurdly technical, but it is 1:38 a.m., and so let's just do it. Vaughn Hilliard, one of the fascinating things, to the extent this stuff is fascinating in Arizona, right, is these different kinds of times that people are voting. There's different ways to vote in Arizona. There's a lot of mail vote. There's some people in person. Then there's a lot of people who mail in their vote or deposit in the last few days, and they count in these different categories of the kinds of ballots. And one of the things we're going to find out tomorrow morning from Maricopa, we think, is 75,000 votes that are people that drop them off on Election Day, And the hope/bet that the Biden folks are making is that that kind of behavioral voter, a drop them off on election day voter, is going to be more Democratic than the votes that were mailed in the few days ahead of time because Democratic messaging was so intense about don't trust the Postal Service. Did I get that right? Is that basically the...
That's it. I mean, if you look at it this way, right, there's two buckets here of the vote that's being tallied since in the last couple days in Arizona. There's two buckets. All of it you could call the late arriving absentee vote, the late arriving mail vote. The first bucket was the Saturday, Sunday, and I think a little some of the Monday before the election, but really the weekend before the election. These are votes that were received in the mail then. And there, Donald Trump in Maricopa County is getting about 59% of the vote. And that puts him, as we say, that puts him right where he wants to be if he wants to overtake him. Now, the new one, that Vaughn is talking about here is folks who, on Election Day, I'm not sure what I'm writing. I'm writing Election Day. On Election Day, I'll draw a picture of a car. Got in the car, drove it in. And what we know about these voters, the thing is we do have the stats on who took these ballots and returned them. It is a more Republican group, just when you look at it that way. So, the Democrats are making the argument that this will be more Republican than this. If they are correct about that, then, Trump's not going to hit his number. But the Republicans are making an argument that, hey, the bottom line here is Republicans vote on Election Day. So if folks are holding this mail ballot and going into the poll place on Election Day, that's Republican behavior. That's a thing a Republican would do. You hear the arguments from both sides.
I mean, we will see. Obviously, it's like when people have fights over their forecasting model. Like, we're going to find out. There is a sort of almost kind of comical reductio absurdum to the polarization of American life. It's like the Dr. Seuss, bread on the top, butter on top, butter on bottom. Like, what kind of behavior when you vote, having been sort of effectively polarized, over the course of this pandemic. Steve Kornacki, thank you for that update. Keep watching those numbers. We will keep you close. I want to bring in Sahil Kapoor, national political reporter for NBC News, Victoria DeFrancesco Soto, assistant dean at the LBJ School of Public Affairs at the University of Texas, Harry Litman, former U.S. attorney and deputy assistant attorney general. And Harry Litman, let me start with you, someone who worked both at Maine Justice and as a U.S. attorney. What is your assessment of the equal parts, to my mind, dangerous and awful, but comically inept legal strategy currently being pursued by the Trump folks?
It's really remarkable, Chris. They don't seem to have understood. It doesn't matter, these sort of ragtag scattershot claims. Oh, this signature doesn't match, and here we want to be closer. Unless they have an actual claim that would give them a victory, that would change things, they're dead. The strategy here is always get your guy ahead and then stop the counting. And in fact, the ground is shifting out from under them. One quick thing about Pennsylvania, there is no suspense here. This is indomitable. This is math. There hasn't been suspense for 36 hours. Every 100,000 votes that come in have been 75 to 80% for Biden. This last tranche that Steve just talked about was 86%. There is no way. That means every new 100,000 votes is a 50,000 vote gain for Biden. It's been remarkably consistent. He's now down 20,000 or so. The next 40,000 votes are going to put him over the top. And the odd thing about the legal strategy, I mean, Trump himself has been fairly quiet for 2 days, and they have these scattershot lawsuits, but not a one of them could possibly affect the outcome of the election. And in the meantime, probably by tomorrow, some networks are going to declare that Biden is the winner. And what happens then to the lawsuit that says these 23 votes should be discounted? It dries up and goes away.
Sahil, the president came out today. It was very expected. It was very in line with what he does. It was what he does on Twitter. He said a bunch of lies. He floated conspiracy theories that are baseless. He attacked essentially the basic underpinnings of free and fair elections in the American democratic system, as he has been doing. What do you think the effect of that was? I think there's a bunch of different ways you could read it. What was your read?
Well, Chris, I think it underscores the extent to which Joe Biden, if he does become president-elect soon, will still be governing what is effectively, in some ways, Trump's America. This is the first time a president of the United States in any of our lifetimes has approached an election this way, has so directly and frontally tried to delegitimize the results when they aren't going his way. And look, I mentioned this to you last, what was it, I think 24 hours ago when we last talked. I was in Arizona last week talking to the president's supporters, and they believe him almost to a person. I've spoken to dozens of them that if the president loses, there will be some fraud or illegality behind this. I emphasize again, there is no evidence of this, but the fact that people believe this underscores the challenge that Joe Biden will face as someone who's coming in and who has promised to try to unite this country, to try to be the president of everyone. That is very difficult to do when a huge chunk of the country does not believe you were legitimately elected. So he's going to be walking into uncharted territory here.
Well, it seems to me that was intentional, Victoria. I mean, the kind of seeding of this, I think, both out of his own sort of pathological narcissism, but also as a kind of political tactic, which is to say to deny legitimacy. It's obviously he got his start in his current incarnation in American national conservative politics, delegitimizing the president, Obama, and pursuing a conspiracy theory that he was not the legitimate president of the United States because he was born abroad, et cetera. This is perfectly a closed narrative arc for the president.
And so basically, the claims that he was making about President Obama, fast forward, got him elected. So I want to build on Sahil's comment. And I think that what President Trump has been doing in the last 48 hours is a short-term and a long-term strategy. I think in the short term, when the race looked a lot tighter when we went to bed on Tuesday night, it was about, if it was going to be super duper close, then he could drive a wedge. He could try to claim that it was stolen. He was grasping at straws. But I think that there is a longer term strategy, that there is going to be a Trump on the 2024 ticket, whether that's Donald Trump himself, whether that's one of his sons, whether that's Ivanka. He is building a base of support. He's already had that base, but he's building that base to letting them know that they have been wronged and that they need to go and right that wrong in 2024. So I think at this point, as the way the numbers are looking, it's with an eye to 2024.
I think that's almost certainly correct. Harry, Bill Barr, the man who runs the Justice Department, and I think has acted in many respects in utterly shameful ways with the power of that Justice Department, has been relatively quiet. There was some reporting about the Justice Department advising the FBI that they could send armed agents into counting facilities if they needed to. I couldn't quite tell how much that was, a threat or not. What is your read about the role that Barr has played thus far 3 days into this count?
Yeah, he has been silent, and he's been silent pretty much the last month. Perhaps he just concluded that this was going to be a losing cause that he didn't want to go down with, although, as you say, it hasn't stopped him in the past from championing the president. There was a threat, perhaps, that there would be people who would, that the Bureau or actually AUSAs would come in at the time of the vote. None of that materialized. The department hasn't really been a factor, and it's too late now for it to be a factor. I think he closed up his tent about a month ago. It's logical in a way, although it's inconsistent with how he's been to date. One big point is there's not all that much for him to do, for anyone to do. That's what people kind of don't grasp. There's not really a legal strategy here. That's why they're flailing about. He probably knows that. The White House may not, and he's keeping his distance.
Yeah, again, the margins matter here tremendously. You can. There's all kinds of ways you can work the margins of a 1,500 vote difference, which is what Florida was before the recount, which took it down to 537. You can't do that with 60,000 votes. You can't even do it with 20,000, really. It's just there's
Although they're going to try that in Wisconsin, which will be interesting. Can they extend things out as, say, happened in the the Al Franken Coleman, and then somehow try to drag things past December? I don't see it because, again, I think it's going to be a fait accompli by late tomorrow, and all of this is just going to seem, what it really is, which is he's the ultimate sore loser.
Sahil, what do you think about the Mitch McConnell and McConnellism, which to me is actually the kind of core of the modern Republican Party as much as Donald Trump is? I think of the modern Republican Party as a triumvirate of three men, John Roberts, Mitch McConnell, and Donald Trump, each representing different parts of it. And my guess is that the McConnell-Roberts part of it would be happy to leave the person of Donald Trump behind, even though there's a power in his base they would not like to leave behind.
It's a fascinating point, Chris. I feel like you and I could spend all night talking about that, but I will make one point about this. Mitch McConnell, as things look, is more likely than not to be the majority leader. There are two Georgia races that are headed to a runoff. One we've called, one we've not called, but almost certainly will be. And Democrats have to win both those two to get themselves to 50, in which case potentially Vice President-elect Kamala Harris would be the tie-breaking vote. If it's Mitch McConnell as majority leader, Vice President or President-elect, potentially Joe Biden's agenda would be dead. All the things he's talked about, healthcare, immigration, climate change, a big, multi-trillion infrastructure bill, that is not getting past Mitch McConnell's desk. And so if he is majority leader, it vastly diminishes the window for Joe Biden to do not only legislation, but to get his cabinet appointments through, to get potential judicial appointments through. We saw McConnell was very comfortable blocking the previous Democratic presidents' judicial appointments, including one to the Supreme Court. So the chasm between that and a Senate led by Chuck Schumer is the size of the Grand Canyon. You cannot overestimate how important these two races in Georgia are going to be in terms of Joe Biden, what kind of a president he's going to be, what he's going to get done, if anything, for the country if he is elected.
One of the reasons that one of the stupidest news cycles of my adult life was the court-packing news cycle, since it assumed a series of facts that did not happen, and yet we all spent a week on it. Dumb at the time, dumb now. Sahil Kapoor, Victoria DeFrancesco Soto, and Harry Littman, thanks for making time tonight. Don't go anywhere. Pennsylvania might not be done yet, and we aren't going anywhere, obviously. Our coverage continues after this. All right, so here's where we are right now. There is one state we're watching above all others this evening, and might be the reason that you tuned in, which is the state of Pennsylvania. The state of Pennsylvania shows a margin right now of just 18,229 votes between Donald Trump and Biden. There are over 100,000 votes still out, and those votes have been coming in at very, very wide margins for Joe Biden because they are mail-in votes, and the President of the United States successfully polarized mail-in voting along party lines. And so we have seen a steady, methodical, metronomic kind of diminution of the president's lead every hour or 2 hours as those votes come in. Philadelphia, the folks in Philadelphia are staying up through the night, and they are going to be counting through the night. And we will see where that goes. But the pace is set, as is the trajectory of where this ends up. Thank you for staying with us again tonight. Katie Term and Ayman Mohaldin pick up NBC's continuing coverage right after this.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to night 3 of MSNBC's continued special coverage of the 2020 presidential race. It is 2 a.m. on the East Coast, 11 p.m. out west. I'm Ayman Mohaldin.
And I'm Katie Tur. Here is where things stand right now. 5 key battleground states, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina are still too close to call. We've been watching as more and more votes trickle in tonight, moving this hotly contested race closer and closer to a resolution. In Georgia, the race is too close to call, with Joe Biden and Donald Trump separated by less than 2,000 votes right now, 1267. Reminder, this is the state of Georgia. All eyes are also on Pennsylvania, where Joe Biden has been chipping away steadily at the president's early lead. The vast majority of the outstanding votes in Pennsylvania are coming in mail-in ballots, and those have been breaking dramatically in Biden's favor. Winning the state would be enough to push him over the 270 threshold, making Joe Biden the president-elect. tensions remain high across the country as we patiently await those results.
All right, so Thursday evening, Donald Trump held a press conference from the White House. This marked the first time that we have publicly seen the president since 3 a.m. on election night. Now, during his remarks, Trump continuously made baseless and false claims about massive voter fraud and rallied against polling organizations saying they, quote, suppress the vote. Now, Trump has been blasting out similar falsehoods on Twitter all week long. They have been repeatedly flagged for misinformation. Now, as a result of that, we have seen supporters of the president rallying outside of ballot counting facilities. This was the scene a few hours ago in Maricopa County, Arizona, just steps away from where those last critical ballots are still being counted at this hour.
So let us start, as you know we will, with Steve Kornacki, who's at the big board. Steve, my eyes have been glued to the television. I'm blaming you because I haven't had a nap today, although I can't blame you because you have not had a nap either. Pennsylvania, we've been getting votes in from Philadelphia. What are we expecting to get in the next few hours?
Yeah, that's the question. And I think Philadelphia may be the only place in Pennsylvania to look for that in the next few hours. There are outstanding mail ballots, outstanding absentee ballots from a number of counties across the state of Pennsylvania, but it looks like the only ones who are going 24/7, who are up all night with us, are in Philadelphia, and they are continuing to count the ballots there. I've got some live streams keyed up here. I was watching some of the counts taking place in other counties, and I'm seeing dark rooms, empty rooms, chairs with nobody sitting in them. So it appears those places have shut down for the night, but Philadelphia continues to release votes. They're doing it generally every couple of hours. We had one, I would say, about 30 minutes ago that knocked another 4,500 or so votes off of Donald Trump's statewide lead. That now sits at 18,229. The Trump lead, 18,229. Just to give you a sense of what we are waiting on, Philadelphia itself, the number now is about 54,000 absentee ballots yet to be counted and released there. Biden in Philadelphia is winning the absentee vote right now. He's getting 90% of it, about 90% of it. Every collection of returns we have seen come out of there, it's been right at that level. So there's really not any reason to suspect it's going to change much as the rest of that vote is tallied up. There are also outstanding mail-in ballots, about 10,000 of them in Bucks County. There's about 10,000 of them in Lehigh County. That's where Allentown is. We know they are done for the night, so we won't get any more votes there in the next few hours. There are 35,000 uncounted absentee ballots in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh. There was a complicated sort of ballot issue there where the court stepped in and they could not count the ballots yesterday. Or I say yesterday. Yes, yesterday. They could not count the ballots Thursday. They can begin counting them again today, and they've got 35,000 to get through. And again, there's a scattering of ballots elsewhere. We have some in Delaware County as well. It's one of the places I've been keeping an eye on. The bottom line is the trend we've seen in this state is just very clear. It's very stark, and it's just consistent across the board. Joe Biden's winning the mail-in vote in Pennsylvania. He's winning the mail-in vote by extremely wide margins. He's getting about 3/4 of it across the state. Even the most Republican counties in Pennsylvania, when they count their mail-in ballot, which is what they've been doing here for the last day or two, it's going for Biden. So every place that we get a report from, Biden is gaining on President Trump. And you just look at the numbers here, the number of votes that are left out. You look at the fact he's winning, as I say, about 3/4 of it on average statewide. There are more than enough votes here for Joe Biden at the current pace to catch Donald Trump and to move significantly ahead of him. So it's just it seems like it's a question right now, unless there is a major change in this trend, unless we suddenly see vote returns and we say, geez, suddenly Trump is winning the same day, the absentee vote. Unless there's a major unforeseen change in the trend here, Biden is on pace to catch President Trump and to move significantly ahead of him in Pennsylvania as these remaining absentee votes are tallied up. So again, Philadelphia is the place to be looking right now for the next few hours. It's certainly a place I'm looking. They've got cameras there. I think we've been showing the scenes. It's a busy room still. So we may get another update or two in the coming hours from Philadelphia, and we'll see what that does. Presumably, how much into Trump's lead Biden is further able to cut. But that is the storyline of the night. There also, we can get into it if you want, Georgia. There's also some stuff going on there as well.
So let me ask you really quickly about that trend that you were talking about. In terms of the number, have you been able to deduce a percentage of how much Joe Biden has been consistently winning in these mail-in ballots to kind of anticipate when he may surpass Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, the number statewide, just if you average everything together that you're getting, Biden is getting basically about 75%, 76% of the mail-in vote. That's when you just average everything out. Now, this varies. In Philadelphia, deeply, deeply Democratic city, Biden's getting 90% plus of the mail-in vote, right? Now, then you go up to, I'll give you this one. We saw this one earlier come in, Carbon County. It's small Republican, overwhelmingly Trump County. This is a 2-to-1 Trump County overall. And yet, when they counted up the mail-in vote in Carbon County, Joe Biden was getting 63% of it.
Wow.
So in a Republican county, he's getting like 63. In heavily Democratic Philadelphia, he's getting 91. In Delaware County down here, he's getting 81% of it. It averages out to about 75% statewide, but that's consistent. We have not found any counties in Pennsylvania where Donald Trump is winning on that mail-in vote. So we haven't seen any county come in the mail vote and suddenly Trump's lead gets bigger. It only gets smaller. It only gets smaller. Remember, this thing was sitting election night into the next day. There were times here Trump's lead was sitting, hundreds of thousands of votes. And it's come down, and now we're looking at statewide. Let's get that called up again. 18,229. It is down to 0.3 of a point. President Trump won this state in 2016. His final winning margin was about 46,000 votes. That's already been cut by 2/3, you see. And again, it only seems to be moving away from him right now.
So, Steve, just to be abundantly clear, I know we're being cautious. We don't make the calls here. That is the NBC News decision desk. But when you look at all the trends in Pennsylvania, where the outstanding vote is, how Joe Biden has been doing with the vote that is currently outstanding, there's very little doubt that he is going to overtake Donald Trump, and what it seems to be by a significant margin.
Yeah, I mean, again, we looked at this and said if you gave him 75%, if Biden got 75% of what's outstanding, and let me get the exact number here of the votes that are left to come in Pennsylvania. Okay, so right now, the total number of uncounted mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania is about 163,000. Okay, that's a rough figure there, 163,000, give or take a couple thousand. Now, one thing that I think we should point out here that seems to be the case is they are opening these ballots. They're processing them. They're matching signatures. They're making sure they're valid. Remember, if you've been following this stuff very closely, in Pennsylvania, these ballots have to be in 2 envelopes. There's an inner envelope they have to be in. So a lot of counties, it seems, are finishing up their mail-in ballot counts, and not every one of them is turning into a vote that gets counted. Presumably, there are some administrative issues that are raised with some of these ballots. And so I'm just looking at counties that look like they've basically vote, they still have what are listed as uncounted mail-in ballots. So it may be that of this pool of 163,000, as they run through them tonight, tomorrow, maybe only about 140,000 or so. Let's be conservative here, right? Let's say maybe 140,000 of these are actually, right now in this first pass at least, are deemed valid votes and get counted and get included. Okay, so if you take that 140,000, right, let's take out the old trusty calculator, we'll give them 75%. That's a statewide average of 140,000. Any guesses here? Anyway,
105,000.
Bingo! 105,000. Eamon gets a gold star. So 105,000 to 35,000. 70,000 vote difference. So that would be Biden netting 70,000 votes. Oh, that's the wrong button. Biden would net 70,000 votes. And he's down by 18,000. So we'd be adding 70,000 here, right? He's down 18,000 now, so you can cut that down. 51,771. That would be Joe Biden's winning margin in Pennsylvania. If at this, you're not saying some of these mail-in ballots are not going to be counted because there might be some signature issues or something. He gets 75% of what's remaining. That's the ballpark, I think, of where this could land at current trajectory. So that's what we're seeing. It's one thing to see the trend in theory, on paper, on the screen. It's another thing to actually see it happen when the votes are counted.
So if he wins, if Joe Biden overtakes Donald Trump by a significant enough margin and wins the state of Pennsylvania, it's over. He's past 270. Yep. That is the whole shebang.
Here it is, our road to 270 map. Here's where we stand. The number of outstanding. Oh, look, the drama was ruined. It was already. It's supposed to be here. And then I say, Katie, he's got 253. But if he wins Pennsylvania, that would put Joe Biden over 270.
That's the math that I can do, because I know Pennsylvania has 20 electoral votes, and that's an easy amount of math that I can do. Can you run us through, just in case Pennsylvania breaks dramatically differently than what we all expect, or doesn't break as quickly as we expect it to break. Run us through what we're seeing in Georgia right now, because I know it's dramatically close there, and also what we're seeing in Arizona.
Yep, let's take a look at those. Get me over to Georgia. Okay. Here we go. In Georgia, the margin now, Trump's lead is 1,267 votes. And this continues to tick down very, very slowly. And what's happened here is we have now gotten a number of incremental reports. I think like 5 or 6 of these at this point from Clayton County. Clayton County, hugely Democratic territory. Look, Joe Biden's winning Clayton County 85% of the vote. This is the metro Atlanta area. There are still a number of uncounted absentee ballots here, mail ballots in Clayton County, and they are releasing these like 300 at a time. These are the kinds of updates we're getting. Every 30 minutes, 45 minutes or so, we keep getting that. So we've had 2 recent updates from Clayton County, one in the last 10 minutes, and they've had the result of the last 2 just cut about 500 votes off Trump's statewide lead. And there's more to come from there. So the ballots from Clayton alone, once they are all counted, Clayton by itself right now in isolation would put Biden over Trump, we think, statewide in this tally. It's not the only place with outstanding vote. Gwinnett County, this is Gwinnett County right here. There's outstanding vote in Gwinnett County. That's yet to be added. I think there may be a few votes left. This is Forsyth County. I think there may be a few votes left here. This is actually Republican territory. Trump not doing as badly with the mail-in votes here as he is in the Democratic areas. But there are some pieces of real estate here left besides Clayton County. But on the whole, there is clearly an opportunity here for Joe Biden to move ahead of Donald Trump and to take the lead in Georgia. The thing in Georgia that's different from Pennsylvania is you look at these and you don't see Biden with the potential to move ahead by like 50,000 votes. As we just showed you in Pennsylvania. And in Georgia, if you're within 0.5%, then the loser, well, any candidate, but presumably only the loser would want to, can ask for the recount. So you have that recount provision in place if this thing finishes either way within 0.5%. And certainly it seems very, very likely to do that. Plus, there's also these issues, just you get into the question of, can you call the state if Biden jumps ahead and you think every vote's accounted for? There's also this issue. There are overseas ballots, military ballots that theoretically can still arrive through, I was going to say through tomorrow, through the end of today. Okay, it's probably not going to be many, but there's a theoretical possibility that, hey, everybody who sent one might have sent it and it happens to arrive today. So those are the kinds of things I think that could cause a bit of a delay here in getting clarity, getting some kind of a call out of Georgia, even if Biden does move ahead here, which it certainly seems very, very possible he's going to. And then you mentioned, too, Arizona. We can just show you what's going on out in Arizona now. This is the difference. This is the opposite story. You know, in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, it's Biden trying to clean up on the late votes and trying to take the lead. In Arizona, it's Trump who's trying to do that. Trump trails. Biden's the one who has the statewide lead that keeps dropping. It's 47,000 votes for Biden right now. About 24 hours ago at this time, it was almost double that. It's dropped that much in 24 hours, and it's because the type of ballot, this is sort of the final grouping of ballots that's being counted up by these counties all around Arizona. This particular one, it's pretty clearly established now, is pretty Trump-friendly. The group of voters who make up this batch, pretty Trump-friendly. And so the key number here is Trump needs to get about 59%. This is a batch they're going to continue counting into tomorrow, I think. But Trump needs to, when all is said and done, get about 59% of what is left to be counted in Arizona to erase Joe Biden's lead and potentially win it himself. And so far, in this group of votes, Trump is getting 59%. So he's right on the line, and it just looks like this has the potential to be a real nail-biter when it comes down to it. And the next big signal I think we're going to get in Arizona is right here, Phoenix, Maricopa County. This is the biggie in Arizona by far. They say at 9 a.m. their time, which will be 11 a.m. Eastern time, they're going to release another gigantic batch of votes this morning. Yeah. They will release those. And so, again, that's the question. When those come out, we want to see, is Trump, is he at or is he near or above 59%? Okay, he still has a possible pathway there to carry the state. Or this is an argument Democrats are making. Democrats are saying, well, now, this is getting really technical, but they're saying within this very specific type of ballot that's being counted, they're now entering a more Democratic portion of them. There's a very technical reason for that.
I love that you love the technicalities, and then you're willing to dive into it at 2:18 in the morning.
2:18 in the morning is all about technicalities, isn't it?
This is the technical hour. This is when we want the technicalities. Let me just ask you really quickly, Steve, are we expecting numbers from Arizona and Georgia this evening like we are from Philadelphia?
Yeah, we just got one, from Coconino County, where Flagstaff is. Isn't it great?
I love that name.
Imogene Coca, the actress, was in Vacation, and she was in the famous scene in Vacation where they had her on the top of the car was in Flagstaff, Arizona.
Fun fact, 2:18.
So, yeah, that's...
Wait, Steve, hold on a second. We have a couple reporters who are standing in the cold that we have... We've got to get to. They've been patiently waiting for us. So, Steve, don't go anywhere. We're going to come back to you. So much more to go through. Let's go to NBC's Rahima Ellis in Philadelphia. Rahima, first of all, I'm sorry for making you wait. Philadelphia, though, is... I
love all of this stuff from Steve.
Good. It is the place to be. It is the place that could put Joe Biden over the top. Tell us what it's like.
Well, for a long time, people have been saying the Keystone State could be key in this election, and it looks like it's sizing up to be that. One of the things that's happening behind me right now is that the Philadelphia Election Commission has said that poll workers in this building have been working like crazy, and that's a quote. They're on 3 8-hour shifts, nonstop. They are going at it in terms of counting this ballot. There was a little pause on Thursday after the Trump administration or the Trump campaign had gotten a favorable ruling from the lower court that said poll workers were going to have to be allowed in there to watch what poll watchers, would be allowed in. They were allowed in, but at a closer distance to watch, about 6 feet socially distanced, because also wearing masks because of COVID. When that came down, the election officials here in Philadelphia wanted to take a close look at the court order, so they paused the counting for a little bit on Thursday morning. After they reviewed it, they resumed the counting. That was the only pause there has been in counting here in Philadelphia and at this Pennsylvania Convention Center since the election started, and we started counting ballots back in, seems like so long ago now, back on Tuesday. But one of the things that I think we should remember, just a little bit of history, when Donald Trump won Pennsylvania 4 years ago, it meant that Hillary Clinton had lost the state by less than 1% or 44,000 votes. The Democrats decided that they wanted to make certain that didn't happen again because it had been a long time before a Republican had ever won this state in a presidential election. I think it was 32 some odd years ago, back in 1988. that a Republican won. The Democrats mounted a big push here to make certain that they got out the vote. And so even in the face of coronavirus, where people are feeling a little bit uncomfortable about going to the polls, they had mail-in ballots. It's the first time here in this state that mail-in ballots have been used extensively in a presidential election. No excuse necessary. They've always had mail-in ballots, absentee ballots, but you had to give an excuse. You're out of town, you were sick, you couldn't do that. But that didn't happen this year. Anyone who wanted one could get one. And they sent out more than 430,000 mail-in ballots, and they got a lot of them back, and they're counting them furiously right now. The Secretary of State said on Thursday that she expected that they would hear something and know something about where these ballots and who had won all of these ballots before too long. She even thought it was going to be before the end of Thursday, but now we're into Friday. One other thing to tell you, they told us early in the week that they were counting these ballots here so furiously, about 10,000 per hour. Maybe it's down to about 8,000 per hour. People are a little tired, but they are still working hard at it. Katie, Amen?
Rahima, let me ask you, and picking up on that point that you just finished up there with, we now know what is happening inside with the poll counting. As we see this trend emerge that Steve just laid out for us and the hours ahead, what is the atmosphere like on the streets of Philadelphia? What is happening outside the convention center? Are we seeing any difference in the crowds? Are we seeing anything different in terms of the anticipation that may be coming out of that city, given what we're hearing from the White House and what the president is saying about this election, what he has said about the city of Philadelphia, and what is clearly now emerging as a trend with this vote counting?
Well, at this hour, in the 2 o'clock hour of the morning, there's not a whole lot of activity about anybody except folks like me. But earlier in the day, on Thursday, there was a contingent of Trump supporters who came to this building and who were shouting things saying to this effect that it's not fair. The counting is not going the way it should be. And even Corey Lewandowski, you remember that name, and Pam Bondi, Corey Lewandowski, who was Trump's campaign manager in 2016, he was here saying that they were not treating the Trump voters fairly. Even after they had won that decision by the lower court, which allowed for a closer distancing, if you will, of poll watchers in here. They were still saying things are not fair. And there is no question in Pennsylvania and across the country, the Trump team has been mounting a very aggressive campaign to intervene in the counting. But this state is saying, you're not going to do that. We're going to count every single ballot, no matter who comes out, the winner or the loser. They're not taking sides. They're taking a position of they're going to count everything. The activity we've seen from time to time, a lot of police cars, officers on bicycles. So there has been some motion and anticipation during the day. And I suspect we might see more of that when the sun comes up later today.
All right, Rahima Ellis, live for us in Philadelphia. Rahima, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Katie, let me ask you really quickly, though, just before we go out to Arizona and Von Hilliard, on the point that Rahima was talking about there about Trump supporters. Yeah. You know this better than anyone. This is a man whose followers follow his words. So when he stands up there at the White House today, when he talks about votes being stolen across the country, the end result is you're going to see his supporters show up to polling centers.
This is what makes people in law enforcement on the national level and on the state level extremely nervous. I went out to a Trump rally a couple months ago in Pennsylvania, right outside of Scranton, and I talked to the crowd. It's a pretty small crowd because it was still in the middle of the pandemic and he was not having as big of rallies. Maybe 150, 200 people outside. And I went and I talked to dozens of people and I asked them, do you think Donald Trump can lose this election? And they said, no, there's no way. And I said, but what if he does lose? No, there's no way he can lose. What if he does? It's because the mail-in ballots are fraud. I mean, they would repeat word for word what the president said. And what makes law enforcement so nervous is, I mean, I talked to one man in the crowd and I said, if you think democracy has been stolen from you, as the president is saying, and as you believe, what are you going to do about it? And the man said, I'll do anything I need to do. And I said, what does that mean? And he kept saying, anything I need to do. And so I said, does that include violence? And he said, yes. and he's been talking to his friends about it. And maybe that doesn't come to pass, and hopefully it does not come to pass, and it was just bluster. But it is the kind of thing that makes law enforcement nervous. It's the kind of thing that they have been on edge for, and not just local officials, the FBI as well, on edge for months, as the president has increased his rhetoric and has claimed over and over again that the only way he can lose is if it's rigged. So what we saw earlier today, or yesterday now, when the president came out and said that the election is being stolen from him, before this network very rightly cut away because that is lies.
Yeah.
That is dangerous. That is very dangerous. We have a system of democracy that allows people to vote legally, and the president of the United States should not be undermining that and calling his supporters to do God knows what.
All right, let's just head out really quickly to Arizona. We got the lay of the land in Philadelphia. Vaughn Hilliard is out in Scottsdale for us, another battleground state. Give us an update as to what is happening this hour, both as we were just talking there with Rahima about the counting process in the state of Arizona, the trends that are emerging, and also the atmosphere there at this hour.
Yeah, good evening, you guys. Can we start up on the atmosphere? Clearly, we're not outside of the Maricopa County Recorder's Office, and I frankly, for the sake of our entire team out here, don't have much interest in being out there. God bless those county workers that are inside of the facility right now. It looks from the images that we have seen that there were another about 100-plus folks outside, led by the likes of Alex Jones, who's not an Arizonan, but a provocateur, a conspiracy theorist, a man that incites violence, a man who is leading a charge outside of that event that has led to local reporters, colleagues of ours in the industry, friends, to have ballistic vests on this evening outside of there because they're telling me that they got reports of threats to their newsroom. That is the scene of the Maricopa County Recorder's Office. And I think that is important context to what the point you were just saying is. Here in the state of Arizona, I was just at a press conference this afternoon with Trump ally David Bossie and the Arizona GOP chairwoman, Kelly Ward. And I very specifically asked them if there was any evidence that warrants concern that would lead to litigation at this time. And neither of them provided any evidence or any details or any allegations that would lead to litigation. There has been no lawsuit filed in the state of Arizona. Kelly Ward, the chairwoman, made mention of one thing, and that was the placement in the room where party-designated observers have to stand inside of that county recorder's office. That was the one grievance. The governor of Arizona, Republican Governor Doug Ducey, did say here today in a tweet, said, we're following established Arizona election law to the letter, essentially defending the election process. But also, the chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, Clint Hickman, who is Republican and is a Trump supporter who was at a rally last week defending this elections process. So what you see outside is very separate from the reality of how this process in Arizona is working. To answer your second question, apologies for the length of that first part. On the answer to the second question, I think Steve set up what we're looking at. Tomorrow is a big morning in Arizona. As we're watching Philadelphia, as we're watching Georgia, tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock local, is when we're going to get that first batch of votes. That really is that key indicator to tell us what the next essentially 300,000 ballots are going to look like. And that is because these remaining ballots are almost all ballots that were hand-delivered on Tuesday, Election Day. And the Democrats, the Biden campaign, tell me that they hope that those numbers are not as favorable to Donald Trump as these last early ballots have been. Steve pointed out that number, that 50%, 59% marker, which is essentially the share of support that he has drawn from the uncounted ballots over the course of the last 24 hours. The Biden campaign is relying on that number being smaller in tomorrow morning's batch. We'll be able to see that pretty instantaneously. So for Arizona results, 11 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All right, Vaughn Hilliard, live for us in Scottsdale. Vaughn, thank you. And if you're wondering if there's anyone up at 2:18 in the morning watching TV, we do have one person that is watching. It is the President of the United States. Even in the middle of the night, President Trump trying to sow doubt on the results of the election as the votes continue to stack up in Joe Biden's favor. The president just tweeting out minutes ago, I easily win the presidency of the United States with legal votes cast. The observers were not allowed in any way, shape, or form to do their job, and therefore, votes accepted during this period must be determined to be illegal votes. U.S. Supreme Court should decide. Let's bring in Ben Jealous, former president of the NAACP.
Before we do that, let's put that tweet up. None of that is true. None of that is true. And let's be very clear about it. The legal votes cast are still being counted, and he is starting to lose. So that is not true. The observers were not allowed in any way, shape, or form to do their job, and therefore votes, blah, blah, blah. There are election observers, bipartisan election observers in these elections offices watching the votes come in. That is completely not true. So the president is tweeting about it, yes, but what he is saying is not true. Ben Jealous, sorry to interrupt the top of what you were going to say. But this is the president, once again. He did it already today. He's been doing it for days now. He told us he was going to do this for months. This is the president casting doubt, undermining democracy. Are you nervous about what this leads to?
Oh, sure. I mean, we have to be very concerned. You see the president of the United States using his bully pulpit to attack our very institutions of our democracy, to encourage violence against the people of this country. We should be absolutely concerned. Let me tell you what's also true. What's true is that he has no path, that he will lose. It's just a matter of time before it's called. But we've been watching these numbers for 2 days now, and they only head in one direction. We knew that this would happen. We knew that mail-in ballots would come in late. They would tend to favor Democrats. And what you've seen, I mean, is really remarkable. And I got to say to my friend of 30 years, Stacey Abrams, that she is the hero of Georgia right now. It's really her will, the movement that she's built for years in that state that has set up a very real possibility that he wins Georgia too. Biden wins Georgia too.
So Pat Toomey, Republican of Pennsylvania, has come out and said all the votes should be counted. Adam Kinzinger, Republican representative out of Illinois, said this is getting crazy. This is before the president started tweeting. There are a handful of Republicans, Mitt Romney as well, who have come out and said this is just not okay. But it is only, as of now, a handful of Republicans, and some of the biggest voices in the Republican Party that are currently leaders of the Republican Party are silent right now. Is silence enough? Is not backing up the president publicly enough? Or should they be coming out and saying that this is insane, like Adam Kinzinger is?
Martin Luther King, in his speech in his letter from a Birmingham jail, said that his biggest issue was with the moderates who knew better and said nothing. And you've really got to frankly, hold accountable any Republican who is being quiet in the face of what Donald Trump is doing. And Donald Trump's behavior now is most in alignment, frankly, with hostile foreign nations that want to, whose operatives want to encourage people of this country to lose faith in their democracy. He has really ceased to be president of the United States. The point, when you are the president and you are encouraging violence against your own people, you are discouraging faith in your own government. You've really gone beyond the pale in a way that no official should tolerate.
All right, I want to bring in, Ben, if you can stay with me just for a moment, I want to bring into the conversation John Fortier, NBC News election law analyst and director of governmental studies at the Bipartisan Policy Center, in part because a part of President Trump's tweet that just came out a few minutes ago says, and we'll put this back up on the screen, votes accepted during this period must be determined to be illegal votes U.S. Supreme Court should decide. John, first of all, I want to get your reaction to this presidential tweet. As Katie was saying, obviously the information in it is absolutely false. What he is saying is not correct. But more importantly, I want to ask you now about his declaration there that the U.S. Supreme Court should decide. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think the rhetoric doesn't match what is going on in court or what might even go on. There are some legitimate issues. They may not go the president's way. One, that they may be before the Supreme Court or other federal courts. But those are issues that probably are, frankly, down the line, where we have categories of ballots, small challenges, things that come in later or still are under review. The big bulk of ballots that are still being reviewed are ones that have been put in for quite a long time. We're just getting to them. And courts are showing no indication that they're going to stop the counting of those. Again, if it ends up being close enough after those votes are counted, we could have all sorts of legal challenges. We might go to the Supreme Court. It might be decisive. But these ballots we're counting right now, we'll see what they end up with. But they are not things that the courts are likely going to stop. And we're probably going to see those numbers come out in decent numbers shortly or early next morning.
So when the president says that observers were not allowed in any way, shape, or form to do their job, and therefore votes accepted during this period should not or should be determined as illegal votes, does that even legally make sense? Because he's confusing two things, if I'm not correct here. He is obfuscating the process by which votes are cast as illegal, and that's obviously not what has happened here so far. And then the issue of the observers being in the room to see how the votes are counted. Just the observers being in the room, that would not negate how someone's ballot was cast, correct?
Well, look, the president's team has already been in court about this. There's been some back and forth as to what they need to have. And look, that's a legitimate argument. They won that, at least to an extent. They got a little bit more access. But courts aren't going to go back and say, hey, before that happened, we're going to throw out ballots that were not observed in this way. They're absolutely within their rights to fight for observer rights. They want people with eyes on the ground looking at things, perhaps noting problems. But again, ballots are being counted. Those have already been counted. They're not going to be thrown out. So I think, again, while a legitimate small issue, maybe better for the process going forward to have a slightly better observer corps there, it won't affect ballots that have come in. And ballots that are coming in are going to be, still coming in and seen by people, but unlikely to be changed in a dramatic way.
So in the confirmation of Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court, the president said one of the reasons why he wanted to confirm her so quickly was because he wanted her in place post-election, because he believed the Supreme Court could decide the election. It's now coming to pass that he wants the Supreme Court to decide the election. He wants that to be put in front of the justices that he believes owe him because he nominated them and put them in place. I know that's what he thinks. The likelihood of the Supreme Court taking up a case having to do with this election, what threshold needs to be passed for it to get to that high a level?
Well, I think there is a case out there with a particular set of ballots, and that could come into play if it's close enough. I think basically that's the point. If we get to the point where Donald Trump is behind by 50,000 votes, all of these challenges really aren't going to make up the difference. Recounts aren't going to. But if we end up in a closer place, there's room for all sorts of litigation. They'll be on small issues, small piles of ballots. You remember Florida, where we argued over everything. And again, that's legitimate. But again, I do not think we are going to see the court. There's no case that could be brought that is going to stop the counting or going to change numbers of tens of thousands of ballots if that's what it comes to.
Ben Jealous, I just want to button up this conversation by asking you kind of more of a broader question about just the state of the country and where we are at this moment, because many are saying it is an inflection point. You have the president now lashing out with these false accusations, in some cases, as we just saw there, saying absolutely false statements about the validity of the votes being cast. When you see the way this election has played out, and some have described it as a referendum purely on the president, do you or are you at all concerned by the rhetoric coming out from the president with his supporters, as we heard from our correspondent Rahim Alice there in Philadelphia, that we're ahead for a few rough days if the president continues to push this narrative out there?
I'm so pleased that there's been so little violence to this point. And I'm hopeful that the people of the country, frankly, will stay calmer than the president. What we see coming out of the White House, I think, reminds most people in this country that the president has been just as erratic, just as irresponsible in trying to steer us through this COVID crisis. And it really speaks to frankly, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, this will be a historic victory, but it will also just represent, frankly, the return of competency to the White House, and we need it urgently for the safety of our people in so many ways. So far, people of this country have held it together better than the president, and I think that will continue to be the case.
Ben Jealous, thanks so much for joining us, former president of the NAACP, and also John Fortier, NBC News election law analyst and director of governmental studies at the Bipartisan Policy Center. We're going to be talking a lot about the law and also how to get the country back together, not so divided as the days go on, months, probably years. Stay with us as night 3 of our special election coverage continues.
Welcome back, everyone. We want to cross over to Steve at the big board. We're getting these numbers continuously throughout the hour, throughout the morning, as we were talking about Georgia at the top of the hour. We do have an update from that state. Steve, what are the numbers looking like at this hour?
Well, how about this? Donald Trump's statewide lead in Georgia is down to 665 votes.
Wowza.
Wow. That is as close as it gets. What's happened here? Again, we've been talking about this county all night, but Clayton County, hugely Democratic county, right outside of Atlanta. They've been sitting on the most votes out of pretty much any of these counties. What they've been doing is releasing these several hundred at a time. So we just got another installment there from Clayton. I believe there are more to come. What it's done is, I think right before this, Trump's lead was about 1,200. Now they've released another installment down to 665. I think Clayton is the only county with outstanding vote that is doing this through the night. So there are some other counties, Gwinnett comes to mind, that also have vote here to report out. I don't think we're going to hear from them tonight. I think Clayton's got the show to themselves. If they do report out more, just based on this last update, if we could be one Clayton County update away from Joe Biden passing Donald Trump in the Georgia vote count. So, we'll see. Right. They've been doing these in different sizes. They do have a little bit more to come. And now...
When was the last update before this one, so we get a sense at their pace? Do you know?
20 to 30 minutes ago.
Wow.
I'd say probably about 30 minutes ago. Yeah, some of these counties, it seems, they'll wait a few hours, they'll drop a bunch. Clayton seems to prefer shorter increments, fewer votes at a time.
You're from Georgia. You were a Georgian.
Cobb County.
What do you think of all this?
It's actually pretty significant to see, because it has become now, as Steve was talking about, one of the more blue districts of that metropolitan area. This was an area when I was actually in high school in Georgia. Newt Gingrich was the representative of my district. He was the Speaker of the House at the time. So it gives you a sense of just how solidly red this area was. And as we've been seeing over the past couple of days, there's a demographic shift. There has been a political shift. Metro Atlanta has spread out. We have seen more diversification. A lot of immigrants have moved to Atlanta, and that in itself, as we've now seen, has changed Cobb County from a staunchly Republican red district to now a solidly blue one, both in the 2018 midterms and now in this presidential cycle.
I read this really great book that focused a lot on Newt Gingrich and how he is partially responsible for where we are today. What was that book called, Steve Kornacki?
You wouldn't be talking about the book I wrote a couple years ago, The Red and the Blue, available on fine bookstores Can
I just say, I'll promote it right now. It is a great book. I learned a ton about American elections and why we are in the place we are right now, where both parties are at each other's throats and truth is under assault. So buy Steve Kornacki's book. Help him buy some more khakis. Steve Kornacki, we're going to check back in with you in just a moment. Let's go to Mike Memoli at Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. Mike, I know the stage is lit up in Wilmington, Delaware. When do we expect to see Joe Biden?
Well, Katie, there was a point, what day is it now? I guess it's now Friday, but there was a point on Thursday where the Biden team seemed to clearly be preparing for the possibility that Joe Biden might address the country on Thursday night. But you know what? Joe Biden won his first election for public office in 1970. He's been waiting 50 years to be president of the United States. What's one more night at this point? That was sort of the mentality as they saw the results coming in, not quite as fast as they had hoped, not getting calls to project him over 270 electoral votes. So at this point, while they wait for that moment to come, it's probably unlikely we'll see the former vice president take the stage behind me until, I would say, Friday evening. They've got a lot of great lighting, a lot of sound checks that we've been hearing, and maybe some fireworks as well, like we saw at the DNC, a similar scene here, likely to play out if they are victorious. But of course, that's not a given. We are very closely following all these vote counts, especially in Arizona. It's interesting, been talking to Vaughn Hilliard, as you were talking to him earlier, about the situation out there. The Biden team has been bullish about Arizona from the beginning, but as we see, that's a state where the margin is narrowing a bit. This is something that the Biden team actually warned about earlier in the day, that as some of the more Trump-friendly counties were going to come in and report additional counts, we may see that narrow. But we're at the point, of course, where one state puts him over, and why not Pennsylvania? That's the state where he launched his candidacy. It's the state where his campaign was headquartered back when we had campaign headquarters in the pre-pandemic era, and it's the state where he campaigned more than anywhere throughout the general election campaign phase of the campaign. So it would be really appropriate for the son of Scranton to see that potentially be the one that tips him over the top.
If you work in TV, you know never waste good lighting.
Yeah, never. Mike Memoli live for us there outside the Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware throughout the night. Mike, thank you. Let's cross over now to Josh Lederman, NBC News' national political reporter. Josh, talk to us a little bit about, as we see this kind of play out, the very latest, both on the politics front of it, the political campaign aspect, some of the folks that you've been covering over the last couple of months, like Rick Grinnell today in Nevada, trying to cast doubt about a process in Nevada as he was confronted there by Jacob Soboroff, without any evidence, without any basis, continuing to spread this information that there is something nefarious going on with the way the count is going.
Yeah, there's kind of a strategy of throwing everything at the wall, Eamon, and seeing what sticks. We heard the president in a very combative 17-minute appearance in the briefing room where he did not take any questions but made all kinds of false claims about the election being stolen from him. The president arguing that if only the legal votes were counted, that he would win. The president also suggesting that the polls that were off in this election actually suppressed the vote because, in his words, it created the false impression that he wasn't doing well. The president also making a lot of statements that were at conflict with themselves. For example, the president stating that in all of these remaining states where the outcome is unclear, that they are controlled by Democrats. Of course, that's not true. In the state of Georgia, the election apparatus is, of course, controlled by Republicans. And the president also spent some time touting the wins that Republicans had elsewhere on the ballot. Gaining seats in the House and very likely holding on to control of the Senate, without explaining how it is that the very same ballot that has the president at the top of the ballot and other contests lower down could be cheated or fraudulent at the top, but somehow accurate and solidifying wins for Republicans down ballot. And as you mentioned, Damon, as the president was making those comments, his family members, his son on Twitter, using really militaristic terms to describe the way Republicans need to be responding right now, and his campaign advisors like Rick Grinnell and his lawyers fanning out across the country to try to launch all of these various lawsuits to undermine the integrity of the election in the states that could potentially hand this thing over to Joe Biden.
All right, Josh Lederman. Josh, thank you as always. Let's delve into all of this with our panel of experts. Joining us now from Georgia, Tia Mitchell, Washington correspondent for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. From Nevada, Megan Messerly, politics reporter for the Nevada Independent. And from Pennsylvania, national opinion columnist for the Philadelphia Inquirer, Will Bunch. Let me begin with you, if I can, Tia, just for a moment. The situation in Atlanta right now, as it goes hour by hour, narrows down. How much of the vote do we know is outstanding? How much do we expect later tonight? And what is the pace of these announcements coming out from Atlanta election officials?
So you asked a hard question because, as you guys have already noted, incrementally votes are being counted and released So earlier in the night, there was a whole different number. We know that there are several thousand, I would say. You know, I'm going to keep it broad because, again, counties, Clayton County is working through the night, but counties like Gwinnett have decided to wait and get back at it in the morning. So it's very much a moving target in Georgia.
All right, Georgia, we're still getting numbers in. 665 is the current number, and a lot of people are pointing out that the fact that Clayton County is the one that is currently reporting is fitting because of John Lewis, who passed away earlier this year, and John Lewis's desire to see, voter suppression done away with across the country, especially in Georgia, a desire to see a Democrat put back into office, certainly no fan of Donald Trump, so that's fitting. I'm curious, though, Will, I want to go back to Pennsylvania because that is a state that just alone could put Joe Biden over the top. What's different about Pennsylvania this year than 2016?
Well, I think the big difference is just the enthusiasm and the turnout in suburban counties, both outside of Philadelphia and also outside of Pittsburgh to some extent. Take Montgomery County, for example. That's always been a huge bellwether county. It's a very affluent suburban area just west of Philadelphia. This year, I believe in their final count or close to final count, Joe Biden had about 60,000 more votes than Hillary Clinton did 4 years ago. So these are people who, a big number of women voters. A lot of people were engaged in the suburbs in so-called resistance groups and in political organizing, and I think we're seeing the fruits of that. I mean, and they needed every one of those votes because Donald Trump obviously increased his votes in his areas like Lancaster County and more rural areas of the state. In places in central Pennsylvania, you saw a surge of votes for Donald Trump, but it was basically subsumed by votes in the Philadelphia suburbs. Also, I think we saw a slight improvement probably in turnout in Philadelphia, where the African-American vote is so critical. So that's why you're seeing this split from a 44,000 vote margin for Trump in 2016. It's probably going to be close to the same margin for Joe Biden this time around.
Megan, if there's been a funny moment throughout all of this, I'm sure you've seen some of the memes about Nevada and its vote counting. We were laughing about this earlier.
There's a great one with Gwyneth Paltrow. I'll tweet it.
Let's just say there are a few memes out there on social media that take aim at Nevada and its slow counting process.
Yeah.
You're on the ground there. Give us the context of what exactly is happening. Why has there been a slow trickle of information to come out from Nevada compared to past election cycles? Are people reading too much into why it's slow to come out of Nevada, or is this par for the course for how things are generally done there?
Yeah, I mean, I think what's unusual about this cycle is the fact that we have so much mail voting, right? Nevada made the decision to send, ballots to all active registered voters in the state. So there's just a lot of mail ballot to get through, and it takes time to process all of those ballots. But I know, local election officials and state election officials here, have been talking about, we want to get this right. We're not going to rush it. We're going to take our time. And if that means, the results come out a little bit more slowly, they come out a little bit more slowly. And I think it's also worth noting that, it's not like they're counting for a couple hours and then they're stopping, right? They are continuously, counting these ballots. You can watch the live feed online of them all hard at work. It's just that we're only really getting results once a day. They've made the decision to release results around 9 a.m. Pacific every day. And so we get them all at once as a batch today.
Right.
Today we got 30,000 votes. Tomorrow we're expecting to get at least 51,000 votes out of Clark County. But they sort of come in these batches, in these waves, versus sort of trickling out steadily throughout the day.
And they've certainly created moments of levity on social media. Tia, let me ask you really quickly, if I can, just about Georgia, because we heard Ben Jealous evoke earlier Stacey Abrams' name and how instrumental she has been. You're on the ground there. Talk to us a little bit about her efforts over the past 2 years and the way it has brought us to this point.
So I consider Stacey Abrams' efforts twofold. When she ran for governor in 2018, she built a statewide ground game. She touched each of Georgia's 159 counties. And so that was important because she sent a message to Democrats that they should and can compete statewide in Georgia. And she came close, but we know she didn't. quite make it to victory. And then she spent the last 2 years building up organizations as far as protecting voter rights, of course, voter access, voter registration. And so that, of course, is engaging more voters, new voters, younger voters, a diverse coalition of voters. And so those aspects together, you know, she's receiving a lot of credit for helping get Georgia in a posture where it could flip blue.
Yeah, it's certainly someone who's getting a lot of credit, a lot of praise at this hour. Tia Mitchell, Will Bunch, Megan Messerly, thank you all very much for joining us. I know it is a late night, early morning for all of you. We certainly appreciate your time and your insights.
And it is now the top of the hour. In 3 seconds, it'll be 3 a.m. in the east and midnight out west. You're watching MSNBC's continuing coverage of the 2020 election. I am Katie Tur.
And I'm Ayman Mohideen. As it stands at this hour, Joe Biden leading President Trump with 253 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 214. All night long, we have been watching results trickle in from those key battleground states that are still too close to call. In Pennsylvania, Joe Biden consistently been making up ground, shrinking that margin between him and President Trump. Pennsylvania is obviously a must-win for the president at this point. Without its 20 electoral votes, President Trump cannot reach the 270 threshold to be reelected. But for Joe Biden, where one state giveth, another state taketh away. The president is tightening the race in Arizona to a less than 50,000 vote difference. We expect to get more results out of Arizona's Maricopa County around 11 a.m. this morning. And as we have been throughout the entire night, good news if you're following us on social media, there was a moment where we panicked because we thought the big board went out. We looked over to our left. It was dark, but good news, the big board is back. Steve Kornacki, did you break the big board?
It almost broke me there, I'll tell you.
There was sheer panic in his eyes.
Let me just tell you, we go through all the election, we're building to these big moments, and then all of a sudden it goes dark. But it is back to life.
We can do without the big board. We can't do without you, Steve.
Well, I can't do, it's a mutual thing here.
What do you got?
Well, yeah, so we're really looking at Pennsylvania, and looking at Pennsylvania at this hour means we're looking at Philadelphia, because Philadelphia is the only place in Pennsylvania where they're counting ballots overnight. And we got, I'm going to say an hour ago or so now, we got our most recent update from Philadelphia, and what that update did was it further reduced the lead that Donald Trump has over Joe Biden. Now that lead Trump has, I did that wrong, sits at 18,229. That is Trump's lead. It has been coming down every time there has been an update, because these are absentee mail ballots, and everywhere in the state, literally every single county where there are absentee ballots being reported out, red or blue overall in the absentee count, Biden's winning the absentee vote. And so every update we've been getting has been bringing Biden closer and closer. Again, there are still about 54,000 ballots left in Philadelphia. There are other ballots in other counties in the state, but Philadelphia alone has the majority of them right now. Has the lion's share of them, I should say. 54,000 in Philadelphia. They are working through the night. They have been periodically updating us, so we do expect sometime in these wee hours we're going to get another update, and we're going to see what it does to that overall advantage that Donald Trump has. But the trajectory is clear in this, like I said, because Biden's gaining with every update, because it's very well established now Biden's winning about 75% of the mail vote in Pennsylvania, and because we know that overall there's about 160,000 mail ballots left in the entire state, that Biden is on course to catch Donald Trump and to move ahead of Donald Trump. That's the trajectory right now. We want to see that if that actually happens. That's what we're waiting to see right now. But again, every update from Philadelphia so far has been bringing Biden closer. So that's what's going on in Pennsylvania. And of course, the reason why it's 3 in the morning and we're all so fixated on Pennsylvania is if Joe Biden does win Pennsylvania, there it is, 20 electoral votes. He goes over 270. That would make him president-elect if that happens. The other place where we are watching closely right now, you mentioned, is to Georgia. The margin for Trump over Biden, just 665 votes now. Again, this has also been dwindling, this Trump advantage. Biden has also been doing very well with the absentee vote in Georgia. With the one county here, if it's Philadelphia up in Pennsylvania, in Georgia, all the political world's eyes are on Clayton County in these overnight hours because Clayton County is also staying up overnight to get their ballots reported out. They've been a little bit more frequent with the reporting. We just had one a few minutes ago. Overwhelmingly Democratic county. All of the updates here have been bringing Biden closer and closer to the point that if we get another Clayton County update in the near future, it's very possible that that next Clayton County update could actually vault Joe Biden ahead statewide, could actually erase all of that 665-vote lead that Donald Trump has. There are still several thousand votes to come in Clayton County, and Biden's winning them very overwhelmingly. So the opportunity there is for Biden to take the lead on those votes. We should point out, though, that even if Biden does catch Trump, or for that matter, if Trump hangs on and finishes a few votes ahead of Biden in the counting here, this is well within the range where the losing candidate can request a recount, 0.5%. So I wouldn't expect, no matter who, as this voting finishes here, no matter who finishes on top, I don't know that that call of a winner is going to be immediate. Georgia may take some time here, whereas, again, in Pennsylvania, it's possible we're moving toward a much quicker result.
Steve, here's a question I've been wondering about as I've been watching you over the past few days. When new numbers come in, say in a moment if we get new numbers from Philadelphia, do you get a little zap? How do you know that the new numbers have come in? Is there somebody that's obsessively clicking refresh on the state election page? Is that Adam Naboa?
There it is. I'm glad you said his name. Adam Naboa is the name of my producer. He is a few feet behind this board here, and he has a program set up where anytime, frankly, anywhere in the country that new vote comes in, he gets a quick alert. What county was that vote? How many for Biden? How many for Trump? What's the new total in that county? So I'll hear in my ear, he'll say Bucks County. Well, he won't be saying that overnight because they're not counting him overnight in Bucks County. But hopefully soon he'll say Philadelphia, or Clayton, and I'll know, go look there. We got new vote, and we can show you what's happening. He's doing that. And the other thing that we're doing, honestly, it's been very helpful a few times tonight, is these counties themselves have the websites, and they have been releasing the vote as it comes along on their website. And sometimes we've actually seen it there first. And in fact, a few of these counties, they got the cameras set up. Yeah. And you can actually just watch as the tabulation, I mean, it's not the most riveting television, I guess, but you can actually watch and see they are counting the ballots that will decide the presidency of the United States in the wee hours of the morning. It's an interesting thing to be able to do.
I've got to say, I've definitely checked out the live stream a few times from both Philadelphia and other counties.
Not as good as the puppy cam.
It's not as good as the puppy cam, but it definitely is a must-watch moment where we are. Steve, let me ask you really quickly, just because we haven't. Do you want to say?
I was just going to say, what you can't see is Adam Naboa is behind that screen. He's got Scotch tape holding his eyes open as he's leaning over a computer.
Yes, hats off to Adam for sure. We haven't mentioned North Carolina, Steve, and I was just wondering. I know that obviously they have until next week to start giving out some results, or at least the final results. But just explain to us the lay of land in that state this hour.
Yeah, to set this up, what I would say is, again, you've got Nevada, Arizona, Alaska is actually still uncalled, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. With the exception, I'd say, of Alaska, I think the Trump campaign feels the best right now of all those states about where it stands in North Carolina. You see, Donald Trump's lead here is just over 75,000 votes. Now, North Carolina is one of those states where if the ballots were postmarked before Election Day and were in the mail on Election Day, if they were in transit and then they arrive up to a few days after Election Day, they still count. And the number of ballots that were sent out to voters that, as of Election Day, had not yet been returned exceeds this 76,000 number. I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 115, 120,000 votes, something like that. Ballots that had been mailed out and not received by Election Day. So theoretically, right, it's possible that those ballots have all come flooding in, on Election Day, after Election Day, today, and that in those ballots there would be enough of a margin for Biden to overtake Trump. Theoretically possible, but I think when I say that this is probably set up the best for Trump of any of these swing states, it's also possible that a lot of those ballots just went to people's homes and they decided not to cast them, and they never left the home. So just because they were sent out, just because 120,000 were sent out, doesn't mean they're getting 120,000 20,000 back. So, and I think that's been the experience in other states here. But you don't know until the state actually tells you, okay, the deadline passed. Here's how many we got. Here's how they went out. So North Carolina remains uncalled. But again, like I say, of all these states here, if you're Trump's campaign, this is really the least of your worries right now, what's happening in North Carolina.
All eyes are on Pennsylvania. Steve Kornacki, thank you so much.
Make sure you check on Adam as well. Get him some coffee.
I offered him coffee. He said no, so.
Get him a donut, maybe, something.
Yeah, maybe.
Take care of that big board, Steve.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
We're going to go back to you in a moment. Let's go out to NBC's Ali Vitale, who's standing by at the Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. So, Ali, we have been hearing from the Biden team for days now about how confident they are about the results of this election, how confident they are in Arizona, in Nevada, in Georgia, but most especially in Pennsylvania. Tell us what numbers they've been looking at that maybe we haven't been privy to.
Look, the key here for the Biden campaign is they know that Pennsylvania is a state that saw a huge number of vote-by-mail ballots cast this election cycle. We knew that those were the things that were going to take some time as we headed into election night and beyond. Now, we're certainly living in that reality, and the Biden campaign is right there along with the rest of us, just waiting for these ballots to be counted. We're expecting that we're going to see some more this morning, and the reason that those are important is because vote-by-mail ballots have been going towards Biden in huge percentages. And so when you look at the margins in Pennsylvania, as tight as they are, a few ballot drops of huge Biden margins could be enough to push him over the edge here. That critical number of 20 electors in Pennsylvania, that'll be enough to push Biden to 270. And that is why we're hearing so much confidence from the Biden team, as well as from top Pennsylvania Democrats on the ground, who say that they've heard from members of the Biden team saying celebrations could be coming soon, but the work comes very soon after. There's also some work, though, being put in on the ground here in Wilmington in preparation of this potential getting to 270. The word imminent is the word the campaign was using yesterday. I feel like we're stretching the meaning of what imminent can mean because we're playing this waiting game so long. However, there are some mic checks happening here, lighting checks happening here, signs of life in this parking lot in Wilmington that I feel like we've all just moved into and installed ourselves in. So they're clearly preparing for something. When that something comes, though, that really is the big question. And I think what we've seen from this team is a pretty consistent mood of just projecting confidence, saying that the votes need to be counted, allowing the time for those votes to be counted. But that being said, I feel like they're about to run through the tape, but not willing to put 2 feet over the finish line. Because yesterday we saw a transition team website go live, but when we started asking the campaign about what those transition efforts look like, what the team is doing behind the scenes, campaign manager Jen O'Malley Dillon really dodged the question. She said, I'm just the campaign manager. I'm looking to get through the campaign. Aren't we all in that space right now?
Yeah, no doubt about that. Let me ask you really quickly, kind of anecdotally, do you have a sense of whether Joe Biden stays up and watches TV the way that President Trump is? I mean, it was 2:30 in the morning. The president is tweeting about this, but give us a sense just behaviorally. How Joe Biden, does he stay up late? Is he an early riser? What do you know about the mindset of the president in terms of the former vice president in terms of his kind of like day-to-day activity and behavior?
You haven't seen the Joe Biden live webcam that everyone's
Is there? I have not seen that one.
Just kidding.
We need
That's
a Kornacki cam, but for
thought.
the candidates. We should work on that for next time, I think, I have to say. I mean, in terms of the way that Joe Biden's been looking at results, we know that he's been watching, of course, talking to Democrats in Pennsylvania and across the map, frankly, as they also just try to figure out what this looks like.
Right.
I will say we know the president is awake because he's on Twitter. Joe Biden has never been one to live tweet the early morning hours.
You're not going to get a Kofefi out of
I think
Joe
that's
Biden?
something that we're going to lose. We're not going to get a Kofefi, I imagine. But, you know, I rule nothing out. It's 2020, right?
I was going to say anything is possible in the future. Ali Vitale. The contrast between these two men could not be different, just not from a position of behavior,
seriously.
but also just even
Donald Trump is,
from social media use. You know that.
He's one of a kind, at least for now. Ali Vitale, thanks so much.
Ali,
at the
thank you as
Biden
always.
Headquarters. We're going to sneak in a quick break. Afterwards, we're going to get into President Trump's legal blitz on the integrity of the voting process. Remember, we are waiting on Pennsylvania, and those numbers could come at any moment. Don't go anywhere. Night 3 of election coverage continues.
right, welcome back, everyone. So with the president's path to victory narrowing as the vote counting continues at this hour, his campaign is turning to legal challenges to try and keep his re-election hopes alive, hoping for more success with the courts than he's had with the voters. But so far, things have not gone the president's way, even with 6 legal challenges still outstanding. Let's go now to Paul Butler, former federal prosecutor, professor at Georgetown Law School, and NBC News legal analyst. Paul, it's great to have you with us. Let me begin, if I can, with the president's tweet this night, because he has invoked once again the Supreme Court and the legality of the votes cast. I see you shaking your head there. Let me get your quick take on it. What do you make of the president invoking the Supreme Court to help him get reelected?
It's an argument of someone who thinks he's going to lose. So there are 2 ways of challenging an election. You can ask for a recount, and in states that are very close, there might be a legal right to have that. Or you can argue that certain votes should be counted or should not be counted. And Trump's position is that votes should be counted in jurisdictions like Arizona, where he thinks he might win, and that votes should not be counted in places like Pennsylvania, where he thinks that he might lose. That's not a legal theory that's going to persuade the Supreme Court. And in fact, if you look at the way that state and federal judges are reacting to this round of litigation, they're highly skeptical. There haven't been any major cases that the president has won. And so to get to the Supreme Court, he has to go through state courts and through federal courts, and he's just not having much success.
Let's talk about what they filed in Nevada. They're claiming that ballots went out to ineligible voters, people who were no longer residents of the state of Nevada, and they sent their ballots in, cast them illegally. They're also talking about, and they use the example of one woman who says she went to a polling place and tried to cast her ballot and was told that a mail-in ballot under her name had already been sent in. What does a case like that look like?
So these are factual issues that a judge would have to determine. The important issue here is that we're talking about a very small number of votes that aren't likely to make a difference in the election. When people think about the Supreme Court getting involved, of course, everyone remembers Bush versus Gore. In that case, Bush had 271 electoral votes, and he won in Florida by only 600 votes. And so far, there's not any indication that this is going to be that close. So when we look at what he's doing in places like Nevada, it's not enough to shift the election, even if his team is able to get some of the votes thrown out.
He also wants to stop voting in a couple of different places, in Pennsylvania, number one, and in Michigan. The Michigan suit was already thrown out. If you were trying to stop a vote from being counted, what sort of evidence would you need to have, or what sort of argument would you need to have? And does the Trump team come close to that argument?
So what's giving the Trump team room to make this argument is that the pandemic has led states to establish new procedures that make it easier for people to vote. And that's essentially what Trump is attacking. And again, I think courts are going to be sympathetic to the idea that during a historic medical emergency that for the first time in our history happens at the same time as a presidential election, that states went out of their way to make it easier and safer for people to vote. And so when we look at, again, these kind of petty challenges, he's winning or has won in simple kind of technical issues like how close observers can stand to where people are counting the votes. But he's simply not making any headway in a way that's going to make a difference for the election itself.
Hey, Paul, I'm curious to get your legal thoughts on this. Is there a legal case, or at least from your opinion, an argument to be made for Justice Amy Coney Barrett to recuse herself from some of these cases that may, if they do end up at the Supreme Court, and again, not necessarily for any fault of her own, but because the president is invoking the Supreme Court, one of the lawyers that is part of the RNC was on Fox Business today talking about how they want Justice Amy Coney Barrett to get involved and to deliver this for Donald Trump. So is there an argument to be made here that just because the way the president and other allies of the president have spoken about her, that she should recuse herself?
Amy, you sound like a good lawyer. I'm certain that's an argument that Democrats will make if it comes to that. It's probably not going to be an argument that persuades the only person it has to persuade, which is Justice Barrett, because the justices themselves get to decide whether to recuse. And it's not uncommon that when a justice has been appointed by a president and then a case comes up that impacts the president, that the justice is asked to recuse, and they almost never do. And in that instance, it really doesn't matter whether it's a justice who's appointed by a Democrat or a Republican.
So from all the conversations we've been having, it doesn't even look like it's going to get to that point, at least as things stand right now. Paul Butler, former federal prosecutor.
Thanks, Paul.
Professor at Georgetown School of Law and NBC News legal analyst.
And I'm going to tell my mom that he thinks I should have been a lawyer.
My parents thought I should have been a lawyer. They were deeply disappointed when I went into news.
They can't be upset now. They must be proud of you.
I don't know. It's 3:30 in the morning.
Election coverage, history.
I'm kidding. They're very excited. Stay with us because we're coming up. It's 3:30.
Halfway through it.
You know, if you feel a little twitchy, that's because who knows when these Pennsylvania numbers are going to come out, and who knows what they might mean. So stay with us. Our special coverage of the 2020 election returns after a very quick break. Welcome back. I jumped the gun there. I'm feeling twitchy because it feels like it's been a couple hours since we last got numbers from Philadelphia. So, Steve, we want to go back to you at the big board. And if we don't have any numbers quite yet, we could be getting them at any moment. Let's talk about demographics, because there's a lot of talk about what was going to put Joe Biden over the edge, who Democrats were counting on. A lot of talk about suburban women. What do the exit polls tell us so far?
Yeah, and actually, let's take a look here inside Pennsylvania, since that's what we're waiting on. And let's look at the Philadelphia suburbs here. You know, the county's right outside Philadelphia. There's this famous quote, I think it was 4 years ago, when Hillary Clinton was running against Donald Trump. Chuck Schumer, the Democratic Senate leader, you know, was asked about, there was polling back then that suggested, hey, Donald Trump was doing really well in the rural parts of Pennsylvania, in western Pennsylvania. And he said, well, you know, every vote that we lose in western Pennsylvania, the Democrats, he was saying, we will gain 2 in the Philadelphia suburbs. And it didn't quite work out that way for the Democrats in 2016. Yeah, they did win. Clinton did win the Philadelphia suburbs, but she didn't win them by the margins Democrats were hoping for. And one of the things you see here, let's take a look at Montgomery County. This is the Philadelphia suburbs, the heart of it. Look at this. Joe Biden leading here by 26 points. And you see, it is an increase. It was 22. Now it's 26. You know, and that is the kind of growth Democrats were hoping for. Look, it was 10 in Chester County. Now it's 16.5 with Biden over Trump. These are getting closer to the margins the Democrats wanted 4 years ago, and they're getting this time. And this is the suburbs. And part of this, a big key ingredient to this, is women, because there is a gender gap here as well. So you're seeing it in the Philadelphia suburbs. Another place you're seeing it that we are looking at tonight for results is in Georgia and in the Atlanta metro area in particular. I mean, just these 9 counties that are blue right inside this ring. This is Joe Biden collectively is winning these 9 counties. The last time I looked at it, he's leading here collectively by 36 points. You know, the margin in these same 9 counties 4 years ago for Hillary Clinton was 29 points. And so Democrats, again, Atlanta itself and also the suburbs of Atlanta, Democrats have been making big gains. And Joe Biden's made some significant gains over Hillary Clinton. A key ingredient to that, female voters. Also, in this area of Atlanta, this is a rapidly diverse, Eamon was talking about this, rapidly diversifying population here. Also, there's a lot of population growth. There are a lot of ingredients in these 9 counties in and around Atlanta. You know, Democrats talked about nationally being a recipe for success for them this year. You're certainly seeing it for them here in Georgia. If Joe Biden does go over the top here, or at least take the lead in the next few minutes, it will be because of this Atlanta metro area.
Steve, in the Pennsylvania numbers that we were just looking at a moment ago, I noticed that although Democrats have widened their margin from 2016 with suburban women and with voters in general, the raw vote count is significantly up for Joe Biden, but also up for Donald Trump as well. So while he didn't have the same ratio of support that he had in 2016, he was building support. He was gaining more voters. And I think that surprised a lot of people because the feeling was Donald Trump wasn't broadening his message. He wasn't broadening the tent at all. And these numbers prove otherwise. Donald Trump was still quite popular. He expanded his popularity, just not as much as Joe Biden did, or not as much as people, frankly, just did not like Donald Trump.
It was interesting. Of course, the third-party candidates didn't really get any traction this time around. Gary Johnson in 2016, Jill Stein, 4 points, 3 points, 2 points, somewhere in there. You didn't really see third-party candidates getting traction. So they really did, voters this time, more than in 16, really did seem to latch onto this as a choice between these two, Trump versus Biden. But the other thing is, it is true, Trump as president, he did raise his favorable score from when he was a candidate. His unfavorable was and is still very high as president. But when he got elected president 4 years ago on Election Day, his favorable-unfavorable rating, he was 38% favorable, Trump was 60% unfavorable. That was on Election Day. He's actually, when you looked at the polls this time around, he had gotten that favorable number into the 40s. He'd gotten the unfavorable number, into the low 50s. That was progress for him. It was still upside down. But, part of that, too, was people who'd had a negative view of Trump in 2016, but their politics were generally aligned with his. They were generally on the right side of the spectrum. Republicans, they kind of, over the last 4 years, said, okay, I'll kind of get on board with Trump a little bit. So that was part of the growth. There was some growth there in 4 years. And you say this, too. We talk about the suburbs. There was growth outside the suburbs. We saw this in South Florida. We saw this along the border in Texas. We saw Hispanic support for Trump expand in some places as well.
Steve, let me ask you really quickly, because we've used it a little bit, and certainly Democrats have used it as the gold standard when talking about their base, which is the Obama coalition. Do you think when this is all said and done, the Obama coalition, which managed to turn states that Trump won, like North Carolina or Florida, did that show up for Joe Biden, even when we talk about the inroads that Trump made with African Americans and Latinos?
Yeah, so let's zoom out and look at the whole country, and you say, parts of the Obama coalition, I think, are evident here in what Biden is pulling off, or seems to be on the verge of pulling off, at least. If Biden wins, he will have won back Wisconsin, Michigan, and probably Pennsylvania, if he does go on to win there. Those are 3 states that Hillary Clinton couldn't carry, that Barack Obama carried twice. But the Obama coalition managed to win Ohio 2 times, managed to win Florida 2 times. First time Barack Obama ran in 2008, he carried Indiana. Didn't come close in 2012, but the first time around he did. So Iowa, that's another big one. Donald Trump just again won Iowa big, this week. So, Barack Obama, and we saw this, there were counties in 2016. There were a ton of them along the Mississippi River in Iowa. There were a bunch of them in Wisconsin, too, Ohio, Pennsylvania. Certainly, all of these counties that had gone for Obama twice and suddenly swung like by 20 points and went for Donald Trump, the Obama-Trump counties. One of the notable things I think I've seen on the map as it sort of developed in state after state is they stayed with Trump in a lot of cases. If they swung back and they started to move back to the Democrats, they only moved back by a couple of points. They didn't get back anywhere near that level of support that Obama was able to generate in them. So there's a piece of that coalition that Obama had and that, frankly, Democrats in general had for a long time in Midwest states, upper Midwest states like Wisconsin, Iowa, Ohio, Pennsylvania. There's a piece of that Trump took in 2016. And Democrats really have not had much success here in bringing back in 2020.
Really speaks to just how much of a force of nature, politically speaking, Barack Obama was back in 2008. Steve Kornacki, thank you so much. Don't go far. Sure. We're going to check back with you in just a moment.
Let's go to NBC's Rahema Ellis, who is in Philadelphia. Rahema, any idea when we're going to get a new batch of votes?
I hope it's any minute. In as much as we've all been out here for so long, you'd like it to come on your watch, right? If it's going to happen, the numbers are going to come out, but it would be nice if it was any minute from now. But I suspect we will be hearing something really soon. And I'm wondering, to that point that you were just talking about with Eamon, with Steve Kornacki, I'm wondering what do they see in terms of the numbers of the African-American and black vote here in Philadelphia, because there was a lot of concern that in 2016 that a lot of African-Americans stayed home instead of voting for Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump. And I wonder if they're going to see, when this is all over, what those numbers look like. There was a huge push, as you know, in this community. Even Barack Obama was here talking about how important it was, and it is, for African Americans to be engaged in the political process, regardless of the fact whether he's in it or not. That is a very important thing just to do. But Steve is taking a break for a moment, I suspect, so I don't know what those numbers are. But regardless of what those numbers are, one thing we do know for certain is that they are furiously counting the numbers here for those mail-in ballots. And it's pretty extraordinary. The thing about it, we talked about it before, that the mail-in ballot is really historic here in Pennsylvania, because this is the first presidential election for this state that they've used mail-in ballots to this extent. No reason necessary to request one like it was in years before. And they really got historic numbers for this state. 430,000 mail-in ballots have been requested. We'll see exactly what that number is of those ballots that were returned. Earlier in the week, they were looking at upwards of 350,000, 360,000 of those ballots coming back. And as Steve has been saying, and you guys have been pointing out this evening or early this morning, it seems that those are the ballots that are coming in favor of the Democrat in this campaign. Yeah. And maybe what pulls Joe Biden over the top eventually.
Rahema Ellis, we're going to be watching as you are. Eamon, it's hard to understate what it would mean for President Trump, not in a good way, if Philadelphia is the city that kicks him out of the White House. In 2016, he was sure Philadelphia was going to be his biggest roadblock in Pennsylvania. And so as he was campaigning, he was telling people to watch the polls in Pennsylvania. Those other communities are going to steal the election. He was saying this in 2016 as we were nearing the end of the campaign. He said it again in 2020. I mean, to put it very nicely, a lot of racial overtones to what he was accusing Philadelphia voters of doing, and what he was trying to incite his voters to do in terms of watching over what was happening in Pennsylvania. So if that is the city that decides who goes to the White House,
quite ironic.
And imagine Donald Trump is going to have, to be a fly on the wall in the Oval Office or the residence.
To add to your point really quickly before we take a quick break, I was in Philadelphia over the summer covering a lot of the social protests against police brutality in the wake of the killings that we've been seeing. And you could sense that there was just a level of energy that was really bringing out people. And you could see just by speaking to those people on the streets that were protesting against police brutality that they drew a connection straight to this election, that this was going to be a priority for them. We've talked about the pandemic, the economic issues. There's all kinds of other issues that are on the ballot. But at the end of the day, there was no doubt a lot of momentum that was triggered by those protests that manifested in those streets of Philadelphia that now clearly have translated to the polls.
And we're going to go to Steve and talk about that and the exit polling and the turnout among black Americans, because I know it's pretty crucial in a state like Georgia, also going to be crucial in Pennsylvania. Steve, not quite yet, though. We're gonna take a really quick break. We're coming up on the witching hour, guys. It is 3:40. Don't go anywhere. More of our special coverage after a moment. 18,000 votes. We're back with more special election coverage of the 2020 race. The vote continues to come in from Pennsylvania, and we are expecting more votes anytime now. Steve is by the big board paying attention. But first, let's bring in Democratic pollster Fernand Amondi, Susan Del Percio, Republican strategist and senior advisor at the Lincoln Project. Rod McLeod is a Democratic strategist and president of Radar Strategies. And Christy Setzer. Rod, you confused me by raising your hand. Christy Setzer is also a Democratic strategist who has worked on a number of presidential campaigns. Everybody, welcome.
Hey, guys.
First of all, it has been a wild 3 days. Susan Del Percio, I want to start with you on this. The president is tweeting that the election's being stolen from him. We are seeing something of a divide among some Republicans. Some Republicans have come out and said that this is crazy. Adam Kinzinger is one of them, representative from Illinois. Pat Toomey, a Republican senator in Pennsylvania, has also said that the votes should be counted. Mitt Romney. But you're also hearing from Republicans that are closely lashed to the president, including Lindsey Graham on Hannity and Ted Cruz on Hannity, saying that the election isn't fair. Ted Cruz saying that people weren't allowed to watch over the polls when they were. Lindsey Graham saying that he doesn't trust Philadelphia, but not saying why. Also, not pushing back when Hannity kept asking him whether Pennsylvania should be able to pick its own electors. Yes, these tweets came in the middle of the night, but the president said something virtually the same a little bit earlier. Susan, are we going to see anything more in the coming hours?
Well, I think actually as we get closer to a defining moment where Biden becomes the president-elect.
Susan, hold on. I'm sorry. We got numbers out of Pennsylvania and out of Philadelphia. So give us 1 second. Steve?
Okay, we got another update from Philadelphia. If you've been watching, we get these periodically where we get them from the county website, and it's going to take a minute, I think, to get this into our system, so I can just put them up. The latest batch of votes from Philadelphia, 5,073 for Joe Biden and 726 for Donald Trump. So it is a margin there for Joe Biden of 4,347 votes, right? So that knocks down, well, we could just do the math, 43.
I love that you're doing it old school style, right underneath, like we're in elementary school.
Let's pull out our calculator here. And my producer is just giving me, I'm going to listen too, if you give me 5 seconds, because I think he's giving me some context on this. Go ahead, Adam. You don't think that update from Philadelphia? Because I'm looking on their website, I'm seeing 526, 557. Okay. Could you give me a minute on this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
no worries. Take your time. We'll go back to Susan Del Percio.
I was going to try to do the math myself, but it would.
That may be risky, and let's not.
I'm not going to do it.
Nothing against your math capabilities.
Susan, while Steve confers with Adam, continue your answer about whether we're going to see more Republicans in the next 24 hours.
Well, I think actually they're just not going to come out and support so much of Donald Trump because this is looking more and more like Biden's race. I mean, the numbers that just came out is exactly what is infuriating Donald Trump, putting him at, lying, tweeting, doing what he does, frankly, every day. And at this point, Republicans are going to start looking really especially foolish, questioning democracy. And that's what's happening. To imagine the president of the United States undermining our basic fundamental voting and democracy goes beyond the pale. And yet I don't expect there will always be those Republicans that back him up. Why? Because they're just sycophants and they only exist because of Donald Trump. And the ones who start changing their minds, like I think you'll probably see Susan Collins start looking a little more independent of the president. It's too late. They are what they are, and we all know it.
You can see Steve, by the way, working this out with Adam. He's coming back. Steve, do you got more clarity for us? Should we go back to you?
Yeah. Let's
everyone stay in place.
Let me clear this out, and I am gonna. Oh, that goes up. Okay, I am gonna read for you the numbers we've got here from the Philadelphia website, which is showing a gain here for Joe Biden to 526,557 votes. Here's what I want to show you. With this, come on. Okay, 526, 557, and we're showing a statewide lead of 18,229. Okay, you're going to have to give me 5 minutes on this.
Take your time.
Yes, there is. I see what my producer is saying now.
All right, so we'll let you listen. Take your time, reset.
Yep.
No rush. We are here all night. We're not going anywhere.
No.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're not going anywhere.
We're going to get answers, but frankly, I'm going to be watching Steve this whole time. I'm not sure if I'm going to hear anything anyone
at the end of the day, that's what everyone is here for, Steve, and the numbers. Let's go back to you guys, to our panel. Fernand, I want to get your thoughts on this for a moment. As a Democratic pollster, we've been trying to make sense of these numbers. And as you probably heard me talk to Steve a little bit about the Obama coalition of 2008 that turned up, I'm curious to get your thoughts about what is the big picture of who turned out and whether or not you see this, given what we've seen play out in Congress, as a pure referendum on Donald Trump and the way he has been as president, not about policies or party.
Well, first off, high drama with the Pennsylvania Interrupt Us. I thought we might get close to like a call here. We're all waiting desperately for Kornacki, so that was awesome to hear. But look, to your question, Eamon, did this turn out as a rejection on the referendum on the Trump presidency? Of course it did. Joe Biden's going to win this popular vote by at least 5, maybe 6, maybe even 7 million votes. It looks like with the potential flipping of Pennsylvania, also Georgia, he's going to have a potentially 300 electoral vote win. It could not be more of a rejection of the Trump presidency. On top of that, the most votes ever cast for a Democrat in the history of the country. I think the voters have spoken conclusively. And a lot of us who were waiting for this, landslide, I think Stuart Stevens captured it best. We need to take this win. Democrats should be extraordinarily happy and build on this for the future. It's a very difficult historical precedent to knock off an incumbent president of the United States. And I think these numbers are clear, definitive, and it's going to make it that much harder for those Republicans who continue to stubbornly hold out, especially in the aftermath of that disgusting speech by the president earlier today.
All right, Fernand, stay with us. Steve is back at the big board for a quick update. Steve?
Yeah, this was a false alarm. I want to apologize here. We thought we had seen new vote come in Philadelphia based on their website. I say we have our own system, and sometimes the website for Philadelphia is ahead of it, and we thought we were seeing new vote come in on that website, but there is not new vote on that website, so there has been no new vote in Philadelphia. I was giving you figures, actually, from the last update. I was seeing numbers from the last update, and I thought I was looking at the wrong screen. I thought they were numbers for a new update from Philadelphia. They are not. There is no new update from Philadelphia.
I think the problem is the email came at 3:45, but the email subject.
Oh, you're seeing it too. Okay.
Yeah. From 1:21 a.m.
From 1:21. It is confusing when you send an email at 3:45, but
we're all on the same email chain here with somebody who's got access to this, and I think we all thought it was a new email, and it's a 2.5 hour old.
No worries,
Don't
Steve.
worry. We're going to get some more numbers. I'm just going to put this email.
I can tell you, if this salvages anything, we do have new numbers from Georgia. I can show you quickly.
Absolutely.
Sure, please, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Let's take a look here. And again, okay, now you see the Trump lead statewide has been cut to 400.
They really are trickling in. Is it still out of Clayton County?
Guess what? Clayton County with another extremely incremental update, but Clayton County reporting out, I think, 300 new votes here, 251 of them for Joe Biden, 49 of them for Donald Trump. And again, this is a county, there are still more votes to come here. I don't know why. I'd be curious to ask them when this is all said and done why they've chosen to do it this way, but they've provided us with new numbers every few minutes, it seems. So again, 463. We have seen updates from Clayton County bigger than 463 votes throughout the course of the night. So I'll say again what I said last time. It's possible if we get another update here in these overnight hours from Clayton County that update would put Joe Biden in front and into the lead in Georgia.
We came on the air. It was at around 1700 at around 2 a.m. Eastern. In the hour and a half or 2 hours that we've been on the air, it has dropped at roughly about 1200 or so. So, we've been keeping an eye on Pennsylvania, but it very well may be that by the time we're off the air at 5 a.m., it is Joe Biden that is leading the state of Georgia.
Yeah, I think that's, and again, Clayton County, as far as we know, is the only, there are several counties with outstanding vote in Georgia, but Clayton is the only one that's decided to count these all night. So I think if you're going to get any vote in the next couple of hours in Atlanta, it's going to be Clayton County. And Clayton County, like we say, unlike Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, where you're getting these sort of bigger batches every few hours, Clayton's given us smaller batches. We're getting them sometimes every 20 minutes, 30, 40 minutes. So, yeah, no, I think we may get another one or two before 5 o'clock. And at this rate, I think two more updates from Clayton would certainly put Biden, or not certainly, but very likely put Biden ahead statewide. And one could, depending on the size.
All right, we're going to keep watching. Rod, you raised your hand, so we're going to go to you now. Rod, you work closely with the Mark Kelly campaign, and it's doing well. We haven't called the race, but he is doing well against Martha McSally. Any lessons that Democrats can take nationally from how Mark Kelly ran his race in what is normally pretty red Arizona?
Well, Arizona is definitely changing. Mark has had an incredible life story and a real emotional story, given his wife, Gabby Giffords, and the kind of rising star she has been in Arizona politics and the kind of leadership she's shown on so many issues. Our campaign, we really worked hard to really speak to voters' concerns, what they're concerned about. And from our Republican opponent, we got a lot of double talk and deception about protecting people with pre-existing conditions, and just a lot of political finger pointing. This is a serious year. People are really going through it and really struggling. They're worried about their jobs. They're worried about their health care. They're worried about the pandemic. And I think Mark really met the moment.
Christy, let's talk a little bit about Pennsylvania and what has been the motivating factor for the turnout. Because as we've talked to our reporter there on the ground, she said she was curious to know whether the African-American vote turned out in the numbers that we had seen previously. You cover Pennsylvania, you know it well. Talk to us about what you think has been the decisive factor in getting people out to the vote and whether or not the African-American vote turned out for Joe Biden.
So I do believe that, and I think what we're going to see when this is all over is that Joe Biden will have brought out more Black Americans to the polls from Philadelphia than either Hillary Clinton did or even Barack Obama. So that will actually be pretty amazing and obviously a decisive factor in his win in this state. But I think that one of the bigger issues that in some ways is overlooked is just what a good cultural fit Joe Biden is for Pennsylvania. And obviously, right, he was born there. He grew up in a working class Catholic neighborhood in a state that is overwhelmed by older Catholic working class people. And so I think that there was just sort of a, simpatico thing that people in Pennsylvania had with Joe Biden. There's a reason that he was sort of seen as the third senator of the state. This is not a guy who is going to go to Philly and ask for Swiss cheese on his cheesesteak as John Kerry did. He's always somebody who sort of understands the populace there. So I know that, as we've been talking about Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, in some ways we talked about Pennsylvania as the state that would be the most difficult for Biden. But I frankly never saw it that way. It's a state that, with the one notable exception of 2016, has, yes, always been seen as a battleground, but always in the end, or at least in the last, 25 years, comes home for Democrats.
What is going to be the uniting issue for rural Pennsylvania and the urban city centers?
Yeah, again, I think that this speaks to the strategy that the Biden campaign had. I don't know that there is one uniting issue, but I do believe that it speaks to the strategy that they had of not just going for, say, cutting the Trump edge among non-college white men and not just, expanding their lead among African Americans, but also doing all of the things. You saw that, in Montgomery County, the suburb of Philadelphia, where I actually grew up, that he was able to expand his lead from what Hillary Clinton did from 22 points to 26. So it was basically he's working the margins among several different demographics, and that has been sort of the winning coalition for him there.
Christy Setzer, thanks so much for joining us. Rod McLeod, Susan Del Percio, Fernand Amandi. Sorry to hype everyone up and then put everything back on ice for a moment. We are still watching the numbers in Philadelphia. We do expect to get an update at some point.
In the meantime, let's reset everything for you. It is now officially the top of the hour, 4 a.m. on the East Coast, 1 o'clock out west. You are watching MSNBC's continuing coverage of the 2020 election. I'm Ayman Mohideen.
And I'm Katie Tur. Let's take a look at the state of the race right now. This hour, much like the last 24 hours, we are still awaiting final results from 5 key battleground states: Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, Georgia, and, of course, Pennsylvania. You're looking live at the Philadelphia ballot facility, still buzzing. There are still people working in there. They are continuing to count those critical votes through the night. They deserve a round of applause.
Yeah, they certainly do. We've seen a steady stream of updates from Pennsylvania this evening, dramatically shrinking Donald Trump's lead for Joe Biden. A win in Pennsylvania, folks, that would push him over the 270 threshold, making him president-elect. In Georgia, a very close race, somehow getting even closer by the hour. Joe Biden is now trailing Donald Trump by a mere 463 votes. Steve Kornacki back with us at the big board to give us an update. We had a moment there, a moment. We thought it was Philadelphia. It actually turned out to be Georgia that is delivering that closer call at this hour, Steve.
Yeah, no, that's right. We've been getting more regular updates in these overnight hours from Georgia, where, again, you just put it up there, but we could see it again. Think about 463 votes. You know, Democrats have been trying to win a presidential election in Georgia for 28 years. They haven't since 1992. This right now is as close as they've come since then. They're within 463 votes of getting to the lead in Georgia this late in the process. And again, they very well could in the coming few minutes, hours. There are votes outstanding right here, in particular, Clayton County. I single out Clayton County because there are a lot of votes that are still left there relative to the total number of votes that are left. It's overwhelmingly Democratic, and this is a county that is staying up all night to get its vote reported out. So we've been getting regular updates from Clayton County, sometimes in small amounts, but at this point, an update of a small amount might be enough to put Joe Biden into first place in Georgia. Now, as these ballots are counted, and there are some other counties that have outstanding ballots, those will be presumably reported out this morning, maybe this afternoon, today, in the coming day here. When all the dust settles in Georgia, whether it is Biden who gets into the lead here or whether it's Trump who finds a way to remain in front, it seems virtually certain the margin between the two of them will be well inside of 0.5%, half a point. If it is, then the recount possibility is on the table. We've seen a similar situation already play out in Wisconsin, where the initial balloting put Joe Biden ahead by 20,000 votes. That was within half a point. That rule allowed any candidate to request a recount, and the Trump campaign has already exercised the right to have a recount in Wisconsin. So if Biden finishes in first place here in this initial round, would the Trump campaign then do the same in Georgia? That's one of the possibilities here. There also are some military provisional ballots that could be coming in through today. The state would not wants to get those ballots, if there are any, if there are many, get those ballots counted and included in this. They aren't yet. Again, we're not expecting many there, but that's part of the process, and the deadline for those is the end of today. So it's a long way of saying, yeah, we are watching these votes closely. There is a very good chance that Joe Biden is actually going to leapfrog Donald Trump and get into the lead here. There is a chance as well, a good chance probably, that Joe Biden might finish up in the lead in Georgia. But there is still going to be a process after that. So to get to an actual declared winner in Georgia may still take some time. But obviously, we are watching the return of the votes closely there. And then there's this one. This is Joe Biden's most immediate path to 270 electoral votes. And as you say, to becoming president-elect. This is Donald Trump leading by 18,229. But we have got, 160,000 or so absentee ballots that are still being reported out. One place in Pennsylvania is doing it at this hour. That's Philadelphia. But there are outstanding absentee votes in a number of places throughout the state, including in Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is. There are 35,000 of those absentee mail ballots there. And in the next few hours, they will begin processing those and getting those reported out. And again, a number of other counties as well. The constant in Pennsylvania has been these mail ballots. ballots. They have been heavily in Biden's favor. This is true in Democratic areas. This is true in Republican areas. It seems to be the case in Pennsylvania that the mail-in voting option was one that Democrats were far, far, far more likely to use than Republicans. And so every time there's been a report of these new mail ballot vote counts throughout the state, Biden has been gaining ground, and there is still a lot of ground he could gain with that 160,000 that's left. So again, it's been a while now since we had our last update from Philadelphia. You see it. They are working there overnight. I think it's very possible in the next hour or so we'll get another update from Philadelphia, and that would very likely, if past his prologue here, bring Joe Biden significantly closer to Donald Trump. And if the trends hold here, if everything we've been seeing just continues to happen, then as these votes are counted up, Biden should be able to catch Trump and move significantly ahead of him in the count. That's the pace he's been on, and he's been maintaining that pace with every update we've seen.
Let us be clear why these mail-in ballots so heavily favor, at least according to now, Joe Biden. It's not just because they're coming from Democratic strongholds in Philadelphia. Across the country, we saw mail-in ballots favor Joe Biden because the president of the United States went on the attack against mail-in balloting, telling his supporters that it wasn't trustworthy, that it was fraudulent. So Donald Trump's supporters went to the polls on Election Day. They were more likely to do that instead of sending their ballots in by the mail, which very nicely, if you want to put it that way, set up the president to say, hey, there's fraud going on because we only want to count the what he calls the legitimate election vote on Election Day. That is not at all the case. The mail-in ballots were legally cast. They were done so because of a pandemic, because people shouldn't be close together, because there is a pandemic. And, oh, by the way, we had another record in terms of the number of people in this country who now have come down with COVID-19 in the past day, superseding what we had the day before. It's over 100,000. The death toll is rising as well. So the reason people were mailing in their ballots is because they didn't want to come into contact with people. I just want to clear that up. I know everyone knows it, but it's worth repeating. Steve, one other thing. You talk about Georgia, talk about Arizona and Nevada. This is all icing on the cake. When you look at the trends in Pennsylvania, that's really where the focus is. That's where it's going to happen if it happens.
Yeah, I mean, look, if Joe Biden is going to get elected, he has the opportunity just to sort of, get over the top and hold on in Pennsylvania. And the pathway to that is very clear at this point. I mean, we'll go to our Road to 270 map, and you could just see, here's, again, this happened the last time I tried to do this with you. We're going to dramatically show you what happens, but it was already colored in blue. But yes, if Joe Biden were to win Pennsylvania, there it goes, 253 that he has now, goes up to 273 if he gets that. And again, for Trump, he has to find a way. And again, with the path here is very difficult to see. But Trump's path to 270 requires him to win Pennsylvania, also Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Alaska still outstanding. Trump would need Pennsylvania plus a lot more. You can look at some of these other states. Trump has a shot in Arizona, certainly Alaska, North Carolina, maybe Georgia, too. He's got a shot in all of them. But Pennsylvania, the situation for Trump is just very, very dire right now for all these reasons we've been talking about. And, yeah, you could reduce it to this for Biden. Get Pennsylvania. He's president-elect. And as you say, for his campaign would say, sure, we'd love to have everything else, but we don't need it.
Yeah, as the late, great Chick Hearn would say, and forgive me, I'm from Los Angeles and I'm a Laker fan, the game's in the fridge, the door is closed, the light is off, the eggs are cold, and the Jell-O is jiggling. That is if Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania.
I love a good Chick Hearn reference.
It's good. I mean, you're a sports guy.
I was more of a Johnny Most guy because I'm from Massachusetts.
Yeah, well, we have to hate each other, I think, actually. But it's okay. For tonight, we will be friends.
We'll take it.
Sports reference aside for a moment, Steve, let me just ask you about Georgia, if I can, for a moment. The Senate race there, because we passed an important threshold. If we talk about the narrowing of the presidential election and the numbers, I do want to talk about Jon Ossoff's race with David Perdue. It has huge implications for potential control of the Senate. That number is also trending in favor of Jon Ossoff.
Yeah, that's a key point there, right? So we've been saying all of this, the balloting that's moving in Biden's favor here in the presidential race is moving in the Democrats' favor as well in the Senate race. So this is the presidential race. Now I'm going to flip and show you the current result in that Perdue Senate race. And this is the key number you're talking about. Perdue leads, and I think pretty clearly here is going to finish ahead of Ossoff, but Perdue has fallen under 50%. Barely, but under. And anything in Georgia, anything under 50% in a Senate race goes to a runoff election. If Perdue gets 50% plus one tonight or whenever the counting is finished in this round, he's the winner. It's over. He's reelected. But if he gets anything less than 50, there's a runoff. The runoff would be held January 5th. There's already another Senate seat in Georgia, that has a multi-candidate primary, and there's clearly going to be a runoff there. If this holds, if Perdue finishes under 50, this means there'll be a second Senate runoff in Georgia. There will be one for Perdue's seat, trying to hang on to it against Ossoff, and there'll be one for that open seat as well in Georgia. They'll both be held on January 5th. Yeah. And the way things are shaping up right here, those two seats on that runoff date, January 5th, about 2 weeks before the presidential inauguration, current balance of power in the Senate has Democrats on path to need those two seats.
Both of them.
Yeah. Both. To get to 50 in the Senate.
That's going to be tough in Georgia.
That's the first order. If Biden wins the presidency, the first political challenge for Democrats is a big difference, as I think they know, between having a Democratic Senate and a Republican Senate.
For sure.
The first order of business politically for Biden and his team might be, can they find a way to get not one but two Senate seats in Georgia, because that would, at least the way the map is shaping up now, potentially get them to 50-50 in the Senate, and then the Vice President Kamala Harris could break the tie in their favor and give them control of the Senate.
And I just want to talk about how, putting in perspective, what a massive undertaking this is for the state of Georgia. They're just getting out of this election where they've had paper mail-in ballots and record numbers, according to Gabriel Sterling. And now they're going to do it again in a couple of weeks. They're going to have to finish the count, certify this count on a county-by-county level. Then they're going to turn around, and now they're going to have to do it for two more Senate races, plus a few other races in the state races that require runoffs as well. So it gives you a sense of the tremendous pressure a lot of these election officials on. Steve, I want to ask you really quickly, if I can, about that. Are we potentially going to see a scenario, or how do you even explain the scenario whereby if the state of Georgia flips to former Vice President Joe Biden, but the Senate still remains in the control of a Republican? Does that mean we're going to conclude that there were split tickets where some people voted for Joe Biden for president, but for David Perdue as the senator?
Yeah, well, again, if he does it in the runoff, this is the wild card. We've seen this happen several times in relatively recent Georgia political history. In 1992, Bill Clinton got elected president. Bill Clinton carried Georgia, last Democrat to do it, when he was elected president in 1992. At the same time, on the night Bill Clinton carried Georgia, there was a Senate race that year between the Democratic incumbent Weiss Fowler and the Republican challenger Paul Coverdell. And Fowler, the incumbent, came in at 49.8% in the preliminary. Not quite enough, got forced into a runoff. The runoff was held about a month after the presidential election, and the politics of Georgia changed in that month, because what happened was all of these Republicans who had just lost the presidential race, and now Bill Clinton's coming in as president, they came to Georgia and they said, Georgia voters, you need to put a check on the new president. The new president has the House of Representatives. And back then he said, the new president's going to have the U.S. Senate. You want to have some kind of a check. Don't give him another member of his own party. Give him somebody to keep an eye on him. And Coverdell, who had finished second in that preliminary round, ended up winning the runoff. And I guarantee the message from Republicans, if this Senate race goes to a runoff and if Biden is the president-elect at that point, is going to be, watch out. You got a Democratic president coming in. You got Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats running the House. You don't want to give this party control of the Senate. You want divided government. That'll be the Republican message. And the question is, will that scramble the politics of Georgia at all?
Steve Kornacki. Stephen, thank you so much. We're going to come back to you. Don't go too far. Let's go now to NBC's Maura Barrett, who's live in Pittsburgh, right by Heinz Field. Maura, give us what you can tell us about when the vote is going to start again in other parts of the state beyond Philadelphia.
Hey, Katie. Yeah, my producer Matt and I were just joking how much this feels like Groundhog Day. It is the middle of the night yet again, and we are still waiting on Pennsylvania. As Steve was talking about, Philadelphia is still counting their vote. But if we rewind a bit to this time, just a few nights ago, before the mail-in ballots started trickling in, Donald Trump was ahead by 600,000 votes here, and obviously we've seen that margin shrink incredibly down to just 18,000. And so these last mail-in ballots that are coming in from Philadelphia and a few other places around the state are going to be really key. And obviously there's been some delay in the results we've been seeing from Philadelphia as they're working like crazy, we're told, overnight. And so I'm in Allegheny County on the opposite side of the state, southwestern Pennsylvania. They have about 35,000 ballots left to go. Now, they finished their mail-in count overnight Wednesday. These 35,000 are ones that several thousand of them are ones that couldn't be scanned. There were some errors. There was signature or date issues, things that they have to review by hand. And that starts with the Return Board of Elections at 9 a.m. today. They couldn't do anything with those yesterday. This is by law that they had to wait for 9 a.m. today. The rest of them now, Allegheny County had contracted with a printing company to help print and mail out their ballots. And earlier last month, they accidentally sent out about 29,000 incorrect ballots to voters. They had to send out replacement ballots, and a court order mandated that those ballots be segregated and waited to be processed and counted again until today. So that is what we're waiting for here in Allegheny County. There are a few other counties, Lehigh and Bucks, over on the eastern side of the state that also have each about 10,000 ballots to come in. So depending on how slowly Philadelphia continues to report and how quickly those other counties wake up and start counting again this morning, we could see some of those mail-in ballots like we've been seeing trending for Joe Biden come in a little later today or throughout the afternoon. And now, Katie, I want to point out, because we've had so much time, because we're waiting, I've been looking at the different county breakdowns, and it's just fascinating because, as I'm going to quote Senator Pat Toomey, he called Pennsylvania a big, beautiful, complicated, diverse state. And when you look at the suburbs around Philadelphia, they're incredibly different than the suburbs and the surrounding counties of Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's area, southwestern Pennsylvania, is seen as the gateway to the Midwest. This is an area where steel was big, agriculture is big. They're really depending on fracking, a new shell plant up in Beaver County just north of me that a lot of people are looking to for their local economy. And these surrounding counties around Allegheny County actually added voter registration for Republicans. Some of them flipped to win over Democrats there. And Donald Trump performing extremely well in those counties, almost exactly the same as what we saw in 2016. Obviously, that's not the case as what we're seeing in Philadelphia and those suburbs as Joe Biden worked to really eat into Trump's margins over there. But it's just kind of something interesting to look at as we look at how different and diverse this state is, and when it comes to rural and urban and the different sectors that people are employed in, and whether they're college educated or not. It's just something that we're going to definitely be taking a look at over the next couple of days and weeks, I'm sure, as we finally see what does happen in Pennsylvania. But, Katie, it does seem very likely that at some point today we will have a very clear picture of what's going on in Pennsylvania.
It seems like it is the story that is playing out in so many parts of this country, the rural areas versus the urban areas. Maura Barrett live for us in Pittsburgh at this hour. Maura, thank you so much for joining us.
And joining us now is David Litt, former speechwriter for President Obama and author of Democracy in One Book or Less. David, you know Pennsylvania well. After working in the Obama administration, you volunteered in Pittsburgh on Election Day. What do you make of the situation that we are seeing there right now as we wait for Philadelphia to send in its latest numbers?
Well, I think right now, we're all just sort of sitting around hoping that you're going to cut me off and say we have a huge batch of new numbers from Pennsylvania. And I'm hoping you cut me off and say that, too. But at the same time, I think you have to give a lot of credit to the Biden campaign here. They were relentlessly focused on Pennsylvania. They spent all of Monday in Pennsylvania. I had a chance to meet some of the organizers who were working their hearts out, who had the toughest job in politics. They were doing everything they could in a really difficult year because they knew how important this state was going to be. And I think we're seeing that work pay off right now. So, it's taken time. It's certainly taken longer than maybe some of us thought. But the fact that you had a campaign that knew exactly where they needed to target and they did the work, that's what you hope for if you're in politics. And I think that's what we're getting.
So there's a lot of talk, David, about the divide between Republican voters, Democratic voters, or Trump voters and everybody else. Is there a way for Democrats to win back what had traditionally been their block of voters, which was working class rural voters outside of the big city centers? Is there an issue that Democrats can grab back onto that will gain some traction with that bloc that seems just so disillusioned by the Democratic Party right now?
Katie, I think Democrats have to be the party of democracy. And part of being the party of democracy is when there's a block of voters that is large and votes against you, you don't try to disenfranchise them, as the Republican Party is doing. You do try to figure out how you can make some inroads, but you also have to be true to yourself and to your principles. And I really think that Democrats can reject the false choice that says if you're listening to people everywhere, if you're competing everywhere, that means that you're letting down your base. I don't think we have to do that at all. I guess the short answer I would say is there's two pieces we can do. One is economics. In Florida, where the minimum wage, $15 minimum wage, passed at the same time as the state went way more for Trump than anyone expected, that should be a template, right? Those kind of policies can appeal to people. And then the second thing is just listening. I started as a field organizer in a red county, Wayne County, Ohio. And one of the things we noticed was you go, the equivalent, you don't talk politics necessarily, but you talk to people about themselves. You ask them about their lives. And just listening can do an enormous amount. And we're seeing that with some of the down ballot candidates as well. Connor Lamb and some others who won races, sometimes outperforming Biden and certainly providing a path forward for Democrats in those areas. And if we can claw back some of that ex-urban or rural vote, Republicans are in real trouble for a long time.
David, we're lucky to have you because I'm going to ask you to take off your political analyst hat for a moment. I want you to put on your speechwriter hat for me. If this goes according to plan, the way the Biden campaign expects it to, all eyes will be on President-elect Joe Biden in the coming hours. He will address the nation. Write that speech for us. What is the message? What is the theme? What are the words Joe Biden, President-elect of the United States, would say to a very divided country, given what we just went through?
Well, I would start with saying, maybe we can all get some sleep. But other than that, I think there's, what we've been seeing from Joe Biden is a reminder of what a president looks like. I mean, the contrast could not be more stark right now. And the campaign is over. The votes are in. But even so, you have Joe Biden out there saying, stay calm, stay confident, trust in our democracy. And then you have Donald Trump making up crazy nonsense from the White House and putting our election integrity and our democracy at risk. So I think just, keeping the faith is what he's been telling us to do. But in that same token, staying steady, staying calm, reminding people what a president really looks like and sounds like. And I think it's just going to be so refreshing to hear that voice and say, hey, we get 4 more years of this and not that other guy. We get to stop, having our blood pressure rise every time the president goes and speaks.
David Litt, thanks for coming on. We appreciate it. Former speechwriter for President Obama. Good to see you. And after installing a record number of federal judges in his first term in office, the president is turning to the judiciary in a last-ditch effort to stave off electoral defeat. It has not been a successful strategy so far, but the Trump campaign does have 6 outstanding legal challenges in various states. So let's bring in Joshua Geltzer. He's the executive director of the Georgetown Law Institute for Constitutional Advocacy and Protection. Joshua, really good to see you. It's been a little while. Talk about what we are going to see from the Trump campaign. They're going to try to exploit every avenue they can to try and find a way to claw back some votes. Do they have any arguments?
Not that we have heard so far, Katie. One thing about going to court, and especially prevailing in court, is that you need facts and you need law to be on your side. And so far, the Trump campaign lacks both. Yes, they are suing. They are claiming that they aren't being allowed, for example, to observe ballot counting the way they are entitled to by law. But when pressed in court, their lawyers are acknowledging, actually, yes, they are in the room. They are observing the way they're entitled to by law. So at some point, this begins to look like disinformation through litigation. They're not real legal claims. They're just ways to advance the Trump talking points, Katie.
So let me ask you, Joshua, if I can, what Joe Biden does here, because as these legal challenges emerge, and as you and other legal experts have said, they may not necessarily have a strong leg to stand on. The argument that the Trump campaign is making is trying to either discredit the voting process, the counting process, and have those ballots cast aside. Legally speaking, how much should Joe Biden fight every step of the way, and how much should he should let it play its course and have faith that the courts may dismiss those challenges?
So I think the Biden campaign is doing just what it needs to do in court, of answering where it needs to answer, of establishing the facts where it needs to establish the facts. Sometimes it's state officials who are able to do that, but of course the Biden campaign has a role too. But I also think it's important to keep doing what we hear those around Biden doing, which is explaining to the public what's fundamentally happening here, which is if
Josh,
you zoom way out.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but we got some numbers out of Georgia. Steve?
Okay, this is a big one, and this is, again, one of these situations where we've got the county website that has just given us an update. It's not quite in our system, so I'm going to have to do this manually, and then this hopefully will adjust quickly. But we have been waiting for more vote from Clayton County, overwhelmingly Democratic Clayton County, and we just got a new batch. The new batch of votes is, for Joe Biden, 1,602. For Donald Trump, 223. So that is a difference, a net gain for Biden of 1,380 votes, a net gain of that. Trump led statewide by 463. Biden has now gained 1,380 votes on him, meaning that when these are added to the system, Joe Biden will have a lead statewide in Georgia of 917 votes. So Biden, and I think just based on the size of this update, that this might be the last of the remaining vote from Clayton County. They have been up all night doing this. They have been releasing this in varying batches. So we have to check on this, but I think this might be the last remaining vote from Clayton County. But again, it's now come in through their county website. I could just take this off. I'm going to just try to show you the difference here. In Clayton County, you see our system right now has 92,027 votes for Biden, but this update that came in about 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago, has him at 93,629. You know, we have Trump at 15,373 in our system. 15,595 is the new number per the Clayton County website. That update just came in. So again, showing you the math on that, that will put Joe Biden ahead in Georgia. Now, there are still votes to come. Right. There are still some other counties. Gwinnett comes to mind, where there are votes to be counted today, later today, Friday. This is, I think, very possibly all that's to come from Clayton County. But the overall trend of these mail ballots being counted up in Georgia has been favorable to Biden, even in Republican areas. So Biden getting ahead like this, he has a possibility here. This is a little different than in Pennsylvania. We keep talking about, hey, wherever there's mail vote, Biden's making big gains. It's a little more complicated in Georgia. It's been a little bit more complicated, but there is definitely a possibility here of Biden making further gains and expanding that lead. Again, 917 with this update that should be coming in here shortly from Clayton County puts Joe Biden into the lead in Georgia.
Steve, if the other counties that are outstanding in Georgia, Fulton, DeKalb, et cetera, if they break, can they break in a big enough way toward Joe Biden to avoid a runoff?
I don't think so, because we're talking about such a slim number of votes here, you know, less than 10,000, I think. 10,000 at the most, I would say. That's kind of the ballpark we're talking about. So that's not something that would knock this thing, you know, out of recount range. We're talking about a very narrow margin. Again, there's the margin between the candidates. There's whether we're at, you know, overseas military personnel ballots. There might be a scattering of those, I think, is probably the fairest expectation there today that could come in there. So I think this one is safely landing in recount territory, no matter what happens here.
So let me ask you this. Because there's a little bit of this that's like playing chess on a puzzle. With Georgia off the map for President Trump, does he still have a path to 270? Because I know that he needs Georgia and Pennsylvania, but if you take Georgia off, does he still have a path with the way everything else is trending?
Well, if Trump were to lose Georgia, and again, I don't think even with this development there's going to be a call there,
for sure,
anytime soon. And again, there's still some vote out, so let's see. But this is what the electoral map looks like right now. The Trump path really requires him to win Pennsylvania, to win North Carolina, to win Georgia. See, now he's getting up to 265. To win Alaska, that's a state he's likely, but I'm so scared using these words, the decision desk would kill me for. It's Alaska. You kind of think it goes to Trump, but we'll see. Arizona, Nevada, then Arizona or Nevada. Everything here, plus Alaska, then either Arizona or Nevada. Now, if Georgia goes blue in this scheme, Biden's up to 269, right?
Yeah.
And the worst Biden could do at that point is an electoral college tie. And Biden in this scenario, with the win in Pennsylvania, he's the president-elect. With a win in Arizona, he's the president-elect. With a win in Nevada, he's the president-elect. So if Biden got Georgia, a big combination of other states here could put him over the top. But Trump has to have Georgia as part of his mix here.
And an electoral tie, 269 goes to the House of Representatives, and that favors the Republicans.
What a scenario that would be, yeah.
And it's likely that Donald Trump would keep his seat if he goes that route.
Because it's based on House delegates.
It's based on delegations. It's not based on the number of representatives that are in Congress. Go watch the episode of Veep. It explains it all. And it's very entertaining. Steve Kornacki, we are still waiting for Philadelphia. We're going to give you a break for a second, unless you want to walk us through anything else in Philadelphia.
Let's just press the button here and make sure we didn't miss anything. No, it remains 18,229. I will shout if we get anything from Philadelphia. And again, I'm making sure here because we've had that. Yeah. We had that confusing one a little while ago with a false alarm in Philadelphia.
Every 2 hours or so, right?
What's that?
Coming out of Philadelphia every 2 hours, 3 hours?
Two and a half, somewhere in there.
The last update was 1:30?
1:21 a.m.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
Not the
seconds.
But let me just go back to Georgia. Has it refreshed in our system to show that Joe Biden has taken the lead? I know that you're explaining it to our viewers, but as a visualization, because everybody now sees America in the red and blue colors?
Yeah, not yet. And again, I'm comparing the vote totals here in Clayton County in our system with the vote totals here on the official website.
The limitations of computers. You can't replace the human brain, or the Steve Kornacki brain at least.
But this is the official county government of Clayton County, and they've been doing this, all night. So
as of 4:32 a.m., Joe Biden leads by about 900 plus points, or 900 plus votes, I should say, in the state of Georgia after the recent batch from Clayton County. Steve Kornacki, stay with us. We're going to be coming back to you throughout the hour. Got it. Let's move on. Bring in Kendra Barkoff. She is a former spokesperson for Joe Biden when he was vice president. It's great to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining us. First of all, let me get your reaction to the news that we're just getting within the hour that Joe Biden, as expected with the trends that we have been seeing, has now taken a very small but nonetheless important symbolic step in overtaking President Trump in the state of Georgia.
Look, I think we've seen all along that Vice President Biden, soon to be President-elect Biden, has said, be calm, stay patient. These numbers are going to come in. We're going to keep counting until every vote is counted, and we'll be victorious. So I think, that's exactly what we're doing. We're waiting. We're seeing all the votes as they slowly tally in and they slowly come in. And, we'll see that his leads will continue to grow in Georgia and in Pennsylvania, where he, still is a little behind. But we know that from what we've seen and what we've heard, that those numbers are going to jump up as they come in from the suburbs of Philadelphia and from the suburbs of Pittsburgh and Allegheny County.
As somebody who worked for him when he was VP, just how are you feeling right now? What's your reaction to all this?
You know what? It is such a surreal experience. I spent a lot of time on the road with him, traveling across not only Pennsylvania, which, I spent a lot of time with him, but across the country and across the world. And he is someone who can bring the nation together in a way that really needs to be done. He knows how to, talk to everybody. You've seen it even this week when he went out there on Wednesday and gave a speech about how, using President Obama's famous words that there's not blue states, there's not red states, there's the United States of America, and I'm here to govern for all of you. And I think that's really true. I think that he will be a leader and a president, and in a time when we really need someone who will take us and lead us out of this pandemic. He will listen to the scientists. And he will follow their lead and take us to where we need to be as a country.
Let me ask you, as a spokesperson, former spokesperson, the message that Joe Biden needs to be delivering right now to a very divided country. Obviously, we're still very early, and I don't want to get ahead of myself, but as we've heard from our correspondents there in the Biden world, he is poised, based on the way things are playing out, that it is trending in his favor, and assuming he does win, what is the message? What is the tone that the former vice president needs to set to really, not just for ordinary Americans who may be very divided about this, but also for the political world and the political reality that we're seeing emerge on Capitol Hill?
Look, I think he's already started to deliver that message, right? I mean, again, we saw it earlier this week when he went out and gave a speech where he talked about whether you voted for me or not, I'm still going to be your president. And I've seen it firsthand. I walked the halls of Capitol Hill with him when he pulled together economic deals. He knows how to talk to Republicans. He knows how to talk to Democrats. And I think that's what he's going to continue doing, is sharing this message that I am here to sort of bring us all together so that we can move forward as a nation. And I think you've started to see it already. I think you're going to continue seeing it. He doesn't want to be a divided president because that's not who he is as a person. He's an inclusive person. He is someone who has empathy and who has the ability to talk to people on both sides of the aisle and bring everybody together. You've seen it. He's been the vice president, obviously, and you've seen it with Kamala Harris. He's brought her in. They're getting these briefings. They're talking with the scientists and with doctors about COVID and where to go from here. And I think you're going to see him continue to lead and take a place where everybody can understand who he is as a president-elect, and that he will be inclusive and wants everybody at the table.
All right, Kendra Barkoff, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your insights. This hour, we're going to take a quick break. It is 4:36 a.m. The big news just within the last few minutes, the state of Georgia now has turned blue for Joe Biden. He has a small lead in that state, but Joe Biden does now have a lead of 917 points in the Peach State. Stay with us. Our special election coverage continues after the break.
All right, just to bring you up to speed, Joe Biden is gaining in Pennsylvania. He is also gaining in Georgia. We currently have no calls to make, but we are awaiting more numbers. They are coming in. Gosh, we wish we could give you a schedule. They're coming in when they come in. And we will go to Steve when we get a little bit more. Let's, in the meantime, go to Grace Panetta, senior politics reporter at Business Insider, and Tia Mitchell, Washington correspondent for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Ladies, thanks so much for being here. Tia, I guess I want to start with you. As we eye Georgia as closely as we have been, give the credit where credit is due. What do we owe this change in momentum that we're seeing in Georgia, which used to be such a reliably red state, which used to have Newt Gingrich as Ayman Mohyeddin's representative as he was growing up in Georgia?
Yeah, Georgia Democrats have been saying for years that it can happen here. And of course, we know Stacey Abrams came very close in 2018 when she ran for governor. And they have been saying all along, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, who was an early surrogate for Vice President Biden, and she's been saying that Georgia is a place that can help him win the presidency. A lot of folks were skeptical, but the demographics of Georgia is changing, and Georgia's population is becoming more diverse. And all of those things together have led us to this point where right now Joe Biden is leading Donald Trump in Georgia.
Grace, let's talk about the politics of Washington, if I can, for a moment, certainly on Capitol Hill, and what the dynamic is that is unfolding among Democrats. I had a chance to speak to a Majority Whip Jim Clyburn earlier. He plans on running for re-election. Is there a moment for soul searching for the Democratic Party based on their performance? Do you think that the Democratic caucus in Congress will be happy, or at least sufficiently happy, with the fact that they are retaining power despite losing some seats?
Yeah, that's a really great point. I'm really glad you brought this up, because in the conversation about the presidential results, what's kind of getting lost is this really disappointing performance that down-ballot Democrats had. They were hoping that Biden, a moderate at the top of the ticket, would protect the vulnerable Democrats, but at least several so far have lost re-election. And you're absolutely right. There's going to be a huge reckoning here. Part of it may have just been the unprecedented circumstances brought about by the pandemic, but it absolutely is true that in some of these places, like in South Florida, for example, Democrats are really struggling among Hispanics and have arguably failed to do sufficient outreach in those communities. And that's going to be something that they really will need to reckon with now, and is absolutely going to shape both the future of Congress and the way that a potential Biden administration works with Congress, with the caucus change.
There was a contentious caucus call among congressional Democrats earlier. I believe it was, I guess it was yesterday now. And there was a lot of blame going around for what they saw in losing some of the seats. I think it was Alyssa Slotkin. It was Alyssa Slotkin up in Michigan talking about how Democrats have got to move away from the word socialism, that defund the police, that she almost lost her seat because of that rhetoric. What do you see changing within the Democratic caucus? Do you see anything changing in terms of the politics or in terms of leadership?
Yeah, absolutely. Leadership is going to be huge here. I think Sherry Bustos, who's the chairwoman of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, the DTRIP, she's going to face a lot of scrutiny, and the other behind-the-scenes leadership will too. And sort of about, what kind of outreach they're doing to the rest of the country, for example, on, reaching out to Hispanics, reaching out to young voters. It's definitely going to be a big reckoning. Nancy Pelosi will absolutely face some scrutiny as the House Speaker. And, throughout the whole leadership, they think we're going to be hearing a lot more about that in the coming months as challenges get mounted.
Tia, let me stay on it. Sorry, and I apologize because the delay there for a second. Let me just pick up on that point from Grace about the Senate race in Georgia. If it potentially does go, as we now see it, go into a runoff, with the implication that both of these seats are now up for grabs, how likely do you think we're going to see an inflood of money and resources from both the Democratic Party as well as the Republican Party? John Ossoff has already been involved in one of the most expensive races when he was running for his House seat that he lost. He may be in for another very expensive Senate race.
Yeah. All the money, all the attention, all the focus is going to be on Georgia, because we're going to pretty much be the only game in town in very consequential Senate races, especially if the Democratic control of the Senate is dependent on both of those seats being won by Democrats. So we expect a lot of money. It's going to be hard for Democrats because runoffs, usually in Georgia, Republicans have a track record of winning those runoff races, including that John Ossoff runoff you mentioned. But we expect both parties to put all their resources, all their attention. We expect, all the leaders of the party to be campaigning in Georgia in hopes of winning those seats.
Is the money a benefit? We saw a ton of money poured into the race in Kentucky with Amy McGrath against Mitch McConnell. A ton of money poured into the race in South Carolina with Jamie Harrison and Lindsey Graham. A ton of money up in Maine in the race against Susan Collins. Is money helpful, especially outside money, all this money that floods in, helpful in these statewide races?
I think money matters, we know, but money is not the end-all, be-all. You got to have a message. And we also know it's hard to unseat an incumbent. It's hard to unseat an incumbent in a red state. The difference in Georgia, as we're seeing tonight, is that Georgia's not as red as it used to be. and therefore John Ossoff and Reverend Raphael Warnock have a fighting chance. But money alone, pouring money into Georgia, isn't going to help them win. The messaging, as we've talked about, they have been called socialists. They have been accused of wanting to defund the police, even though that's not part of their platform. And so we expect that. Reverend Warnock already put out an ad saying he expects the attacks to come now that he's made it into the runoff. And so I think it's going to be both, though, but you can't win, especially with so much attention on Georgia. So much money is going to be thrown at it that if it's a lopsided thing, then that'll be hard for any candidate to win without having money behind them.
Grace Panetta, senior politics reporter at Business Insider, and Tia Mitchell, Washington correspondent for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Thank you so much. Steve, we want to go back to you. We had been waiting for the computer to update on the state of Georgia with the numbers that you just got. Where are we right now?
Yeah, so now the computer's updated, but, instead of my scribbling on the screen, you can now very clearly see that last update from Clayton County. It's now in our system, and there it is. You are looking at results right now with 99% of the votes counted from the state of Georgia, and Joe Biden leads Donald Trump by 917 votes. Again, that is another report there from Clayton County that just came in. Overwhelmingly Democratic county in the Atlanta area. It's been reporting out votes all night, bringing Biden closer and closer, and now putting Biden into the lead. That may be the last of the vote to come out from Clayton County, but not the last of the vote from Georgia. There still are several thousand other votes that are out there. This was the only county, Clayton, that was up all night counting. There are other counties that will resume that in the next few hours. Votes will come out during the day. If you're the Biden campaign, what you like is those votes are coming disproportionately from Democratic counties. For instance, Gwinnett County is one of these counties where we still are waiting on some absentee ballot, some mail ballot. They will be tabulating that and releasing it today. You can see Biden is already winning that county by a wide margin, to give you a sense of, I think, what the expectation is for how that vote's going to go. So, in other words, there is an opportunity now that he's gotten ahead by 917. There's an opportunity for Biden to build on that advantage and build on his lead there in Georgia. So, but we will see where it all lands, wherever it lands. And if it does land with Joe Biden leading statewide, the recount provision in Georgia, the losing candidate, if it's within half a point, 0.5%, the losing candidate can say, hey, I want to recount. This is virtually certain to end within 0.5 points, again, even if Biden builds this lead a little bit. So we've seen the Trump campaign in another state, Wisconsin, have a similar procedure and say, yes, right, we want the recount. So does that suggest they would do the same if they finish second here? But if Biden's able to build a significant lead here, there is a question then, too. Do you go into a recount with a big lead, even if a few votes move around in the recount, you got more of a pad potentially for that recount. So, yeah, no Democrats won Georgia in 28 years. Now here we are on the Thursday after the election. 99% is in. A few thousand votes remain. And the Democrat, Joe Biden, leads by 970
He leads.
votes.
He has not overtaken. He has not won the state. And we're being very clear that the margin is probably going to be so small that whatever the margin is, it could likely lead to a recount. Can I make a quick correction for something I just said a moment ago? I was talking about a call in the Democratic caucus complaining about the results of the House races across the country and Democrats losing seats. I said Alyssa Slotkin complained about defund the police and socialism. It was actually Abby Spanberger, according to the reporting. So just want to clear that up. It was said, but just I got the wrong congresswoman.
Steve, can I just go back to Georgia for a moment? Yep. You mentioned Gwinnett County. I'm curious, do you have a general ballpark of how many ballots are still in the counting process? How many ballots are still out there? Because 917, especially when you include military and provisional ballots. Do we have that number by any chance?
Well, so the military provisional, just to be clear on this, because I think, when we say pending military provisional ballots, military and overseas ballots, the deadline for which is today at the end of the day, that doesn't mean they're sitting on a giant pile of military and overseas ballots just waiting to get to them today. They've actually had a bunch of them already, processed them, and reported them out. It's just if there's any more to come in, today's the deadline for that. So there were a total of 8,800 military overseas ballots sent out and as of yet not returned. So theoretically, all of those 8,800 could come in by the end of today, and they would count them. Practically speaking, the vast majority of those likely are just votes that aren't going to be cast. People got the ballot and said, no, I'm not going to send it back for whatever reason. But that is a bit of a wild card. We don't know if there'll be any votes that come in there. So that's one of the issues. In terms of how many votes in Gwinnett, again, the ballpark here, I do think we're talking about a couple thousand votes left in Gwinnett. And again, in a couple other of these counties here. But overall, we're not talking about a huge number of votes anymore. I think we might be talking inside 10,000 that are left at this point.
Has the Senate race changed at all with that last batch that we got? Because I know we're already below the threshold for the runoff, but has it?
It did. Look at that. David Perdue, he was at 49.9% before that last update. And he's now at 49.8%. He's now moved another notch below that threshold. Again, he needs now, Perdue does with these outstanding votes, he would need to be winning the remaining votes in Georgia, and he'd need to be winning them by a substantial enough margin that he could get back to 50% plus one. Otherwise, he's headed to a runoff.
Steve, we are coming up on our hard out, and we thought we would get some Philadelphia numbers during this 3-hour block that we've been here with you. Let's check one more time.
I thought you would too, Katie. Let's give it a...
We really thought. I mean, you said between 4 and 5, and I trusted you.
And I'm in Senate. Let's spin the wheel of fortune and... Oh, Katie, I hate to disappoint you.
They're going to come in at 5:01.
They were on late at night in Philadelphia and elsewhere. You know, I really thought we were going to.
The problem is now you're committed, Steve, to the rest of the day. We're getting off the air at 5. You committed because you thought. So you took the bigger gamble on this coming in throughout the last 3 hours.
Let me be careful here. I'm not necessarily committed for the rest of the day. I'm committed till we get a winner. Oh
man, okay, smart move.
You said a little bit earlier, many hours ago now, that we were going to get some numbers between 4 and 5. I perked up and I woke up. I didn't even need a nap. I thought, I'm going into work and something's going to happen.
Your ankle bracelet will not allow you to leave the building, Steve. You cannot do that. Thank you very much, my friend. Good to talk to you throughout these hours. That does it for us this hour. Thanks for watching. I'll be back later today at 3 p.m. Katie will be back at 2 p.m.
We'll see, at least. We'll see what happens tomorrow.
Anything can happen between now and then. It's a lot of time.
Don't go anywhere, because even though you're losing us, and we don't want to leave, but you are losing us, Casey Hunt is going to continue our coverage.
I wonder what could happen at 5:01.
Early with Casey Hunt. Lucky girl. See you later.
President Trump lashes out as Joe Biden inches closer to victory. The electoral score at this hour: Joe Biden, 253, Donald Trump, 214. Biden has now taken the lead in Georgia, while the most critical state on the map, Pennsylvania, is within Biden's reach. Good morning and welcome to Way Too Early. I'm Casey Hunt on this Friday, November 6th, our 4th election day in a row. Let's begin with the breaking news this morning. Joe Biden has taken the lead in Georgia. This just happened a few minutes ago with some new votes that came in. The margin almost couldn't be more razor thin. There are only 917 votes that separate Biden and President Trump in this state. They are tied at 14.4%. And as of 10:30 last night, there were just over 14,000 ballots left to count in the state. Again, we got a batch of those, so we're still trying to figure out exactly how many we have outstanding, where they are, and Steve Kornacki has been breaking that down for all of you. But Biden did take the lead this morning thanks to Clayton County, a Democratic stronghold outside of Atlanta, where the votes have been trickling in all night. This, I want to remind all of you, is John Lewis country. Meanwhile, in Gwinnett County, another suburb of Atlanta, Georgia's Secretary of State said last night that there were at least 4,800 votes still to be counted. We learned at 11 p.m. that election workers there were done for the night. I'm sure they're just as tired as we are. It's also worth noting that the Georgia Senate race between Republican Senator David Perdue and his Democratic challenger Jon Ossoff appears headed for a runoff. Perdue has fallen just below the 50% threshold that's required to win the election outright. And that means both of Georgia's Senate races would go to a runoff, and that those Senate races will end up determining who controls the U.S. Senate. We're all going to be learning a lot more about Georgia in the weeks and months to come. Let's go now to Pennsylvania, though, this morning. This race still close to call. We are waiting on pins and needles for the answers out of Pennsylvania. The former vice president continues to cut into the president's lead here. Donald Trump is ahead by just over 18,000 votes. But with some 360,000 votes remaining, and many from areas where Biden has been dominating, the former vice president is expected to overtake Trump. More than 60,000 votes are still out in Philadelphia County, where Biden has been winning more than 80% of the vote. Out in Allegheny County, on the other side of the state, Biden's been getting more than 58% of the vote, and more than 34,000 votes still yet to be counted. Go back across the state again, back to Bucks County. This is a Philadelphia suburb. There are more than 20,000 outstanding ballots. Biden has been getting more than 51% of the vote there. What's really important, he seems to be outperforming where Hillary Clinton was there back in 2016. That's the numbers folks are watching. Nearly 14,000 votes still out in Lehigh County. Biden's been winning there by more than 52%. Biden also flipped Erie County, and that is seen as a bellwether. You can see it there up in the top western corner of the state. Trump led Election Day voting by 24,000 votes, but mail-in ballots pushed Biden ahead of the president in Erie yesterday. It's one of those counties that was a reliably Democratic county, but that Trump narrowly carried in 2016. Looks like it's now going to land back in Democrats' column. Joining us now, NBC News political reporter Maura Barrett, who is live in Pittsburgh for us. Maura, good morning to you. Thank you so much for, I think you've been up overnight, so thank you for staying up late on your end to be with us way too early. We obviously just had that breaking news out of Georgia, but that race remains too close to call. And the big question as we head in to this protracted I've lost my ability to count, whatever day it is of this election, everyone is looking at Pennsylvania to figure out if these votes are going to potentially push Joe Biden into the lead and potentially put news organizations in a position to call the race for the entirety of the presidential race for Joe Biden. Obviously, NBC News still has not made that projection as we wait on this vote. Walk us through what you're expecting for the next few hours. We showed some of those counties on the map. Where are we still waiting on votes? What have we heard from officials about when they are going to come in?
Good morning, Casey. Well, what is sleep when history is potentially about to be made, right? So we are here in Pittsburgh, across the state, Philadelphia. You kind of broke down the numbers that we're waiting for. Election officials over and over again telling everyone to take a deep breath, be patient, and wait for these numbers to come in. Philadelphia has been kind of sporadic in how they've been reporting their numbers. We've seen some trickle in continuing overnight, but we have no timeline on when any more might be coming in. But like you said, just a little bit more than 50,000 votes. For context, yesterday throughout the day, we saw about 60,000 votes come in over the span of 12 hours. So I would be hesitant to say that we get anything before midday today out of Philadelphia. So that brings us here to Allegheny County, where the Returns Board can start looking at those remaining 35,000 ballots that need to be checked out. Remember, overnight Wednesday, Allegheny finished all of their mail-in ballots for the most part. The ones that remain are ones that were replacement ballots sent out to correct a printing issue that sent incorrect ballots to voters back in October, and also ones that need to be checked, the ones that couldn't go through the scanners, they need to be checked by hand. So that starts at 9 a.m. today, and we'll see those be processed throughout the day. And you also mentioned Lehigh and Bucks County. They'll get started later this morning. And so with such a small margin that Biden is trailing President Trump by right now, we could be looking at any of these counties depending on how quickly or slowly Philadelphia ultimately reports. But there are other pockets of the state that we can be looking at throughout the day to see ultimately where this all lands.
Maura, very quickly, I feel like a lot of my sources have been declaring, Democratic sources, that Biden's going to win in Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign has mounted some legal challenges. But is your sense from talking to folks on the ground there that Democrats still feel like they're in a strong position? That's certainly what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Democrats have noticed, as we all have noted, that these mail-in ballots that are coming in are incredibly skewed for Joe Biden. Now, remember, just overnight, this time 2 nights ago, Donald Trump was ahead by 600,000 votes-ish, and that was because of the in-person turnout. And as we've seen these mail-in ballots come in over the past couple of days, that's obviously shrunk considerably. And so Democrats feeling extremely confident. I'm hesitant to say what they've talked about different leads that they expect to see with Biden, but obviously we are seeing as we get things come in, they do feel strongly that he will come out ahead.
All right, NBC's Maura Barrett, you're doing great work out there. Stay safe. Try to get a little bit of rest, but your point about history is well taken. Meanwhile, the race in Arizona also remains too close to call this morning. Joe Biden's lead has narrowed to about 47,000 votes, with about 285,000 ballots still to be counted. Many of those votes are in Maricopa County. As of last night, Maricopa had about 204,000 remaining uncounted ballots. About 175,000 of those were mail ballots that voters dropped off on Tuesday at the polls. We expect the next batch of roughly 75,000 ballots to be reported at 9 a.m. local time, so that's 11 a.m. Eastern. The number I'm watching for here in Arizona is 20,000 votes. If Joe Biden's lead drops below 20,000 votes, I think you're going to hear Democrats sounding a lot more nervous about the state of play there. But if that's about where this race is, I think they're going to feel all right. So after taking most of Wednesday off to release more results, let's go now to Nevada, which remains too close to call this morning as we anticipate more votes coming in later today. Right now, Joe Biden leads by a slim margin of just over 11,000 votes in the Silver State. Clark County, where Biden currently holds a lead of over 64,000 votes, with 88% of the total count in, expects to update their total around 9 a.m. local time this morning, which will include 51,000 mail-in ballots. The county's come under some criticism for how slowly results have been updated. And yesterday, NBC News' Jolene Kent reported that the county facility can process 70,000 votes a day, but officials more focused on getting it right. County officials note that there are about 63,000 mail-in ballots that are still left to process. And on top of that, they expect to receive more mail ballots from the U.S. Postal Service. Under state law, ballots postmarked on or before November 3rd have to be accepted until next Tuesday. And there are also roughly 60,000 provisional ballots that are being processed, along with 2,100 ballots that are in a more complicated process known as curing. And then there are 44,000 ballots that need IDs. Statewide, the Nevada Secretary of State announced yesterday afternoon that approximately 190,000 ballots are left outstanding, with 89% of the vote in. So we still have a lot of vote out in Nevada, watching, of course, to see if Joe Biden maintains those margins in Clark County. But obviously, of course, we're holding off on a call there. Let's go now out to North Carolina, also too close to call this morning, as President Trump holds a slight lead over Joe Biden with 95% of the vote in. As it stands now, the president leads by 76,000 votes, and the North Carolina Board of Elections last updated on Wednesday morning that 116,000 absentee ballots have yet to be processed, and the board has extended the deadline for ballots to be received from today to November 12th. So that extends out this counting process. These absentee ballots, though, must be postmarked by Election Day. Counties have until November 13th to continue counting. North Carolina, a state where Republicans feel good about the president maintaining his lead there. Joining us now, senior politics editor for NBC News and MSNBC, Beth Phouy. Beth, good morning, or maybe it's good night if you've been up all night doing this data, but I hope it's good morning to you. Let's talk about this in the broad context of what's been going on, because we did not hear from Joe Biden yesterday evening after we heard from the president, who, without any evidence, claimed that there were all kinds of issues with the election. I don't even want to repeat what he said at that statement when he went to the podium at the White House. But the Biden team still confident going into this morning that some of what we just broke down is going to ultimately break his way. And I'm curious what you're hearing from them about how they're thinking about all of this. And, you know, frankly, Republicans, there was some urging from the White House for, you know, rank and file GOPers to get out there and defend the president on television. And we're seeing a little bit of that. But I'm also hearing a lot of ambivalence, I would say, about whether the White House has a strategy, whether they should be doing this at all, and what the appetite is for that.
Yeah, that's something I've really noticed, Casey, is the fact that Republican elected officials and other senior Republicans almost uniformly are not stepping out and stepping into this cause with President Trump. I mean, think about it. The people who are out there standing up for the president and, you know, echoing these claims of fraud or raising questions about how states are going through their process are basically President Trump's family and then some very close sort of personal associates like Rudy Giuliani and Corey Lewandowski, who was President Trump's campaign manager for a time back in 2016. The silence is really kind of deafening on the right among Republican elected officials. And in fact, if any of them are speaking out, they are urging President Trump to sort of knock it off and to let the process play itself out. Because frankly, you know, they may not like the outcome here, but there really isn't evidence of fraud anywhere. I mean, people are frustrated that it's taking kind of a while to get through these votes, that some states are sort of taking chunks of the day off but before they then go back in and read some more ballots. Of course, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and that's challenging a lot of these states. But for the most part, really entirely, the process appears to be going just fine, except for a couple of little minor teeny glitches here and there that have nothing to do with fraud. And ultimately, we're going to get a winner based on the balloting, not based on going to court. And elected officials on the Republican side seem to know this, and they are doing what they can in their way to say, President Trump, please stop raising questions about the process, let it play out. And they're not stepping into that arena with him at all.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think there's nobody's saying that if there's legitimate standing to go to court, not to go, take your evidence, show up, let a judge decide if you have standing. But the thing is that so far, you know, if the Trump campaign can't come up with evidence of that, there's no reason why a court would say, oh, yes, we absolutely need to look at this issue. I mean, the one thing I would say, Beth, is if you looked at Sean Hannity's program on Fox News last night, you saw Lindsey Graham stepping out there, you know, talking about donating to the president's legal defense fund. You saw Ted Cruz using the word lawless about this. Kevin McCarthy out there just blanket insisting that the president won the election, also on Fox News. I mean, so you do have a few that are going out on TV, but I do agree with you that the bulk of them are doing exactly what you said. I'm not trying to take away from what you just outlined, but can we just talk for a second about why Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz and Kevin McCarthy are all on TV in the last 24 hours?
Well, certainly Lindsey Graham is, you know, decided that he, you know, is going to attach himself to the president at the hip and has for 4 years. But these guys also have political ambition. They are looking at running for higher office, perhaps in the next 4 years. And Fox News and the sort of conservative media world is where President Trump thrives. And those guys feel that they can do that in that bubble, in that vacuum, and, you know, perform for the audience of one, you know, President Trump. So they can sort of safely do it. So yes, there are a couple here and there who are speaking up. But for the most part, we're seeing many more Republicans just urging calm and saying, let's let this go. And honestly, though, Casey, I would also say we should sort of take another big step back and just say, you know, remind our viewers how divided this country is. I mean, the fact that we've got this like 4 or 5, you know, states, big states that are coming down to this tiny little margin between these two candidates is absolutely extraordinary. And it does remind everybody that, you know, no matter who we support or what have you, the country is not together. We're divided roughly in half. Whomever is going to win this is going to leave a lot of other people very unhappy. We have a whole lot of sort of soul searching to do about how this country can kind of come together and figure out a way to, you know, unite to solve some of the country's problems. Because right now what we're seeing is Americans just sort of at loggerheads. And that's what's playing out in a big state like Georgia, where we're talking about like a margin of a few hundred votes separating the president of the United States and his Democratic challenger.
Well, and I think all of this helps explain Republicans' behavior as well, because there are 70 million Americans, approximately almost, who voted for President Trump. And Republicans got help from that. And in many ways, President Trump is going to be, he is the present and potentially a big part of the future of the Republican Party. So, Beth Fooey, thank you.
He pulled them across the finish line. Those senators who we didn't think were going to win. He was the one who made them win.
All right, Beth Fooey, thank you so much for being up early with us after a marathon couple of days. Still ahead here, some Republicans, as we were just talking about, starting to break with the president over his claims of election fraud. We'll walk you through more of those details. Plus, a lawsuit by the Trump campaign alleges Nevada voters voted illegally. We're going to show you the moment that MSNBC's Jacob Soboroff confronted them and underscored the lack of evidence for this claim. These stories, much more, when we come right back. Welcome back. We don't want to lose sight of this very alarming story. There are new numbers on the COVID-19 pandemic. For the second straight day, the U.S. broke the record for new cases. Yesterday alone, over 120,000 infections were confirmed, surpassing the previous single-day record by nearly 16,000 cases. On Wednesday, the U.S. recorded over 100,000 new daily cases for the first time since the pandemic began. And in just 10 months, more than 9.6 million Americans have been infected with coronavirus, and more than 236,000 have died. We've got some sports stories that relate to this as well. The Las Vegas Raiders are being punished by the NFL for violations of its coronavirus protocols arising from tackle Trent Brown's positive test last month. The team has reportedly been stripped of a sixth-round pick in next year's draft, and they've been fined $500,000. Head coach John Gruden has also been fined an additional $150,000. It comes after the Raiders were docked $250,000 and Gruden $100,000 for not wearing a mask during the team's home opener. And the team was fined an additional $50,000 for allowing an unauthorized person in the locker room. Multiple players were also fined last month after attending an indoor charity event without wearing masks. Come on, guys. In total, Las Vegas has racked up more than $1 million in fines for breaking COVID-19 protocols. Meanwhile, 4 NFL teams adjusted operations yesterday following positive coronavirus tests among players and staff. The Houston Texans closed their facility yesterday after linebacker Jacob Martin reportedly tested positive. He's been placed on the reserve COVID-19 list along with 2 other Texan players who were identified as close contacts. The Chicago Bears, meanwhile, have been cleared by the league to resume activities today after the team paused in-person work at their facility yesterday over another player testing positive. The Indianapolis Colts held all their meetings virtually, and 4 players reportedly missed practice yesterday because they were considered close contacts of a staff member who had tested positive. And the Kansas City Chiefs closed the team's training center yesterday afternoon after a staffer tested positive. Defensive tackle Chris Jones was also placed on the reserve COVID-19 list after being deemed a close contact. Still ahead here, we're going to dig into the president's many legal challenges as he fights to stay in the White House, including at least 2 that have already been thrown out by judges. We're coming back in just a moment. Welcome back to Way Too Early. Judges in Georgia and Michigan yesterday rejected Trump campaign legal challenges to how votes are counted, while the campaign went on to file additional lawsuits in other states. In Georgia, a judge denied a motion to disqualify 50 voters that a Republican election watcher claimed arrived after the 7 p.m. deadline on Election Day. The poll watcher offered no evidence that the ballots were late. In Michigan, a judge denied the request to stop counting votes because it, quote, made little sense, since counting there is effectively finished and the state has been awarded to Biden. The Trump campaign also took its legal strategy to Arizona, asking a judge to let it join a lawsuit that alleges equipment tabulation errors on ballots marked with Maricopa County-issued Sharpies. The county attorney asked that the case be dismissed. The judge declined to toss the suit, and we'll hear arguments on whether county voters who believe their ballots were rejected should be allowed to recast them and watch them be tabulated. And in the all-important state of Pennsylvania, the Trump campaign is involved in lawsuits seeking to stop the counting of a small number of mail ballots where voters were allowed to correct errors. They also filed a federal suit to stop the counting in Philadelphia until election officials follow a state appeals court order to allow Republicans close observance of the vote count. The legal blitz by the Trump campaign and its surrogates extended to Nevada yesterday with another attempt to invalidate votes. The campaign announced the filing of a federal suit alleging that as many as 10,000 people cast ballots for Joe Biden, who had either died or moved out of the state. Former Nevada Attorney General Adam Laxalt, who's the co-chair of the Trump campaign in Nevada, and former Director of National Intelligence Rick Grenell called a news conference to announce the suit, which is trying to stop the use of signature verification machines to check votes and require that all the mail ballots be hand-checked. And remember that many Nevada votes by mail at a very, very high rate. They didn't take any questions, but NBC's Jacob Soboroff, my colleague and friend, still tried to get answers. Watch this.
Can you talk about the evidence? You are claiming thousands of illegitimate votes here in Nevada. What's the evidence?
You should go in and ask the question of the clerk.
No.
Which you haven't
done
yet.
You guys just made the claim. No, in fact, you also said there's no election observers. There's Democratic and Republican election observers inside. Mr. Grenell, former DNI Grenell, acting DNI. Where's the evidence of the fraud? You haven't presented any evidence of fraud.
Where's the evidence?
They've presented no evidence of fraud.
There you have it. There was no evidence presented. They didn't present any evidence or respond to Jacob Soboroff there. We have to keep underscoring all of this as we try to cover this. This is what the president is doing on the one hand, but on the other hand, they are providing no evidence for their claims. The president's ultimate legal strategy was reinforced, I guess, by a tweet at 2:22 a.m. this morning. He falsely claimed that votes accepted during this period are illegal votes and the Supreme Court should decide. Again, they have to get a case that has legal standing that the Supreme Court ultimately takes up for anything like that to happen. Speaking for the first time since claiming premature victory on election night, President Trump unleashed a torrent of false claims yesterday, including alleging rampant cases of election fraud involving early and mail-in voting in major U.S. cities. As his path to 270 electoral votes increasingly dwindles, Trump also blamed Democrats, pollsters, and the media during 17 minutes of remarks from the White House briefing room. And we're just not going to play any of it because there were so many unsubstantiated claims. And my colleagues here, as they listen to those unsubstantiated claims, we quickly cut the president short. And there were a number of television networks who made the same decision last night, simply just deciding not to broadcast the disinformation that was coming from the podium. And meanwhile, Joe Biden's campaign denounced the president's attempts to undermine election integrity and called Trump's comments, quote, desperate, baseless, and a sure sign that he is losing. Several Republican lawmakers and governors also chastised the president's remarks, including Senator Mitt Romney. He tweeted in part, quote, the votes will be counted. Meanwhile, 19 former U.S. attorneys who served under Republican presidents released a statement calling Trump's voting claims, quote, premature, baseless, and reckless, adding, we hereby call upon the president to patiently and respectfully allow the lawful vote counting process to continue in accordance with applicable federal and state laws and to avoid any further comments or other actions which can serve only to undermine our democracy. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Carol Lee. Carol, good morning. Thank you so much for being up so early with us on this critical day. We're, of course, still waiting to try and call this race. Let's talk a little bit about the reaction to what we saw from the president yesterday. And particularly, I mean, we talked about those U.S. attorneys, but I think there's also some eyes turning to the defense and national security communities. And I know you have so many amazing sources in those communities. What are we hearing from them about what the president is doing and how the process overall is playing out?
Well, you're not really hearing very much publicly, Casey. I think that right now people are sort of standing back in terms of current officials. You're not seeing much publicly. And I think the reason is they're waiting to see how this plays out, that they feel there's a feeling like we're getting closer to the end and there may not be a reason for some of them to step up. But look, this is what we saw last night is something that national security officials, State Department officials, the U.S. government has criticized from other governments time and time again. We've seen this over and over again. If a foreign leader is coming out and saying they've won an election that has not been completed, where all the votes have been counted, the State Department typically issues a statement. Sometimes the president comes out and criticizes something like that, not necessarily this president, but we've seen this in the past. And so there's a lot of anxiety, but also just kind of I don't know how to describe the position exactly, like they're sitting tight to see if this is going to end and if it can just move on without actually having to come out and say or do anything.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense, and I feel like I'm picking up some of that from some Republicans as well. Basically, the idea that, okay, if we're going to get a clear result, it's going to be obvious who won the election. I think a lot of them are perhaps assuming that Joe Biden's going to win. I mean, underscoring NBC has obviously not called the race yet. You would all know if we had. But that seems to be kind of the sense. And, you know, I have been hearing from Republicans who basically feel like the White House doesn't have a strategy. And it's more even than them not having a strategy. It's that they don't feel as though they have a path. And the president and his family are out there demanding kind of fealty on television. And we got some of that last night from people like Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz. But the rest of the Republican Party seems to be doing exactly what you described, you know, a lot of these national security establishment folks as doing, which is just being very careful and hoping that there's a resolution before they have to say anything. Carol, before I let you go, I want to ask you about, you had a piece yesterday about the Defense Secretary, Mark Esper, and kind of what his plans are. Can you walk us through like what his state of mind is? I know there were reports before the election that President Trump might fire him. Right. What do you know?
Yeah, well, that was the expectation, is that Trump he's been over Esper for months. He wanted to fire him months ago. They convinced him to keep him on. We've learned that Esper has written a letter of resignation, basically in preparation of leaving once this is resolved, and that's what's expected. But the interesting thing that he's doing, Casey, and you'll appreciate this because it involves the National Defense Authorization Act, which is supposed to pass in the coming weeks, is he's trying to get Congress or work with Congress to put in that bill, and there already are provisions in the bill, but he wants to help shape those provisions to not name, to basically change the names of bases, military bases, even potentially ships and streets on bases that are named after Confederate generals. This is something President Trump has opposed. It's one of the big thorns in their relationship. And so he's trying to do this on his way out. He was trying to do it quietly. We learned about it. And it's likely something that's going to further strain what is already a very strained relationship. But it's really over. I mean, he's not expected to stay on and he'll leave, but he's trying to do this one last thing that he feels like is important that the president has blocked and said he doesn't want to happen.
Wow, fascinating detail. NBC's Carol Lee, thank you so much, my friend. It's great to have you here on Way Too Early. And still ahead here, the results of an unusual mayoral race in Kentucky, and you won't believe who was on the ballot. That's next. But before we go to break, and I feel like I have a sense of what some of your answers are going to be, but we still want to know, why are you awake? Email your reasons to waytooearly@msnbc.com or send me a tweet at Casey. Use the hashtag #WayTooEarly, and we will read the best answers later on in the show. Welcome back. Let's gather now around the water cooler to go through some of the things that are going to have people talking today. Still all about the election, just a few different angles here. In this deeply divided nation, most can agree, certainly I believe this, that dogs are definitely better than people. So why not elect one to public office? That's what voters in Rabbit Hash, Kentucky actually did on Tuesday. Meet Wilbur. Wilbur is a 6-month-old French bulldog and the newly elected mayor of Rabbit Hash. He beat incumbent Bryneth Paltrow, a pit bull who won in 2016. Rabbit Hash has a population of roughly 500 people, and they have not had a human mayor since the 1990s. These folks might be onto something. The Canine mayoral election serves as a fundraiser for the town's historical society. And while the election is not state sanctioned, the town's historical society does allow for multiple votes, with each vote costing $1. And drinking is strongly encouraged at that particular poll. This year's election raised almost $23,000, with Wilbur's votes making up $13,000. I feel like we really need to bring this to the national level. I absolutely love that. In other dog election news, the people of Denver, Colorado have voted to lift a 30-year ban on pit bulls. The ban was enacted in 1989 following dog attacks on a number of people. The city's council voted in February of this year to repeal it, but the city's mayor, Michael Hancock, vetoed it, citing concerns about someone getting hurt if it was repealed. And while the vote has yet to be certified, roughly 65% of residents approved the measure, requiring owners to have a restricted license and have no more than 2 pit bulls per home. The repeal will take effect on January 1st. And the 2020 election seems to have underscored that everyone wants a little more weed. We are getting way more marijuana friendly here. Voters in New Jersey, Arizona, South Dakota, and Montana, that's a really wide swath of diverse blue and red states, approved ballot measures to legalize recreational marijuana. It brings the total number of states that will legalize to 15. And in Mississippi, voters approved legalizing the drug for medicinal purposes. Meanwhile, voters in Oregon passed a ballot measure to decriminalize possession of hard drugs like heroin and methamphetamines in small amounts. And I believe D.C. also is on track to legalize magic mushrooms. So I guess, all of us are pretty exhausted by the last 4 years, and a lot of people need a different kind of pick-me-up. Anyway, still ahead here, Joe Biden's message to an anxious nation, still awaiting the final results of the presidential election. Way too early. Coming right back.